Number 8 came out of the chapel of darkness with a kind smile on his face. "Child, why are you giving this to me?" He pointed to Rob in the opposite yard. "Father Rob opened the canal for you. If you want to thank him, go and thank him." The kitten girl was a little afraid and said, "But he is a priest of the Church of Light, and the Church of Light is bad." Number 8 shook his head and said, "Silly boy, Father Rob is not only a priest of the Church of Light. He is also a priest of the Church of Darkness. Go and give him the first fish you have caught." The kitten girl nodded, jumped lightly over the bamboo fence between the two chapels, and came into Rob's yard. Walking into the Chapel of Light courtyard, the kitten girl felt very nervous and worried about when a heretic judger would suddenly come out to burn her to death. However, she had been in Westwind town for several days now, and she gradually understood that in Westwind town, the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness must not fight, otherwise, consequences would occur once caught by Father Rob. A few days ago, a paladin from the Templar Knights clashed with a priest of the Chapel of Darkness. Each side punched the other several times and even threw 2 magic spells. As a result, both of them were arrested by Father Rob. Speaking of which, Father Rob could arrest whoever he wanted, and resistance was futile. The 2 idiots did not even have the slightest room to struggle, so they were hung on the newly made ceiling fan on 3rd gear for 30 seconds. After coming down, the 2 vomited and swore that they would never disobey Father Rob's orders for the rest of their lives. With this warning, both light and darkness dared not cause trouble anymore, and the townspeople who believed in the God of Light did not dare to bully the newcomers who believed in the God of Darkness. Everyone is at peace with each other and in harmony. Had it not been for this premise, the kitty would have dared not enter the Chapel of Light. The kitty was paranoid, timid, and easily frightened. She looked super cute and cocky when she walked into the courtyard of the Chapel of Light. The cat's tail stood straight behind her back, her big eyes watched warily from side to side, and on her lovely little face, her whiskers moved repeatedly. Rob liked her like this and waved to her with a smile. "Hello, little kitty." The kitten girl said, "I am not called Little Kitty." Rob smiled and said, "Then what's your name?" "Let me guess, your name is Hua Hua, right?" The kitten girl was startled. "Oh, how do you know my name?" Rob shrugged, "I only said random words." A big black fish held by Hua Hua was held out front of Rob. This fish, it's to thank you for making a canal for us." "Oh, thank you very much." Rob said with a smile, "I'll turn it into sweet and sour fish tomorrow, and then I'll invite you to join us." Hua Hua's big eyes blinked. There was a green light of curiosity in her eyes. "What's sweet and sour fish?" Rob smiled and said, "It's made of sugar and vinegar." Without finishing his words, he suddenly thought of something and screamed, "Ah, right. There's no way to make vinegar here." His scream startled Hua Hua, and the big black fish in her hand jumped from her hand and fell right into Rob's bathtub. The water temperature in the bucket is not high, only about 20 degrees. The big black fish fell in and was not immediately burned to death, so it jumped up and down in the tub. Rob felt his thigh scraped by the fish's tail and got goosebumps all over his body. "Hurry, get the damn fish out of my bathtub," Rob cried. I'll help you get it out right away." Hua Hua jumped to the bathtub's edge and looked intently into the water to find where the fish was. However, if she only stood next to it and did not look into the water, she won't see anything. And the tub itself has no effect on hiding bodies. She saw something indescribable about Rob at a glance. Hua Hua let out a scream and jumped back, covering her eyes. By this time, it was late with the starry skies. The whole town was silent, but suddenly there was a loud maiden scream, ear-piercing in the silent night. The chapel door opened with a bang, and little E rushed out angrily in her nightdress. Who is bullying girls? Eat my guns." She was about to take out her firearms until she found that it was the kitten girl who screamed and Rob jumping up and down in the bathtub. She didn't know what was in the water. "What happened?" Little E asked. Hua Hua pointed to Rob's bathtub and said pitifully, "My fish. My fish fell into father's bathtub." Little E. Confused for at least 5 seconds, Little E said angrily, "Father, since there's a fish in the tub, don't you have to just get out of the tub? What are you doing jumping up and down there?" Right?" Rob jumped out of the tub, naked. Little E and Hua Hua both covered their eyes simultaneously and exclaimed, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Rob shrugged, "It truly is hard to do things for others. You told me to get out of the water, but you covered your eyes and screamed as soon as I came out." Little E just wanted to slap herself in the face because she didn't think much about it when she told Rob to get out of the tub. As a result, this guy pretended to listen to her and took the opportunity to jump out of the tub naked to play hooligans. Unreasonable, ah. The crystal ball on the stone table lit up at this hectic time. Her Majesty called again. Recently, the Queen would call as soon as it was dark, and Rob would be bathing every time. She was out of her mind. Rob thought it was time to teach the Queen a lesson. "I, Rob, will appear naked today. See what happens if you dare to make a video call to me now. Ahem, please pay attention to the time when you call me next time." He took a big step toward the crystal ball and stroked it. When they were about to be connected, 2 dark nuns jumped out of a bush and wrapped a huge piece of black cloth around his waist. The 2 nuns also rotated around his lower body to wrap it in the cloth. The 2 then swooshed away, their small face red, "Don't be rude to Her Majesty. Rob." At this time, the dignified and beautiful face of the Queen was shown on the crystal ball. She saw Rob's naked upper body and a strange piece of black cloth around his lower body. Without the slightest expression of surprise, she said faintly, "Mr. Rob is taking a bath again. Why do you take a bath at this time every day? Can't you do it another time? Rob, come on, can't you call another time? Rob, come on, can't you call at a different time?" The Queen said calmly, "I am very busy during the day and have to deal with a lot of government affairs. Today, another village was burned down by White Moon Werewolf guerrilla group. The Black Earth Knights I sent to pursue White Moon have so far been unable to find out where he is. I was so worried about it during the day that I didn't have time to call. Rob, is that why you call me every evening while I'm bathing? The Queen was not polite at all. Who told you to take a bath every day? It is rare to find such a clean man." Rob shrugged, Speaking of which, you are busy with government affairs during the day and studying how to make a cake at night. I just want to know, when do you take a shower?" The Queen flushed quickly but hid it the next instant, "I'm not busy making cakes at night." "So, what did you want to call me for?" The Queen said solemnly, "I'm calling you to negotiate diplomatic relations between Westwind Dominion and my Kingdom of Gran, which has nothing to do with cakes." Rob said, "Yes, so I would like to ask, what new cake method have you come up with?" The Queen said, "Well, today I asked the cook to make the cake into a square brick, then hollowed out the inside of the square brick and filled it with cream, which turned out to be surprisingly delicious. Have you tried this?" Rob said, "It's a layer cake. There's nothing strange about it. You can also wrap a layer of cream on the outside of the cake to create a richer sense of hierarchy. Eat the cream above, find cake below, bite open the cake, and find that there is more cream inside. This kind of play is very interesting." "Huh." The Queen was overjoyed. "Sure enough, there is such a move. It was worth talking to you." Rob murmured, "When you talk about diplomatic relations, you still talk about cake." There was another rare flash of embarrassment on the Queen's face, but the woman was so capable of controlling her emotions that no one could detect it. She soon regained her serious face, changed the subject, and said, "Mr. Rob, I saw 2 women jumping around your bathtub in the background as if they were fishing for something in it." Rob said sadly, "Oh, that's Hua Hua and Little E. They are catching fish in the bathtub." Queen. She thought she had heard something wrong, so she didn't respond. Rob explained the situation, and the Queen said, I see. I thought you had turned a bathtub into a fish. I wouldn't be surprised if you did. In recent days, she has been on the phone with Rob almost every day to study cakes. She is so sly, though, and to hide her ultimate purpose of studying cakes, she always deliberately says miscellaneous words so that Rob is unaware that she is here to study the cake. Of course, her cover-up was pointless. Rob knew why she called him, but that didn't stop Rob from talking to her, so Her Majesty now knows a lot about Westwind. Through the crystal ball, she saw with her own eyes how the canal in Westwind town was born and saw several townspeople running over to deliver the silver, or they had just dug while Rob was taking a bath, thanking Father Rob for pointing out the location of the silver vein for them. Last night she saw with her own eyes that a soybean planted by Rob in the afternoon had grown incomparably big in a day. She also received a report from number 8 that Rob knew how to summon angels and fallen angels to cast the resurrection spell. The combination of all this made it very clear about his strength. She only saw the tip of the iceberg. She couldn't see all the abilities of this man. Ah, I finally caught it again. The kitten girl Hua came over with the big black fish in her hands. This time, I will hold it steady and will not let it jump again. Rob turned around and gave her a gentle smile. Great. Lovely little kitty, I will certainly find a way to help you make this fish taste delicious. Although vinegar can't be used, for now, we have soy sauce. Let's first make you steamed fish with soy sauce dip. The kitten girl didn't quite understand and only blinked her eyes. In fact, Westerners have almost never come into contact with steaming. The kitten girl has not even heard of steamed fish, so of course, she looks confused. However, Her Majesty, who is on the other side of the crystal ball, pricked up her ears. Steamed fish? How do you make it? What is soy sauce? Rob did not know whether to laugh or cry. Do you want to eat it that much? Her Majesty gave a slight cough and forcibly put on a calm face. No. I am not a queen of material desires. Whether the food is delicious or not is not considered at all. As long as I have enough to eat, I will only think about the country and the people's livelihood. Diet is a top priority related to people's livelihood and decides whether my people can lead a happy and healthy life. That's why I asked casually. Just admit it, honestly. Rob said angrily, finding something delicious is not a disadvantage. The Queen said to her left, oh, what nice weather today. Rob, it's dark already. Queen, what a nice night we have today. Rob, isn't it time for your diplomatic talks with me to come to an end today? Hang up the phone, then. Queen, I suddenly got a disease that will kill me if you hang up the phone. You'd better not hang up. As soon as you hang up, I will die. I don't think you harm people like that, right? I heard that you are very kind, always like to save people, save the Church of Light, and save the Church of Darkness. If so, then you should not mind saving me again. Rob. With such a shameless queen who talks nonsense and only wants to learn recipes, Rob turned to Lillian, who had just come out of the house and was still in her pajamas. Go and get me some soybeans, salt, wheat, and some wine. Prepare a big pot. Lillian nodded and hurried to get ready. The Queen on the other side of the crystal ball also turned her head and said something to the guard next to her. While Lillian was preparing the materials and pots, Rob saw two men in white clothes and chef hats emerge behind the dignified Queen. These two guys are also preparing soybeans, salt, wheat, wine, fish, and pots. These two guys were hiding in the corner, but because the crystal ball has a wide lens and a wide angle of view, they couldn't hide. Rob said, "What are you planning?" The Queen said, "Nothing. My cooks are going to make me a midnight snack." Rob said, "Why are they preparing exactly the same things as my little maid?" The Queen said calmly, "Coincidentally, it's just a coincidence." Rob couldn't help laughing. "I say, Your Majesty, you must be upset about the cream cake, aren't you? There is obviously delicious food in front of you, but your cook can't cook it, so he has to buy it from me. So, when you see that I'm going to cook new food, you quickly want to plagiarize on the spot and try to copy every step, lest your cook can't handle it again. The queen shook her head solemnly. No, it's just a coincidence. Rob smiled and said, well, let's take it as a coincidence. He smiled and ordered, cut the fish first and remove everything from the gills, scales, and belly of the big black fish. The kitten girl started to do it first, not waiting for Lillian to start. The cat folk is all good at dealing with fish. Although the kitten girl is young, she is really quick and good at taking care of the fish. It only took a few minutes to wash and peel the big black fish clean. Rob glanced at the side of the crystal ball and saw that the queen's two cooks also took care of the two big black fish, in the same way, doing every step exactly as he said. After all, they were professional royal cooks and did a better job than Kitty. Rob was happy. I said, your pirated copy is even better than the genuine one on my side. The queen looked calm and said, I don't understand what you're saying. Ha ha ha, continue doing that. Rob turned his head and commanded, make a few cuts on the fish. It's hard to describe it clearly in words, so I'll do it myself. He picked up the knife and made several parallel cuts on the fish. To be honest, Rob is not very good at cooking. These cuts are so bad that he knows the original will lose again. Sure enough, when he turns around, two of the queen's cooks have cut out a row of beautiful cuts in the fish. Queen, the moon is beautiful tonight. The next step is to rid of the fishy smell. Originally, steamed fish would use cooking wine and ginger, but where could he find cooking wine and ginger in this strange place? Rob had to shake his head and sigh, it's a pity that there is no ginger and no cooking wine, so we will just use ordinary wine. He said to himself. It was heard by the queen. She whispered something. After a while, the cook on the other side of the crystal ball unexpectedly took out a piece of ginger. Damn it! Rob pointed to the crystal ball and said, you cheated. The queen said faintly, I am a royal. It is not surprising that I am rich in resources. This is from the sea merchant in Lost City, the precious spices shipped from Big Tang through the ocean. If you really want it. It's not that I can't sell you some, but, you have to tell me how to use it first. Rob rolled his eyes, just use a little bit of ginger, shred it into pieces and paste it on the fish with the wine. Leave it for a while to get rid of the fishy smell. He said as he covered the fish with the wine. The cook opposite was flying, not only keeping up with Rob's movements but also doing better than Rob. Soon, the two big black fish had been pickled with ginger and wine. Everything is ready. Rob told Lily to set up the big pot, filled half of it with water, placed a rack higher than the whiter, and then began to boil it. Rob used a wooden rack on this side, but the queen on the other side used a silver rack. When the water boiled, steam came out. Rob asked Lillian to marinate the fish, put them on a large plate, and then on the rack. Of course, the cooks on the other side did the same. Rob covered the pot. Timer started. After 8 minutes, Rob shouted, lift the lid of the pot and pick up the fish. Westerners almost never come into contact with steaming, not to mention the queen. Even the two great cooks have no confidence in what they are cooking and have no idea what they will see until they lift the lid of the pot. It was not until the lid was taken away and the steam drifted away that they saw that the fish they had just put into the pot had been steamed into a very strange shape. The oblique cuts in its stomach were all turned up, revealing its white and tender insides, which looked so glittery and translucent that one could not help but move his finger at a glance. The fragrance rushed out of the pot and filled everyone's noses. Oh, that smell, it smells good. Her Majesty was overjoyed, but on the surface, she was unmoved but said faintly, it seems that my side has succeeded. My fish seems to be more beautiful than yours. Isn't that nonsense? The fish that a royal cook handled with his own hands compared with Rob's wild cooking. They were not of the same grade at all. If you only look at the shape, the steamed fish on the princess's side beats Rob, and there is more ginger on the princess's side to increase the fragrance, but not on Rob's side. However, Rob's face had an evil smile. Your Majesty, I admit that you have plagiarized my work perfectly. However, my last step is something you can't plagiarize anyway. The Queen thumped in her heart and thought, really? What else is left? Wait, soybeans, salt, and wheat have not been used yet. Is there anything we can't learn about these three things? Rob grabbed a handful of soybeans in his hand and said with a smile, the most important thing to eating steamed fish is to have soy sauce. It'll taste soulless otherwise. With that, Rob used his chef skills, choosing material, soybean, salt, wheat, and glass bottle, and then rubbed his hands. The materials automatically fused together into a bottle of brown soy sauce. He took the soy sauce and shook it from side to side in front of the crystal ball. Come on, copy the way I made soy sauce. The Queen's face darkened and turned to the two cooks. Did you see what he did just now? The two cooks shook their heads together. I couldn't see it clearly. I don't know how to rub soybeans, salt, and wheat into that strange liquid. Gugu and Gigi said that he made the cream in the same way. The Queen cried in her heart. Rob opened the bottle and slowly poured soy sauce on the steamed fish. The fish, which had been steamed a little white, turned into an attractive maroon as soon as it was drenched by the soy sauce, and it seemed that it now tasted 100 times better. Rob pushed the plate in front of the kitten girl and said with a smile, Kitty, come and eat the fish. The kitten girl held the plate in her hands and didn't know what to do for a moment. However, as soon as she smelled it with her small nose, she was moved unnecessarily by the steamed fish in her hand. It was so fragrant. She used to eat fish, eating it raw, roasting it, or throwing it into a pot for mixed stew. She never thought that fish could be cooked in this way. This kind of thing called steamed fish really opened up a whole new world for her. Rob said with a smile, I won't force you to use chopsticks, just use a spoon. In this way, gently remove a piece of fish from the belly of the fish and roll it in soy sauce. That's it. Now try to put it in your mouth and try it. The kitten girl carefully put a spoonful of steamed fish into her mouth. Her lovely little face stretched out in all directions. Her Majesty saw the expression of the kitten girl on the other side of the crystal ball. She didn't even need to say that it was delicious. The Queen turned to look at her side. There is no soy sauce, only white steamed fish. The melancholy in her heart is almost indescribable. She then turned to look at the crystal ball. Lillian, Little E, and others have begun to taste steamed fish, and everyone's expression brimmed with a sense of satisfaction after eating this thing. At this moment, who can tell the sorrow of Her Majesty? She said coldly, that's all for today's diplomatic talks. I'll see you next time. With that, communication was cut off, and the crystal ball was restored to its original appearance. Rob pointed to the crystal ball and laughed. Don't you have a disease that will kill you if the phone hangs up? Ha ha ha. The next morning, the manticores of the Royal Air Force came, along with the merchant Gugu, who respectfully handed some pieces of ginger to Rob with both hands and then said awkwardly, Her Majesty has asked me to come to you and buy some soy sauce, right? There was a hearty smile on Rob's face. Don't worry, I've got it ready. Here's a box of soy sauce, 1 gold coin per bottle, no bargaining. Gugu said, Mr. Rob, you seem to have a lot of money. Why are you so crazy about taking a girl's money? Hey, Majesty is really strapped on military expenses right now. You don't understand, Rob said with a smile. It doesn't matter if I have more money or less money. Most importantly, I like to see your Queen's elegant, dignified and calm face become angry. She brazenly stole my cooking recipe. Can someone just steal a recipe? Gugu. Rob laughed, please go back and tell her that countless other delicacies can be made with soy sauce. I'll teach her slowly. He. Gugu understood that this guy would use soy sauce to earn more money from Her Majesty in the future, so she could be taught more kinds of food. Oh, my God, why are there such crazy guys in the world? That evening. Bright Road, Her Majesty's Palace. A big steamed black fish was sent to Her Majesty. This big black fish is exquisite, cut incomparably precise, reflecting the perfect craftsmanship of the royal cook. Her Majesty, holding a bottle of soy sauce that had just been flown back by air, excitedly opened the lid of the bottle and carefully poured a little on the steamed fish. When she saw that the white fish had been stained with a beautiful color by soy sauce, her heart twisted and jumped nervously. Several seconds later, she put down the soy sauce bottle and picked up the spoon. When the fish with soy sauce was put into her mouth, almost all movable points on Her Majesty's face were squeezed into the middle and then stretched out in all directions. Ah! So that's how it tastes. The Queen smiled shallowly, with a touch of pride and complacency, slightly raising the corners of her mouth. She opened the crystal ball, and the pesky man opposite her was taking a bath again. Well, Her Majesty was used to it. Every time she finishes government affairs and can relax, it is just when this man takes a bath, so she can only watch this guy play hooligans naked in the crystal ball. However, because of her past experiences with escaping, she didn't care much about it. She climbed dirty ditches and mountains, drilled through dark forests, and met countless heroes of different classes. She put away her smile and said with a straight face, "I have tasted steamed fish dipped in soy sauce. You made me interested in it, but I think it is just so, humph." Rob, on the other side, smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you have soy sauce on your lips." Huh? Really? The Queen stuck out her tongue, licked the corner of her lips, and then wiped it with her hand, which was so amorous that Rob almost froze. That's all for today's diplomatic talks. Her Majesty has nothing to say to Rob today. She just contacts Rob at this time every day recently, so it has become a habit. She made contact as usual today. But after the steamed fish topic, she can't find anything to talk about. Of course, it had to end. Rob smiled and said, "Is the day over so soon? What a pity. I thought I could talk to you more." Her Majesty really wanted to say, "You also thought it's a pity?" However, she didn't say it, so she just said faintly, "All right, it's time to hang up." Rob smiled and said, "You hang up?" The Queen said, "I hang up every time. It makes me feel a little rude. This time you hang up." Rob smiled and said, "No, I don't want to hang up." Hearing this, the Queen felt a little happy, but she didn't understand where the happiness came from. She calmly said, "I won't hang up. You have to hang up today." Rob said with a smile, "I'm not hanging up. You're a girl. If you don't hang up voluntarily, you'll suffer a loss. I'll see if you dare not hang up when you take a shower, change clothes, and go to bed. I don't mind staring at you." Queen. There was no reason to talk with such a deranged man. She finally had to throw in the towel and obediently hung up on her own initiative. Then, she put her hand on her chin and thought to herself, "We have to prepare a topic in advance next time, or we will have to hang up. It's truly hard to understand that there's a person who's fine with talking with me so unscrupulously, without involving the exchange of interests at all." Rob acquired an online friend, internet friend. Fengma Continent, the year 1344, late December. It's the middle of winter. It snowed heavily last night, making it look snow-white everywhere. But after a while, Father Sun came out to work, shining on the snow-white world below. Such a scene can't help but make people want to offer their blessings to this beautiful world. Rob still sat on his stone stool, looking lazily around. Sitting on a stone stool in the middle of winter is cold, but as long as you first pour fire magic into the magic container and then let it slowly spit out the magic onto the stone stool, it warms up. The heat from the magic container could not be focused at one point, so it melted all the snow on the ground behind the stone stool as well. The kitten girl Hua Hua laid down on the warm ground, curled up in a ball, turned her black and white tail up to cover her face, and took a lazy nap. Rob looked at the sun in the sky and sighed, it's such a waste of sun for you to sleep in such a fine time. Hua Hua muttered vaguely and replied, it's a waste if you don't sleep in such a fine time. Well, the values of cat folk are different from those of humans. It doesn't make sense at all. Rob lowered his hand from the stone stool and gently touched Hua Hua's furry little ear. Hua Hua refused at first. Cat folk were as vigilant as cats and did not like to be too close to human beings. But after making her delicious steamed fish with soy sauce, Hua Hua was no longer so wary of Rob. Now when Rob gently touches her ear while she is sleeping, she will not resist. But if he touches elsewhere, that's not allowed. She'll react quickly as long as Rob's hand goes a bit unruly. She'll bounce off the ground immediately and jump a few meters away. So Rob honestly just touched her little ears, and the furry touch was amazing. The sound of stepping on the snow was heavy. Rob looked around and saw Gorda coming carrying 2 huge trees with branches and leaves on his shoulders. Gorda carried it effortlessly. He went into the yard and smiled and greeted Rob with a smile. Yo, Mr. Rob, are you being lazy again? Rob smiled and said, why are you carrying 2 trees on your back? What are you planning to do? Gorda said with a smile, this is a Christmas tree. It's only a few days before Christmas. Bishop Elsie asked me to help make a Christmas tree. You know, he and his men can't go out of town. So if he wants to get a Christmas tree, he has to pay me to do it. Ha ha ha. It was not easy for me to find such a good-looking tree. Rob rolled his eyes. Bishop Elsie paid you to get a Christmas tree, so why did you get 2? Gorda smiled proudly, of course, it's because number 8 asked me to get 1, too. I got to complete 2 missions simultaneously and earn double the money, ha ha ha. Rob said angrily, how can both light and darkness have Christmas simultaneously? Gorda said with a smile, because Baldr, the god of light, and Hodr, the god of darkness, are twins. They were born on the same day, so Christmas of the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness are also on the same day. At that moment, Bishop Elsie rushed over with 2 paladins and took a Christmas tree from Gorda. The 3 men carried the Christmas tree to the chapel, placed it on the ground, and then circled it twice. Seemingly satisfied, Bishop Elsie exclaimed, go and take out all the decorations we've prepared and hang them on the tree. We're going to make it look bigger than the one on the side of darkness. The 2 paladins hurried back to call for help, and after a while, Templar knights came with all kinds of colored cloth, balls, and red socks. On the other side, number 8 rushed out with 2 dark apprentices, took the other Christmas tree from Gorda's hand, and placed it at the gate of the Chapel of Darkness. Afterward, 32 dark priests rushed out, holding all kinds of decorations in their hands, desperately hanging them on the tree, lest it should be worse than Elsie's. Bishop Elsie's side has more people, meaning bigger power. But number 8's side has far more financial power. They often received financial support from Gugu and Gigi, which made them far richer than the Templar Knights. Manpower on one side, financial resources on the other. It was quite a battle. Bishop Elsie ordered loudly, brothers and sisters, go around the town, comfort the poor, bring them the warmth of the God of Light and invite them all to the Christmas party. Rob couldn't help complaining, hey, aren't you Templar Knights the poorest townspeople in Westwind town? Your group of knights has no life skills at all. You can't do anything but keep watch and build roads. You are the ones who need sympathy the most. Bishop Elsie froze, and the 300 Templar knights next to him all bowed forward in disappointment. Knights are always in demand in times of war, but in Westwind town, even without their power, Rob alone can keep Westwind town warless for 100 years. A paladin complained to the sky, I don't want to do this either. I am a paladin. Why am I useless in Westwind town when it is clear that I can do well in other places? On the other side, number 8 also shouted, brother, sister, go to the town to give money, ha ha ha. Rob smiled and said, don't be silly. Do the townspeople here lack money? If you only throw a few copper coins, the townspeople don't want it. Stop fighting between sides temporarily. You two party together this year. That, the leaders of both sides froze. That's not good, right? Rob said, aren't Balder and Hoder brothers? They should celebrate together this year. To express gratitude to their mother. Right, who is their mother again? Both sides looked at Rob with disdain. It's Frigg. How can you not know that? According to later historical records, on Christmas of 1344, a major event changed the whole religious scheme. That is, the Church of Light and Darkness celebrated Christmas together for the first time, although it was only in Westwind town, a small town with a population of just over 2,000, it is also of great significance. It laid a solid foundation for the peaceful coexistence of the two religions in the future. Evening of December 31st. The river next to the courtyard flowed silently, and a newly built water wheel rotated, moving the water incessantly and sending it to the water tower. As it was just getting dark, countless torches were lit in the chapels of Light and Darkness. The townspeople poured into the chapels and found that the bamboo fence between the two chapels was gone. Of course, everyone was happy. Anyway, the townspeople here are also used to the mixing of the two religions, especially the townspeople of Stone Canyon. They can recite both the Bible of Light and the Dark Bible. They sang and danced in the yard. The crystal on Rob's table was on. Her Majesty looked at the situation from the opposite side of the crystal ball, her expression as calm as usual, showing the grace and calmness of the royal air, but her eyes kept glancing at the table in the courtyard. Rob smiled and said, "Stop peeking. Let me tell you, you've seen Coca-Cola already. On the other hand, this is Lay's potato chips, which you ate last time, and over here, there are a lot of cakes, including cream cake, vanilla cream cake, blueberry cream cake." As soon as Rob said this, the Queen slammed the table angrily. "Why haven't I eaten blueberry cream cake? Why'd you deliberately hide a new flavor from me? You are obviously bullying me because I have no father and mother." Rob said, "Wow, you are throwing a tantrum just to get a new flavor. Don't rush things. There are a lot more exciting things." Rob pointed to a small house made of cookies on the table, smiled, and said, "This is called a gingerbread house." As soon as the Queen saw this thing, her heart thumped, which was not good. She just wanted to eat it just by looking at the shape. "It's made of ginger, flour, honey, sugar, almonds, candy, and spices," Rob said with a smile. "The process is so complicated, but I did it." The Queen patted the table and said, "Just tell me how much it is and sell it to me." Rob smiled and said, "Your Majesty, haven't you always been very calm before? You're not even pretending to be dignified anymore. You even slammed the table." The Queen coiled up her mouth and said nothing. "Well, don't act so pathetic." Rob smiled, "I won't charge you this time. I'll give you a gingerbread house for Christmas. I'll ask Gugu and Gigi to bring you one the next time they come to restock." The Queen was overjoyed. However, before the Queen's smile spread, he saw a necromancer running up, saying, "Your Majesty, the military situation is urgent. It's not good." When she heard something urgent happened, the Queen's first reaction was to turn off the crystal ball and keep it a secret, but when she saw Rob opposite the crystal ball with a listening ear, she couldn't. After a slight sigh, Her Majesty withdrew her hand and said to the necromancer, "Number 1, what happened?" The necromancer, known as Number 1, said quickly, "The Desert Kingdom, Kurdi, deliberately chose to launch a surprise attack on Christmas Day, attacking Traveler Station and Crystal Canyon, on the northern side of our kingdom. Everyone was celebrating, so they lowered their guard. Unguarded, they were instantly breached and lost. At present Kurdi's military has headed straight south, going straight to our capital. Kurdi, the Desert Kingdom, is a small kingdom stuck between Norma in the north, and Gran, in the south. In fact, in terms of land size, this kingdom cannot be called a small country. But most of the kingdom's land is a desert, so the population is not large, affecting its national strength. It is situated between the Kingdom of Norma and the Kingdom of Gran, creating a buffer zone between the two superpowers. Were it not for Curdy's existence, Norma and Gran would often have big wars. This kingdom has always been neutral and will not harass Gran and Norma normally because they know very well that their population is not enough to wage war with great powers like Gran and Norma. But now, the Desert Kingdom sent troops, deliberately choosing to send troops at Christmas, breaking through two border cities in one fell swoop. The Queen frowned, but the expression on her face did not change much, maintaining her usual calm. Sending troops for Christmas and breaking through the two cities at the same time, it is clear that this is the accumulation of plans. They have been planning this for a long time. Number 1 nodded, right. The Desert Kingdom was persuaded by the Church of Light and decided to join hands with Mandra to attack us. The situation is dire. The Queen took out a map and looked carefully. Her snow-white fingers first pointed to Traveler Station, moving from north to south, and after a few seconds, she whispered, "Take out the strategic magic scroll that Mr. Rob gave us last time. Send an army to Fongjing Cave, where they meet the West Army of the Kingdom of Kurdi." Number 1 nodded, understood. The Queen pointed again to the Crystal Canyon, which is full of mountains. There is only one way to enter the heart of West Gran, to go south from the Crystal Canyon, through the Stone Canyon, and then, Westwind Town. There is almost no other way to go because there are huge mountains on both sides of the path. The Queen moved her finger here and stopped. She cast a meaningful look at the crystal ball, then turned to Number 1 and said, "Kurdi's East Army, ignore them and let them march at will." Number 1. Rob immediately protested on the side of the crystal ball, "Hey, Sister Queen, your move is too explicit about hiding your strategic intentions in front of me." The Queen said calmly, "If I cover it up, you'd say I'm an insidious politician, but if I show you that I'm open, you'll have nothing to throw up, right?" Rob shrugged and said, "Is it fair to cause me so much trouble? Don't fall into my hands, or you'll face the consequences." The Queen was unable to chat with her online friend today. She had to make emergency arrangements to deal with the attack of the Kingdom of Kurdi. Moreover, needless to say, Mandra will take the opportunity to attack Bright Road for a pincer with the Kingdom of Kurdi. There was also no doubt that the Church of Light was in on it. It will be an uphill battle between the East and West simultaneously. Her Majesty seems to be walking on a tightrope and will be doomed if she is not careful. However, Her Majesty did not ask Rob for help. She just fair left the East Army of the Desert Kingdom to Rob. Anyway, this army must pass through Westwind Town to march into West Gran, whether Rob wanted to or not. This battle is inevitable. Rob shrugged. His friend encountered difficulties, so he was still a little worried, but he did not intend to help because this was a political problem, a national problem, and he did not intend to get involved in it. He is not enthusiastic enough to fight a national war for his online friends. He'll just solve Westwind Town's problems. Rob waved to Lillian, who was standing beside him, and smiled and said, "Go and get the mayor of White Birch Town." After a while, the mayor of White Birch Town came. He could be regarded as part of the Big Three of Westwind Town. Oh, no, now he is one of the Big Four. The Big Four are the mayor of Westwind Town, the mayor of White Birch Town, the mayor of Stone Canyon, and the head of the Cat Folk. Each of them has a reputation among hundreds of townspeople. Of course, the mayor of Westwind Town is the most powerful of the Big Four. At present, the mayor of White Birch Town ranks second among the four giants, with more than 300 of his townspeople in charge of carpentry and hunting, and he is making great efforts to reclaim land to prepare for beetroot farming. Hearing Rob's call, the mayor's face bloomed, for in his opinion, whenever Rob called him, there must be something good. "My father, what did you call me for?" Rob said with a smile, "I called you here because you have a large number of carpenters who can build very quickly, so I want to join hands with you to play real estate." "Real estate?" The mayor of White Birch Town was a little confused. "What do you mean?" Rob said with a smile, "To put it simply, if ordinary people move to Westwind Town, they will often pay money to ask you to help them build houses, right? The mayor nodded, yes. In this case, your townspeople have been building houses for others in the form of hired workers, collecting wages, building houses, and giving them to their owners before leaving, Rob said. The mayor continued to nod, that's right. Rob said, this is really too inefficient, and those private sites are built in a mess, not unified at all, making Westwind Town look more and more chaotic. He said, pointing to the canal. It turned out that a row of houses had been built along the canal, the houses of the cats who had just moved in. They paid the townspeople with the fish they had caught, and with the assistance of the Church of Darkness, they had some money. They asked the carpenters to help them build wooden houses, which are scattered all over the banks of the canal. Rob smiled and said, it's ugly, isn't it? So I decided to fund it as a real estate developer, and you would be the contractor that would help me organize carpenters. We would work together to build wooden houses, all of which are planned and built together. In the future, when immigrants come, we will let them directly spend money on the houses we have built, so they will not bother to spend their own money to build houses. It also allows immigrants to have a place to live in quickly, so they don't have to squeeze into the chapel every time. It also ensures that their houses are not placed disorderly. When the mayor heard this, he finally understood, let's build the house at a low price and then sell it to the immigrants at a high price when they arrive. Bingo! Rob clapped his hands and said with a smile, you are quite witty. The mayor said, if immigrants do come, this can certainly be done, but, if we don't receive any immigrants, wouldn't these houses be useless? They'll decay and lose their worth if they aren't inhabited for a long time. Rob smiled, so, I'll pay for it. If you lose, it's on me. You are only responsible for being a contractor, organizing workers for me, and supervising the project's progress. You will never lose money. What do you think? The white birch mayor thought carefully, isn't that fine? The risk is borne by others, and I'm sure to make a profit. Where can I find such a good thing? Sure enough, Mr. Rob is doing good to us, trying to make us white birch carpenters earn our keep. The two men clasped their hands tightly and laughed. The Christmas party that night was such a success that all the townspeople returned with satisfaction, and the children received Christmas presents in their dreams. Early the next morning, Mayor White Birch brought a large group of carpenters to the place designated by Rob, and the big project began. Westwind Town's first Riverview housing community, Wangjiang District, officially took off and started construction. The first phase of the project is expected to build 500 houses. According to Rob's estimate, immigrants should be very poor and cannot afford to buy big houses at first, so this first phase of the project is all about small wooden houses as big as sesame and mung beans. Rob also gave it a very nice name, called Studio Set. The entirety was perfectly planned, and the houses were all planned to be neatly built and divided into shaped streets, and in order to appease the people inside, flower beds, trees, and so on were placed in the middle. He let two more contractors join the construction and started the project's second phase, which is dedicated to the construction of stone houses. The cost and price will be multiplied several times, waiting for the rich immigrants to buy. However, no one knows whether people really come to Westwind Town. Because, apart from Rob, no one knows that the shadow of war is quietly approaching. Rob knew full well that there would be many refugees in the war, so he asked all the workers to come to his stone stool every day before they started work, and each received a buff and went to work again. In this way, the construction progress of Wangjiang District can be described as fast. By the time Number 8 knew there was going to be a war, several days had already passed. Gugu and Gigi came to Westwind Town to restock. Rob gave them a gingerbread house and a large number of goods. The two royal merchants also revealed the situation outside. On the second day of Christmas, Her Majesty used the strategic portal scroll given to her by Rob. 2 demi-human armies and 2 undead armies went through the portal to Fongjing Cave, where they could form a line of defense against the western army of the Kingdom of Kurdi. On the other hand, the East Army of the Kurdi was left completely ignored. There were no West Grand troops on their way, only a few small villages and towns. The Queen only sent the Royal Air Force to inform these small villages and towns to let the people in the villages and towns evacuate immediately, and as soon as the people heard the evacuation order, they did not hesitate to pack up, drag their children, and run away. The incoming army is not from Mandra, but the Desert Kingdom. Foreign armies are much harder to get along with. Armies of the same kingdom will only occupy and force you to change your faith, but as long as you do so, you can be as usual. But foreign armies are different. They are very likely to burn, kill and loot the place. No matter what you believe in, they'll hack you to death. No matter how much you pay, they'll drag your daughter away, turning her 18. Of course, the people are well aware of this, so after packing up all the belongings they could take, they ran as fast as they could. More than 10 days later, Westwind town welcomed the first batch of people who fled. The number is small, only around 150. This is a small border noble living near Crystal Canyon. When the Crystal Canyon was captured by the Kurdi kingdom, the nobleman immediately began to flee. He abandoned his castle and took his wife and children, 2 uncles, 7 paternal aunts, 6 maternal aunts, nieces, a large family, plus nearly 100 domestic servants and private soldiers, who carried all their belongings in a horse-drawn carriage and ran south along the official road. Along the way, however, all he saw were villages and towns the size of sesame and mung beans, and there was no one who could fight. Even when he passed through Stone Canyon, he found the whole place empty. God knows what happened there. The noble ran quickly in a panic, and it was not until they reached Westwind town did they finally feel relief that they could stay for a while. The noble looked at the wall of Westwind town in front of him and felt that it was quite reliable when he saw that there were still human soldiers guarding the town. An old servant leaned up and whispered beside him, "Master, when I was young, I accompanied the previous generation head here. This place is called Westwind town. It is a remote town with a population of about 800. The people inside are very poor." After listening to the servant, the noble asked casually, "Can we rest here? I have run thousands of miles along the way, but I have not been able to get a good sleep in a safe place. I just want to fall asleep in a serious place surrounded by human laughter. I don't want to listen to the sound of wild animals and sleep nervously." The servant said respectfully, "It should be possible. It is not far from Bright Road and should be under the control of Her Majesty the Queen. We are now members of West Gran, and there is no problem in entering here to have a rest." Mr. Noble pointed to Westwind town and said, "Good, then I will rest in Westwind town tonight. A human town I haven't seen for a long time. I will surely sleep soundly tonight." He said to the servant, "Take out the silk coat I bought from the tailor, the high-end coat I bought for 100 gold coins." As soon as the servant heard this, the servant understood that the master was trying to put on a show. He must not want the people of Westwind town to see the humiliation of his escape, so he had to tidy up his clothes, put on one of the most expensive coats in his collection, and go into the town dressed up. He needs to shock the hillbillies in the town with gorgeous clothes and show them his noble demeanor. This is also when the mayor of the town sees the arrival of his noble master, he'll receive him well. The servants acted at once to help their master dress up. After a while, the noble was dressed handsomely, wearing a silk coat made by a master tailor with a faint blue at the top. He wore the most popular bloomers and stockings on his lower body. He put on leather shoes, looked energetic, and held a birch staff with precious gems engraved at the top. He twirled the staff in his hand twice and was secretly happy. A noble magician like me should be rare in such a small town. "Okay, let's go." The nobles and his party sped towards Westwind town, and in the twinkling of an eye, they arrived in front of the town. The Templar knight in charge of the lookout wasn't in armor today because it is too uncomfortable to wear during winter. If you turn your head a little, your face will touch the cold iron armor. Besides, does Westwind town even need him to fight in armor? No. It doesn't. Father Rob hated having the shrimp soldiers under his hand to go to war, fearing that these people would hurt themselves or die and that he would have to work to cure and resurrect them. In the end, he decided he'll just deal with them. It would be easier for him to fight directly from the beginning. Therefore, the sentinels in Westwind town are only responsible for using their pair of eyes. The Templar knight on guard today is in non-combat clothes, wearing a fox fur coat and a fox toil bib coiled around his neck. When the noble and his party stopped hundreds of yards away from the town gate, the noble stood at the distance and sent only a loyal servant to the front of the town since he couldn't be the one to do the talks. He shouted to the sentinel on the town wall, "Is this Westwind town?" "Yes." He tightened his fox tail bib and exhaled a cold breath. "Whoa. I'm freezing to death. Who are you guys? Did you guys escape? You fled to the right place. I specialize in receiving fugitives in Westwind town. Father said that if fugitives are willing to settle in Westwind town, you only need to buy a property. They are offering preferential services right now, so those who buy properties will be accompanied by a freebie and an invoice. Although I don't know what the place looks like or what an invoice is, just hearing it should be fine." The sentinel talked in a mess. The servant who talked was stunned. He woke up after several seconds and said angrily, "What are you talking about? My master is not a fugitive and won't buy a house in your town. Listen up, my master is Nulan Chengwang, a noble baron, a formed wind magician of the Wind Knights. His family is on his journey from Crystal Canyon to Bright Road. Please show some respect to my master, you blind townsman." "Townsman?" The paladin laughed and thought, "Shall I tell him that I belong to the Templar Knights? Although I have no title, I am also a paladin, and an ordinary little baron does not dare to be rude to me. What's more, a member of the Wind Knights, TSK. Wasn't that the one that was snatched by the Thunder Knights? Looks like your baron is in a miserable position." To elaborate, there had been a feud between the Wind Knights and the Thunder Knights before. Since ancient times, magic has been classified into 4 systems: water, fire, earth, and air. The magic of the air system is a little special, and it is divided into 2 factions, namely, wind and thunder. Because of this, the struggle between wind and thunder has existed since ancient times, and both types of magicians say they are the original. Both factions will use various means to suppress each other, but for the prosperity of the air system, they can't really destroy each other. In short, the two often compete with each other. Sometimes wind wins, sometimes thunder wins. When wind wins, the capital of wind magic, located in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Gran, will be renamed Tower of Wind, but when thunder prevails, the capital will be changed to Thunder Tower. At present, the name of that tower is Thunder Tower, and the knights to which the capital belongs are also called Thunder Knights, which shows how they lost. Well, forget it. The paladin has been a lot more peace-minded now since he's been robbed for a long time. His vision is completely different now. Now, he looks at people outside of Westwind town as if he's looking at clowns. Have clowns ever used tap water? What about cream cake? Have you seen candies the size of a walnut? He has no need to bother with such people. The paladin calmly said, so you were just by, okay. It's okay to pass by, Father said. The passing guests are also guests. Those who can bring foreign currency to town are good people. Please come in. The town gate opened slowly. The loyal servant retreated to the side of the road, and the noble behind him, a magician of the former Wind Knights, Baron Nulan Chengwang, riding on a tall horse, dressed in a silk coat made by a master tailor, strutted in with a staff in his hand. Behind him were his family members, guards, men, and a group of 150 who entered the town of Westwind town. As soon as they came in, they heard the paladin on the town wall say slowly, "Are you part of West Gran now? Then I would like to remind you that if you see the people of the Church of Light in this town, do not do anything bad. It is okay to protest, insult or spit, but as soon as you start fighting, you'll be put up on the ceiling fan set in 3rd gear, which is terrible. It's fine to fight with people of the same faith, though. What do you mean by ceiling fan set third gear? Baron Newlin looked dazed, but his loyal servant said, "Are you part of the Church of Light? Is this place occupied by East Gran?" "Nope. Look over there." The paladin pointed to the canal in the town. Baron Newlin turned around and saw several cat folk squatting by the water, motionless like statues, only turning their pointed ears once in a while. Suddenly, a female cat quickly reached out her hand and put it into the water. She caught a fish, and happy laughter rang out. There are cat folks. They are true believers of the Church of Darkness and can't be converted to the God of Light. Baron Newlin was startled. What's going on in this town? The paladin spread his hands and said, "As you can see, that's what happened. Strangers new to this place should learn to read and learn more, hold back from saying what you don't understand, and think more with your own brains, just as I did when I first came here." The Baron's loyal servant was a little dissatisfied. The man was so rude to his Baron that he wanted to jump up and swear. Fortunately, Baron Newlin was a magician after all, and his IQ was not low, so he immediately stopped his servant from doing something, but he felt quite curious. Could the man not understand his noble wardrobe? Strangely, he dares talk like that. But that's all, just as he said, he'll just observe for now. For the first time, he put down his pride and asked the paladin himself, "I have a group of more than 150 men. Is there a hotel in this town that can accommodate my group?" "There are no hotels here." The paladin said with a smile. "However, the Wangjiang district that Father is building is empty at present. Father said that you can buy and rent them. There are so many of you, and only that place has the ability to accept you. Go to the White Birch Mayor's house and ask him." The mayor of White Birch Town is in charge of the construction and management of the Wangjiang district. White Birch Town Mayor. "Oh." The paladin said with a smile, "Walk down this road and pass through the two chapels in the center of the town. You can find the White Birch Town Mayor in the wooden house area on the hillside. Just ask anyone there." Baron Newlin waved, and his procession marched towards the back of the town. Walking through the strange town, he found that the town was much larger than he had imagined. The old servant whispered, "The last time I passed here, it was true that there were only more than 800 people, but now it seems that there are already more than 2,000 people. Why are all these houses connected to strange iron and copper pipes? Oh, there is a pepper tree in that family's yard. That's impossible. Hey. Look over there. There are two chapels. Oh, my God. The Chapel of Light and Chapel of Darkness are there in a row." While they were talking about this, they saw a stone stool in the courtyard of the Chapel of Light, on which there was a lazy priest. He was fishing in the nearby stream with a long fishing rod in his left hand, and his other hand was empty. Waving at them, he smiled from a distance and said, "Welcome to Westwind Town." Baron Newlin's eyes were fixed on Rob. A priest of the Church of Light. In the eyes of Baron Newlin, ordinary people are not qualified to talk to him on equal footing, but a priest of the Church of Light or the Church of Darkness is qualified. However, the priest was dressed in a thick cotton cloth. Rob is a modern man. He does not like to wear silk and prefers to wear pure cotton clothes, but at that time, wearing silk looked more classy. It doesn't look high quality, but it's still decent. He could not help but cheer up and thought, finally, someone to talk to. Of course, in his mind, he still decided that Westwind Town was just a small border town, and the priest here was a normal priest. Although he was not low in status and was qualified to speak to a baron, his vision and knowledge must be far worse than his. Baron Newlin coughed and glanced at his body, confirming that he was dressed in a noble manner. Then, he slowly reined in his horse towards Rob. When he arrived at the gate of the yard, he dismounted elegantly, put the reins of the horse into the hand of the servant, and then walked up to Rob with his jewel staff elegantly and calmly. Nobles are very particular about etiquette. They always think they are nobler, but they act politely on the surface. They were all like this, no matter how much they despised who they were talking to. They will show a typical gentlemanly manner. Hello, father. Nice to meet you. Rob smiled and said, nice to meet you, too. Rob's smile is sincere. He is really happy. The real estate he has just built can be sold right away. How can he be unhappy? What he's showing is the smile of real estate developers when they see fat sheep. How could a medieval guy think like him? He pointed to the stone stool across the table. Please sit down. Baron Newland sat down gracefully while his servant stood waiting in the open space outside the chapel, staying silent, helping their master save face. Baron Newland's eyes extended to Rob's fishing rod. Are you fishing? Yes. Rob said, fishing is something to enjoy. You'll never know what you'll catch next. Baron Newland smiled, that is true. It is possible to catch big black fish, it is also possible to catch big striped fish. Fishing is really full of the unknown. I also like this way of life. Before he finished, Rob said, oh, hold on. I caught something. I'll catch it first before talking to you. With that, Rob began to reel in the fishing line. Baron Newland watched curiously to see what fish he had caught. Unexpectedly, after the fishing line was reeled completely, Rob fished up a book out of the water. Baron Newland. Even with his gentlemanly demeanor, he almost lifted the table and roared F***K on the spot, but he was forcibly restrained by his years of noble upbringing and did not misbehave. Rob took the book he had just caught, flipped through it, and said awkwardly, what crap, primary wind magic training book, garbage. What? When Baron Newland heard the book's name, he felt something wrong and thought to himself, what is a magic training book? Do you have more of this? I've studied primary wind magic spell collection, but haven't mastered all of it so far because I haven't studied hard enough. What does training book mean? Rob raised his voice and shouted into the chapel, Shualu, come out quickly. I have something for you. The chapel door opened, and Shualu, dressed in fox fur clothes, came out. Her red-haired fluttering and long legs shining. Though thickly dressed, she could not hide her natural beauty, and Baron Newland's eyes lit up. Of course, Baron Newland already has a wife and children. However, no man wouldn't look at such a beautiful woman. He quickly smiled and said, hello, beautiful lady, nice to meet you. Shualu smiled and said, this is? I am from Crystal Canyon, a former magician of the Wind Knights, Baron Newland Chengwang. Oh, wind magician? Shualu said with a smile, my name is Shualu, and I am a fire wizard. She snapped her fingers, and a small flame appeared on her hand, and then the flame disappeared with a wave of her hand. Baron Newland smiled and said, I can feel fire in you. You must be a good fire magician. Shualu said with a smile, I'm still very lacking. I can only shout 666 in a war. Baron Newland? I don't understand, but forget it. It's normal not to understand women. Men are dogs, and women are cats anyway. In front of beautiful women, men want to show off and highlight their strengths. Baron Newland was no exception. He straightened intentionally or unintentionally so that his silk coat could be seen by Shualu. Unfortunately, Shualu didn't seem to notice. After greeting Baron Newland, she turned her eyes to Rob. What do you have for me? Rob handed the book he had just caught into Shualu's hand. Take this book in your hand and use it like a magic scroll, do you understand? Shualu said, a magic book? Use it like a scroll? I don't quite understand. Aren't magic books for learning? What is it for? In fact, Shualu is not the only one confused. Even Baron Newland wanted to ask. He has never heard of a magic book that can be used as a scroll. This is not a scroll. It is useless to use it. Rob smiled and said, you ask too many questions. Just do as I say. All right. Shualu smiled and said, since you asked me to do it, I won't ask any more questions. If I do misuse it, you will be responsible for marrying me, won't you? Rob's voice sounded, no. Don't try to trick me into marrying you. You will force me to take numerous risks. Baron Newland listened to their conversation and thought to himself, oh, these two are having an affair. Xiaolu was ready to use the primary wind magic training book at this very moment. Xiaolu stood upright and held her right hand forward. The magic training book was in the palm of her hand. She thought about using it like a scroll. Soon after, the magic training book suddenly began to fade and become transparent and finally turned into countless green spots of light, which merged into the body of Xiaolu. Xiaolu blinked her eyes with a look of doubt. Huh? I don't know why, but I feel like I suddenly learned wind magic. I have become a magician of both wind and fire. I can feel the wind magic surging inside me. When Xiaolu said this, Baron Newland, who was beside her, was confused. He quickly meditated again and felt the magic flow in her. Sure enough, she now also had wind magic. It wasn't even weak. It was no worse than him. Baron Newland almost lifted the table again, but he was a noble. Once again, nobles won't jump out as easily as those clowns in stupid novels and say stuff like, if you don't get rid of it as soon as possible, it will bring disaster in the future. Nobles pay great attention to demeanor. Even if their heart is already full of embarrassment, F***K, and F***Ku, he still remained fine on the surface. He was able to remain still and said faintly, how strange. How did Miss Xiaolu suddenly have wind magic? Could it be that that book was a magic container that infused wind magic into your body? Miss Xiaolu, can you turn the magic power into magic and release it? Oh, let me try. Xiaolu wanted to try wind magic. She didn't know a single spell of the wind system, but as soon as she thought of a wind blade, she felt that there was wind magic at her fingertips and pointed at the big stone next to her. A wind blade instantly shot out from the tip of her finger at the stone. Upon impact, it was instantly split into two by the wind blade. Huh? Xiaolu froze. What the heck? This time, Baron Newland could not even keep his gentlemanly demeanor and jumped to his feet. How can the blade be thrown out without a chant? Xiaolu looked down at her hand, then turned to look at Rob and said in surprise, you passed on your magical system to me? Can I, like you, dish spells chantlessly? Rob smiled and said, that's right. The primary wind magic training book, which he fished with his fishing skills, is a unique item in the game, which allows anyone to learn magic directly, and that person who learns the magic from it naturally enjoys the rules of the game. This is the case now. She has already been integrated into the rules of the game in the area of primary wind magic, and no longer enjoys the rules of the real world. Therefore, she can also do spells chantless, instant wind blade. However, after she excitedly swung out a few blades, she was so tired that she gasped and became a little depressed. It turned out that although she could enjoy the chantless magic of the game, her mana points, MP, still followed the rules of the real world. Xiaolu gasped and said, my practice is still not enough, AI, my magic power is not enough. Baron Newland beside her was too dumbfounded to speak. Rob said with a smile, magic power is a really big problem, and I can't help you solve it completely, but you can solve it by managing your time in action. Wait, I'll get you something good. He reached out and grabbed something mid-air, and some silk cloth flew to his palm. Baron Newland, who was dumbfounded, was awakened by this development. When Rob rubbed, a master-grade silk robe appeared on his hand. The robe shone with glittering blue light, and it seemed to have the best enchantment. Baron Newland, who was wearing a master-grade silk robe himself, acted pretentious before, but now when he saw Rob rubbing out his expensive clothes, he almost spits out blood on the spot. He looked down at his own coat and felt like he wanted to go underground. At this moment, however, Rob shook his head and said, this robe is no good. It actually increases magic power. It's useless. He threw it on the floor next to the stone table, then reached out mid-air again, and another piece of silk cloth flew to his hands, rubbing his hands, and another master-grade robe appeared. Baron Newlin. Rob still shook his head. No, this is for magic resistance, mother. It's obviously for a priest, not a magician. With that, he once again threw it onto the ground, reached out, and another silk cloth came. He rubbed his hands, and another master-grade robe appeared. Baron Newlin's heart roared inside. I bought a watch last year. It's wear-resistant. My gentlemanly demeanor it's about to explode, will explode. Rob shook his head again. What the heck, this robe actually increases fireball power? *T, this is so useless. Its scope of application is too narrow. Garbage. With that, he threw it to the ground again. After a pile of master-grade silk robes were made, his eyes lit up. Haha. This is it. Energy-efficient silk robe, mana cost minus 30%. He put the robe on Xiaolu's hand and smiled, and said, go and try it on again. Xiaolu smiled and said, new clothes to wear again. She went back to her room happily and soon came out again, dressed in the new robe that looked elegant, magnificent, and exquisite. After all, the robes rubbed out by Rob are all designed by modern world artists. It matters not whether they are practical or not, but the appearance absolutely kills the designers of this age. Xiaolu came out in this dress, twice as magnificent as daughters of nobles. Even Baron Newlin's daughter had nothing as good as this to wear. She twirled in front of Rob and smiled. Does it look good? Do you want to marry me? Rob rolled his eyes and said, don't talk nonsense. I've seen 8,000, if not 10,000, magicians in this outfit. I'm tired of looking at this. Is there any difference? Rob is not lying. At some point in the game, magicians wearing this robe were all over the street. Xiaolu was used to joking with Rob. Even if he said he rejected her, she was not angry. She smiled and threw another magic spell to do the experiment. Sure enough, she could feel it herself this time that she consumed much less magic when using it. This robe can really alleviate the problem of her lack of mana points, to some extent. She smiled, threw herself onto Rob's neck, and gave him a kiss on the cheek, but women these days don't have lipstick to wear, so they can't put a red mark on Rob's face. Rob wiped his face with his hands and murmured disgruntled, don't mess around. You'll make my face wet. Xiaolu smiled, smiling and acting smug while saying words of disgust. Ah, males. They were flirting here while Baron Newlin looked at the pile of silk robes on the ground and was lost in thought, which obviously subverted his cognition and moved him at the same time. He wants the master-grade silk robes very much. If he wears one, he'll look nobler. But he's not retarded. He won't rob, let alone steal. After all, he is a magician, and his intelligence is not low. Even his little toenails would think of Rob as an incomprehensible monster. If he wants a robe, he should talk about it through money. Oh? You're interested? Rob smiled. No problem. Choose whatever. You can buy all of them if you have a lot of money. Baron Newlin knew that he could not afford to buy all these robes. I think I only need to buy one, he smiled. Well, I'm interested in the robe you just mentioned that increases wind magic power. I'd like that one. Baron Newlin can only see that the robe has a strong enchantment, but he can't tell what kind of enchantment it is. Only Rob can see it because he has game rules and can see the description of the equipment. Rob rummaged through the pile of robes, found the robe with wind magic plus 10%, and put it on the table. Is this it? Aloud. If you want, I'll sell it to you, but as you know, it's not cheap. I doubt you can afford to buy real estate in Westwind town after you buy it, so don't try to make yourself homeless. Baron Newlin smiled. Father is really funny. I am a baron. I have some wealth. He waved, and a loyal servant came from behind. The loyal servant pulled 4 jars out of the cart, walked up to Rob, put the jars on the table, and said with a smile, "Here are 4 jars of honey, for whole jars. I am willing to trade them for this silk robe of yours." Rob did not open his mouth, but the nearby Shualu laughed and said, "Wait a minute. I'll get something out." Shualu floated into the warehouse as soon as she said so. After a while, she ran out again, holding a large wooden box in her hand. She put the wooden box on the table with a bang. It was full of candy clumped together. Rob took out a piece of candy as small as a pearl and handed it to Baron Newlin. "Here, how does this compare with honey?" Baron Newlin put the small piece of candy into his mouth and was embarrassed on the spot. He quickly waved his hand, and the loyal servant ran away with the 4 jars of honey in his arms. "Well, it seems that father is not short of sugar, so I think it's better this way." Baron Newlin waved his hand again, and the loyal servant brought up 4 more jars of pepper and put them on the table. "I will exchange these peppers for your silk robe." Rob still sat still. Shualu said with a smile, "Wait a minute. I'll get something else." As soon as she uttered this sentence, Baron Newlin felt something wrong. She quickly carried a huge linen bag out of the warehouse and put it on the ground. With a loud bang, seemingly very heavy, she opened the mouth of the bag, and they looked inside. The bag was full of pepper. The peppers were very big, too. He has no choice but to come up with something unique. The former manor of Baron Newlin is located in Crystal Canyon, which is rich in crystal ore. After careful carving and polishing, several beautiful pieces of crystal ore in his hand were processed by a jeweler and enchanted by an enchanter. It made for a very excellent crystal necklace. He has to take a crystal necklace in exchange for these robes. He was about to ask his loyal servant to take out his treasured crystal necklace when he saw a little girl running out of the chapel, looking like 16 or 17 years old, with a kettle in her hand and a maid's dress. She ran quickly to the stone table with the kettle and poured Baron Newlin a cup of hot tea. As she poured tea, she leaned forward slightly. Her beautifully crafted amethyst necklace, with a mysterious purple enchanted light, shook left, and right in front of Baron Newlin's eyes. Baron Newlin. "Damn it, are all the maids in this house wearing this?" Baron Newlin flashed several meters from the ground and crouched by the bamboo fence in the churchyard, drawing a circle. "He won't survive today." "All right," Rob said with a smile, "don't be so aggrieved. You can't barter. But you can still use money. I'll give you a discount. 100 gold coins will be fine." Baron Newlin had no choice but to pay obediently. Fortunately, the quality of the robe is really good. When he put the robe on his body, he immediately felt that the price of 100 gold coins was very worthwhile, super worthwhile. "Mr. Newlin." Rob smiled, "Are you going from Crystal Canyon to Bright Road?" "Yes." Baron Newlin nodded gracefully. Crystal Canyon was raided by Kurdi, the Desert Kingdom. Although Kurdi needs to rest and march again after capturing the border town, it will be quick once they start sending troops to the south. From Crystal Canyon to here, no large city can resist them. "Really?" Rob smiled, "I think Bright Road is also quite dangerous. You should know very well why a small kingdom like Kurdi dared to raid West Gran. They must have signed some agreement with Mandra. I am sure Mandra's army is about to attack Bright Road." When Baron Newlin heard this, he couldn't help falling into contemplation. Rob was right. In fact, he was thinking about this along the way. Kurdi sent troops to attack Crystal Canyon, which can be said to be daring. The Desert Kingdom is not rich and has a small population. Why would they dare to provoke a big country like this? Isn't the reason simple? Taking advantage of the war in West Gran, the Desert Kingdom rushed over to help Mandra by doing a favor, and he would definitely get a lot of benefits from Mandra afterwards, and it was even possible to cede territory. Under this premise, it's no wonder that Mandra didn't take the opportunity to storm the Road of Light. Even if he ran to the Road of Light, he could not escape the threat of war, and he might even be forced into the battlefield. After all, he also has a title, and hiding in a small manor on the border can still be far away from the political center, away from the shackles of national hatred and family hatred. If he runs to the road of light, he will not be able to escape. Baron Newland thought about this question seriously. Is there any good way for father to show you? Rob pointed to his feet and said with a smile, just settle down here, Westwind town, I hope you don't. It was affected by the war. But here, Baron Newland straightened his face, with all due respect, this place will soon be attacked by the army of the Desert Kingdom. With the size of this town, it won't last for 3 days. No, 3 hours are very difficult. Rob smiled, you have such considerations, and I understand it very well. I don't ask you to buy a house and settle here directly. You can rent a house here first and live here. When the army of the Desert Kingdom arrives, you take your family and wait at the south gate to see me defending the enemy at the north gate. If I block the army of the Desert Kingdom, you can stay. If I can't stop it, the first time you hit the horse and run south, you still have time to run away. Baron Newland was hesitant, but whether he wanted to listen to Rob or not, at least he had to settle down in the Westwind tonight. He was tired of staying there. In the wilderness. I'll send someone to call the mayor White Birch, and let him take you to see my Wangjiang feeling community. Rob said with a smile, you can rent daily or monthly rent for a few days first, give it a try. After a while, Lillian called the mayor White Birch. As soon as the mayor came, he immediately smiled at Baron Newland, and seemed to respect him and please. However, the Baron can see at a glance that this guy is not respecting and fawning over himself as a Baron, but respecting and fawning over himself like a big fat sheep, a picture of, I will kill you when I'm fawning over you. The posture, the authentic businessman style. What's going on in Westwind town? The militiamen guarding the townsmen made a lot of nonsense at me. This priest is even more amazing. Even a small mayor, when he saw me, the Baron, actually put on a businessman's face. Mayor White Birch rubbed his hands and said, Lord Baron, please come with me and take a look at our Wangjiang feeling community. Baron Newland said angrily, what do you mean by Wangjiang feeling community? The community is just a bunch of them. The house is neatly built into something similar to an urban area. The mayor of White Birch said with a smile, the feeling of Wangjiang is its name. In this community, we can see our Westwind Canal at any time, and the scenery on the river is as beautiful as paintings are very sentimental, so they are called Wangjiang sentiments. Baron Newland. In short, you will know when you come and see. Mayor White Birch took Baron Newland to the community under construction. Go. Baron Newland saw Wangjiang feeling community from a distance and fell in love with it at a glance. In this era when everyone's houses are built randomly, it is the first time that Baron Newland has seen such a neat and orderly house plan. Along the riverside, a long row of wooden houses are all of the same shape. Open doors and windows in the same direction. In front of each wooden house, there is a small tree that is about the same height, and a long row of flower beds crosses in front. It is winter, and there is nothing in the flower beds, but Baron Newland can imagine that when spring comes, this community will how beautiful it would be. Baron Newland couldn't help but sigh, oh, this row of wooden houses is really pleasing to the eye. Living in such a house is much more comfortable than living in the wilderness. He was already thinking about it, so he put this row of houses. Rent it down for a few days, and then continue to flee to the road of light. The mayor of White Birch said with a smile, this is the first phase of the model project that has been completed. They are all single-room suites for the poor. People with status like you have to see the second phase of the project. Baron Newland, is there a more beautiful house than this? He raised his head and asked, oh. What about the second phase of the project? Please come with me. Mayor White Birch led the way and continued to walk forward. Not long after, a row of stone-built houses appeared in front of him. It is not made of ordinary chaotic stones, but made of neat and uniform square stones, which makes a lot of squares formed on the walls, which looks very beautiful. The mayor of White Birch said with a smile, this is father's invention. What's it called? Oh, yes, it's called brick. He asked us to put clay into the mold, make this kind of small square, and then use fire magic to dry it, made this strange square brick. Each brick is the same size. It is very useful when building a house. Building a house with this kind of brick is strong and beautiful, and it is better than a house built with a mess of stones. Much more comfortable. Baron Newland nodded. That's for sure. Uniform-sized stones are more convenient for building walls, and the structure is more stable. However, the house has not been fully built, and there is still a little corner work in progress. Conduct. Baron Newland saw at a glance a migrant worker came with a rockery on his shoulders. The rockery probably weighed 500 or 600 pounds, but the migrant worker carried it effortlessly. He carried the rockery to the middle of the garden in front of the house. Gently put it down. The Baron was startled by his light lifting appearance. Such a strong man? Mayor White Birch smiled and said, he's just an ordinary migrant worker. It was father who added a buff called King's Blessing to him that made him so powerful. When the buff time is over, he'll still be a bug. Baron Newland was secretly shocked, but he had heard of the King's Blessing. It is a supercharged magic of the paladins, which can make the caster become very powerful. However, I have never heard of it being able to strengthen an ordinary person into such a state. What kind of strength does a paladin need to add such a perverted King's Blessing? No, that's not the point. What the hell is it to use the blessing of the king to build houses for migrant workers? Don't the paladins want the cards? Swift Wind. Baron Newland knows this spell, and he can do it himself, but his swift wind isn't as strong. All the wind magicians of the Wind Knights will cry at this scene. When he turned around, he saw that a migrant worker was building a wall and flying everywhere. The worker was so fast that he could not even see his hands clearly. He only saw that the wall was built at least a yard high in the blink of an eye. Baron Newland didn't have to ask to know that the man was under a spell. It's getting difficult for him to keep his demeanor now, and he couldn't help asking the mayor of White Birch next to him, how many people can father use this magic on? Mayor White Birch shook his head and said, I don't know how much he can use it on. I just know that the workers have to go to father every day before construction starts. It seems to be a group buff. As soon as he raises his hand, a bunch of people will be added. Baron Newland. The mayor continued, we will come and start work as soon as we are added a buff, which has been going on for 10 days now. We have already completed the first phase of the project, and the brick housing area of the second phase of the project is nearing completion. The carpenters are already building the third phase of the project, and that phase of the project is also full of wooden houses. Father said there should be more houses for the poor and fewer brick houses for nobles, and the pyramids were always bigger at the bottom. Anyway, there are a lot of words that I don't understand. At this time, Baron Newland was silently estimating the fighting ability of these workers. Although these guys are building houses, they carry combat-type enhancements, and it is difficult not to let people think in the direction of combat. Baron Newland could figure it out without thinking that if these workers went to war, 300 people would be able to defeat 2,000 or 3,000, no, 4,000 or 5,000, or more enemies. Just as he thought of this, a migrant worker came running with swift wind, running so fast that he was about to pass by him in the twinkling of an eye. White Birch Mayor shouted, why are you running so fast? What's the matter? The migrant worker paused for a moment and said, there is a hill ahead, blocking our important garden planning. I'll ask father what to do. Oh, then go quickly. The migrant worker swooshed through the floor and disappeared. Less than 30 seconds later, the migrant worker ran back again with a scroll in his hand and said happily, father gave me an explosive scroll and said it was enough to blow up that hill. The White Birch Mayor said with a smile, what are you waiting for? Go quickly. The migrant worker went quickly. Newland looked hard in the direction in which he had disappeared and did see a hill, about 3 or 4 stories high. He then heard a loud boom in front of him. The sound of high-grade magic explosions of fire occurred, and a burst of flame and smoke rose in front of him, magic scattered all over the sky. Then the 3 or 4-story hill disappeared without a trace. The group of migrant workers cheered in front. The things given by Father are so easy to use, come on, remove the gravel and dirt. Baron Newland snorted, throw the precious explosive scrolls into the enemy, not at a hill. If you do so, the Ardent Flame Knight's fire magicians will cry. Mayor White Birch led Baron Newland to a beautiful brick house and said, Baron, this house will suit you very well. This is the largest house here, the largest number of rooms, and the most suitable for dignitaries in Wangjiang district. Oh! Baron Newland was suddenly refreshed. Mayor White Birch said, you see, this is a 2-story villa with 2 floors, 8 rooms, 3 halls, 2 bathrooms, and 2 balconies, with a garden in front and a private space behind. And there are several small houses next to it, which surround the main villa in the middle so that all your family members can live in the main villa in the middle, while servants and guards can live in the small houses around it. Huh! Baron Newland felt a little fond of this architectural layout. In his former manor, there was only a small castle in which his family and servants lived in a noisy and inconvenient mess. In this house, the main villa in the middle will only have his own family and his closest slaves, and all the other guards and servants will live in the small houses around them, which is excellent. Baron Newland could not help sighing, this house is so well designed. The mayor of White Birch smiled and said, it was designed by Father himself. He said this is something called modern manor architecture. Well, we don't quite understand it. Anyway, we just built it according to Father's instructions. Baron Newland suddenly noticed several copper pipes on the house's outer wall, which seemed to be connected from far away. He couldn't help asking curiously, what is this copper pipe? Oh, speaking of which, I have to give you a special introduction. This is a special feature of this town. It is called the tap water system. If you try it once, you can no longer live without it. 20 minutes later. Baron Newland peed in the toilet, then turned on the tap and flushed the toilet clean. While washing his hands under the faucet, Baron Newland sighed, this thing is so convenient. There is actually such a magical thing as sewers. Ah, I want this house so much. He came out of the bathroom and asked the mayor of White Birch, how much is this house? The mayor of White Birch said calmly, the main villa, the servant room next to it, the guard room, the garden, the private land, and all the supporting buildings, 500 gold coins altogether. What? This expensive? Baron Newland turned black. What the hell is the price? It's 5 times more expensive than the robe made by Father. It's the best robe. Mayor White Birch said, this villa is also designed and made by Father, a great master-level real estate developer. Although I am not very clear about what a real estate developer is, it should be better than a tailor anyway. You see, the clothes made by Father are small, yet they sell for 100 gold coins, but this is also made by Father. Is it too much to sell you this for 500 gold coins in such a big house? Baron Newland thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to be too much. The mayor White Birch said, by the way, Father also said that considering that the price of this house is indeed a little high, even aristocrats will find it very difficult to make a one-time payment. You can make a down payment of 20% gold coins, that is, a down payment of 100 gold coins and the remaining 400 gold coins can be owed in advance. It will take 10 years to pay off slowly. You only need to pay 5 gold coins a month. In this way, you'd be under no pressure to pay, right? When Baron Newland heard that he only had to pay 5 gold coins a month. F***K, this house is so cheap. Quickly. Buy it. However, when he carefully thought about it, he felt it was a little unreliable. The army of Kurdi, the Desert Kingdom, would come soon. If Westwind town fell, the house would be destroyed by war, so it was too early to consider buying it. He shook his head, sighed, and said to Mayor Birch, I won't buy it for the time being. I'll rent it for a few days. The mayor of White Birch smiled and said, "It's no problem to rent. The rent is 50 silver coins a day." Baron Newlin was a little confused. So expensive? Each day's rent is equal to 1/10 of the follow-up payment for buying a house. Mayor White Birch said, "The monthly rent is more economical. It costs only 5 gold coins." Baron Newlin, my father. Why is the rent as high as the follow-up payment for buying a house? What's the difference between rent and buying? The mayor of White Birch said solemnly, "It is the price set by father." According to him, the real estate business works like this. Well, it's all official, so it's more cost-effective to consider buying it as soon as possible. Baron Newlin stopped talking, and he found that the town of Westwind was a place that overcharges people but forget it. He was a nobleman, a baron, and part of the Wind Knights. He could be overcharged and could not bargain with others like a poor loser to lower his pressure. Anyway, if he rents it for a few days and leaves for 50 silver coins a day, he'll only spend a few gold coins for 4 or 5 days, which is no big deal. After paying the rent for 2 days and giving a gold coin to the mayor of White Birch, Baron Newlin successfully moved into the large villa. He first arranged for his wife and children and his 2 uncles, 7 aunts, and aunts to live in the main villa. The most senior maids also lived. Then, he let the servants and guards live in the small house around the main villa. Then, he sent a maid out to buy food and returned to cook. However, he is not very hopeful about how many ingredients the town can provide. It would be nice to have a bite of chicken steak or something. Unexpectedly, the maid returned with a strange expression on her face after a while. "Master, I just went to town to buy food and bought a lot of things. This town, my God, this town is scary." Baron Newlin said strangely, "What is there to be afraid of?" The maid took out a large bag of pepper from her basket and said, This thing, in this town, is 5 times cheaper than in Crystal Canyon." "What? 5 times cheaper?" Baron Newlin was startled. The maid took out a bag of candy. "This is sweeter than honey. It is said to be called candy. In this town, the price is 5 times cheaper than honey. This. The priest let me taste it before." Baron Newlin was surprised again. 5 times cheaper again? The maid took out another half of the cake. "Master, this thing must be tasted by the lady. The lady will like it." Baron Newlin saw at a glance that the cake was only half and frowned. "Why is it only half? What other people have eaten is dirty. How can you let my wife eat it?" The maid hurriedly said, "This thing was cut to sell. It hasn't been eaten yet. Moreover, it is very expensive. Half of it is a gold coin." Baron Newlin, it's only right to buy half." The maid began to bring out all kinds of strange things. "This is soy sauce, which is said to be used for cooking steamed fish. I tasted it in town and learned how to do it with a woman and cook it for master later. This is tofu. It is said to be ground from soybeans. It is very tender and delicious. This is the Coca-Cola. It makes you happy with each sip. This is Lay's potato chips. If you eat it with Coca-Cola, you will be twice as happy." Baron Newlin was dazzled and a little confused. But because of his noble, gentlemanly demeanor, he did not make a fuss any more but quietly listened to the maid and then waved and said, "Go and prepare for dinner. Call my wife and children, 2nd uncle, 7 aunts, and 3 aunts to have dinner together." An hour later, Baron Newlin's family gathered around the table and shed tears of emotion. The food in Westwind town is really too beautiful. The entire household fell. The next morning, he continued to pay the rent for another 10 days and refused to go, trying to see for himself whether Westwind town could withstand the attack of the Desert Kingdom. If it can handle them, he will buy the house and won't go anywhere. In the case of Baron Newlin, he was not alone. He was only the first to arrive in Westwind town, the first noble to be shocked. As the war drew nearer and nearer, Westwind town began to usher in the best part of the waves of immigrants. People escape from the north almost every day, sometimes small merchants, nobles, and ordinary people. Some fled in hundreds. Some are fugitives with 3 or 5 people in their families. When the little nobles first arrived in Westwind town, they all looked like Baron Llewellyn, arrogant, and wanted to pretend to be great in this small town. However, after entering the town, they would encounter all kinds of ruthless spirals in the face, and after their faces were swollen, the nobles behaved and dared not do anything. They obediently took out a sum of rent and rented a house to live in the second phase of Wangjiang district. As for the poor people who fled, that is another matter. Like the nobles, they were worried that Westwind town could not withstand the attack of the Desert Kingdom. However, when they ran from the north, they had no horses to ride, no cars to ride, and they relied on their legs. They were very tired and barely had enough dry food along the way. However, upon entering the town, they found that the ordinary townspeople in Westwind town did not seem to panic at all about the coming war. The townspeople here actually lived and worked in peace and contentment without pressure, and the town was still recruiting workers everywhere. The mayor of White Birch posted a new recruitment notice, recruiting a large number of carpenters for the 5th phase of the Wangjiang District House project. The mayor of Westwind town also posted a recruitment notice, recruiting a large number of masons, stonemasons, porters, and so on to prepare for the 4th phase of the Wangjiang District Brick House project. The silk stockings factory also took the opportunity to come out to play. The newly bred little spiders are thriving, so there is an urgent need for a group of prepared female workers to first enter the factory for observation and internship. When the newly cultivated little spiders can take up their posts, these female workers should also follow suit. The mayor of Stone Canyon has also come out to take people. The smell of spring is getting closer and closer. He needs a lot of manpower to do spring plowing, recover some land for cultivation and prepare for sowing beetroot and soybeans. There must be a lot of farmers. The people who fled to Westwind town were surprised to find that instead of rejecting the fugitives, the town gave them a warm welcome with a posture of, "We need you." The town also has many low-rent and neat houses that fugitives can rent cheaply and can slowly repay for 10 years to buy them. Is this heaven? It's heaven. The only question here is whether it can stop the attack of the Desert Kingdom. The mouths in Westwind town suddenly doubled, from a small town with a population of only more than 2,000 to a medium-sized town with a population of 5,000. Of course, this has caused a test as to whether the food supply of Westwind town can manage. If the town can't withstand such a fierce population leap, everyone will be hungry in the twinkling of an eye. But there is their father, Rob. Food? If he spends 2 days using the happy farm, the food supply problem will be fixed. As a result, the newcomers to Westwind town are all concerned with only one problem: the Desert Kingdom's army. When will they come? Evening, the sky once more turned dark. Westwind town will become very quiet once it gets dark, but now it is different. Although it is dark, lights are shining everywhere, especially in the Wangjiang district community, where small wooden houses are placed. There are still many windows lit up. Baron Llewellyn's villa was even more brightly lit, where a small ball was being held, and he invited several fugitive nobles to his place to dance. Of course, he also invited Rob, but Rob preferred his bathtub. He won't bother to dance with a group of medieval natives. The crystal ball is on the stone table, and Her Majesty's face appears on the crystal ball. "You're building too fast." Her Majesty could not help sighing, giving blessing of the king and swift wind to hundreds of migrant workers. A large house usually takes a few decades to build was built quickly. This is a nice way of construction. For an ordinary magician, even if he can do so, he will not do so. Rob smiled viciously at the crystal ball. That's because magicians haven't touched their capital yet. I'll tell you, once capital starts to run at full speed, not to mention proud magicians, even kings, and emperors, have to bow to capital. The Queen said, "Do you mean that even I have to yield to capital?" Rob smiled. "Hey, you certainly may not believe it now, but it won't take long." He deliberately didn't finish his sentence but dragged on a long note. The queen smiled and said, "You underestimate me. The royal family is good. It's not just money that can influence people." As soon as she finished, Number 1 leaned over and whispered, "Your Majesty, the royal waterworks we built on Bright Road were seen by many nobles. They are probably jealous, and they jointly submitted a letter. They want to take some shares of the one in Lost City." The queen frowned and said, "This is a matter for the state. Why do they want to take advantage of it?" The necromancer whispered, "The funds of the treasury are really tight. Now that the war has begun in the west, and the army in Fongjing Cave has fought with the advanced troops of the Desert Kingdom, while on the side of Bright Road, the vanguard of the Knights of Mandra has arrived. Several battles are going on, some victory or defeated. Money is burning right now. If we use the pre-collected annual fee scheme provided by Mr. Rob, we will still raise enough money to build waterworks in the Lost City." The queen mused for a moment and sighed, "Well, nobles are allowed to contribute to the construction of the waterworks in Lost City, but they can only be given a 49% stake, and the royal family must own more than 51%. Number 1 whispered, "In addition, our cake industry has been hit a little recently. A smart noble set up a caravan to go to Westwind town, bought cream and candy in large quantities and then used magic to keep it fresh. They transported the cream and sugar back to Bright Road to make the cake and spread the cream on the cake to make the cream cake. In this way, his cost is much lower. We have to fight with their prices." It took away a large portion of the market share of the royal cake shop. Queen. She turned to look at the crystal ball, the corners of her mouth slightly pressed down, disgruntled. "Mr. Rob, you actually sold cream to another businessman to suppress my business." Rob said, "We did not sign an agreement. If we do, then I am breaching the contract. Since I did not sign, then there is nothing wrong with me doing so. You didn't think of buying the cream separately. It's not me to blame. Let me teach you. It is because of competition that businessmen become smarter and smarter. Without competition, the market will be unhealthy." Although the queen was a little exasperated, she understood it when she heard Rob's words. Indeed, if there is no competition, how could anyone think of buying cream from Rob instead of cakes? Rob said with a smile, "At a time like this, you need to use your head to think about what you can do to beat your opponent. Come on, use your head, think about it." "I understand now." The queen was not angry but a little happy. "I should speed up to develop the self-made method of cream as quickly as possible so that I can take advantage of the cost and hang the bastard noble who messed with the royal business." "Right," Rob said with a smile. "However, you still have to be on your guard. If the noble buys the recipe from me, then you're screwed. He'll take all your market share before you could even come up with your cream recipe." A blackmailing idea suddenly appeared on the queen's face. "I have an idea, that is to bribe the middle-aged women in Westwind town who have learned to make cream and make them spit out the recipe through money. It must be much less than buying the recipe from you." "Ha ha ha. That's right." Rob clapped his hands and laughed. "I thought of this earlier. Poaching is a shortcut to stealing technology from your opponent. It may be stupid, but it works." Despite her idea being called stupid, the queen was not angry at all. She discovered one thing. She's better than Rob when it comes to plotting, forming national policies, cooperating, and negotiating interests. However, when it comes to business, she's not even close. After talking on the phone with Rob for several days, she has found that Rob is not the kind of person who bothers for interests. He often gives profits to others and does not feel distressed at all. Moreover, he does not care about cooperation much. He does not like fishing in troubled waters and does not try to balance the forces on all sides, which shows that he is not as good as her in dealing with diplomatic matters. Talking about strategy and tactics, Rob has never done so. He'll just go to the battlefield recklessly. She's never seen him deploy troops yet. Maybe he really won't. There is also the political structure of Westwind town, which can now be said to be chaotic. Although Rob can be vaguely called Lord, he did not actually hang up his title of Lord. The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness, the 3 town mayors, and the newly arrived nobles in town have formed several major forces which do not belong to each other and can be said to be chaotic. It can be seen that this guy's organizational structure is also a mess. But such a messy person who is too lazy to do anything has a strong ability to do business. Lying on the stone stool, he can make money fly up, earn and spend indiscriminately, and see people angry. On the commercial side, Her Majesty can only be defeated by Rob. In fact, she's not to blame. She is not fighting with Rob alone but with a super team of profiteers from modern generations. Rob casually came up with one of the commercial means of modern times, and she had to think for a long time to figure it out. Mr. Rob. Her Majesty was ready to hang up, but before she hung up, she had something to say to Rob. Have you figured out how to retreat from the attack of the Desert Kingdom? I've made up my mind. Rob waved his hand. I'll slap them and make them cry and then bring them all into town to be reformed through labor criminals. Queen, what is a reformed through labor criminal? Rob said with a smile, it is to let the bad guys work, use labor to transform their body and mind and make them good people. This is called reform through labor. Of course, reform through labor criminals can't be paid for their work, so they can only be given some potatoes to ensure they will not starve to death. Ha ha ha, I'll let them all become my money-making machine. Queen. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. It took a few seconds for the Queen to come to her senses and whispered, you have to be careful. Westwind Town depends on you alone. If I want to attack Westwind Town, I will have to find a way to plot against you. As long as I kill you, Westwind Town will destroy itself. It is impossible for the people of the Desert Kingdom not to know this. Even if they do not know at first, they will know when the vanguard is beaten back by you, and then they will develop tactics against you. You are now facing a country that is fighting with all its strength. All kinds of strange tricks, shady tricks, magic items, secret treasures, and artifacts will emerge one after another, so you must be careful. Rob smiled, thank you, Miss Queen, for reminding me of all the ways you can use to deal with me in the future. Are you saying that because you are not afraid, you will not be able to deal with me in the future? Why do you care so much about me anyway? The Queen put on a serious face, because you are helping me against the East Army of the Desert Kingdom. If Westwind Town loses, this army will point straight to Bright Road, and I will be attacked again, so we are now on the same side. Isn't it normal that I can give you a little advice? Well, I guess it's normal. Well, that's the end of today's diplomatic talks. The phone hung up, and the Queen looked at the crystal ball that had lost its light and sighed faintly, you have to hold on. Whether because of national reasons or personal reasons. The Queen's voice stopped abruptly as a necromancer ran over, and he hurriedly shouted, Your Majesty, no, the Knights of Mandra attacked at night. The siege began at the East Gate. What's the panic? The Queen stood up with a brush, and her long white dress fluttered. She wrapped a black cloak around her body and covered her white dress. Her body was immediately surrounded with gloom and horror as if she had released the smell of death. It turned out that she was a psychic, which was a title that necromancers could only get when they practiced to the extreme. She inherited her parents' blood and has an excellent talent for magic. She is only 20 years old and has already stood at the pinnacle of necromancy. She smiled, let's go. I'll visit the East Gate in person to see what Mandra can do. Just as she stood up, a skeleton dragon squatting on the roof of the palace raised its head to the sky, let out a terrible dragon roar, spread its wings, and flew toward the East Gate. Meanwhile, Westwind Town began to enter the 10th stage before the war. The townspeople took the time to put small stools and parasols on the town wall to give themselves the best place to watch the game. Even if they don't watch, they can still make money by selling their spot. A large group of townspeople who are good at seizing business opportunities are frantically frying potato chips and racing against the clock to prepare snacks that can not only be eaten by themselves but also sold to others. Everyone's busy. In this tense atmosphere, the nobles and refugees who fled were stunned. Should the tense atmosphere before the war be like this? Baron Newlyn had taken all his belongings out of the rental house and put them in a cart, and his people were assembled at the south gate of Westwind town. If he notices something going wrong, he plans to use up his magic and add swift wind to his people to flee south. Several other little nobles were also bargaining with Baron Newlyn to get him to give them a copy of the Swift, which, of course, is for escape. However, when they saw the townspeople's reaction, they could not help being a little confused and even began to doubt life. At this time, a convoy suddenly appeared outside the south gate, a team of townspeople running towards Westwind town at breakneck speed. Baron Newlyn was surprised to find that while there was going to be a war, and he was ready to flee, someone came into Westwind town. What kind of weirdos are these guys? The sentry guarding the south gate laughed loudly. The masons and blacksmiths are back. Did they make a lot of money building a waterworks on Bright Road? The team that came back were the men who had been to go from Westwind town to Bright Road, and the foremost craftsman was the mason, who had helped Rob build the water tower. When he arrived outside the town gate, when he heard the sentinel's question, Mason laughed and said, "It's crazy. I took 20 masons and taught them how to build water towers. I got a lot of money. But then again, the craftsmen in the big city are really amazing. As soon as I teach them, they will do it right away and do it better than me. If I didn't hurry back, they would see that I am a country bumpkin." The blacksmith who did the plumbing also sighed, "It's the same on my side. The royal blacksmith really lives up to his reputation. I don't have to teach them how to make iron pipes and copper pipes. They make them better than me. I only taught them how to make a faucet, but it didn't take long for him to make a better faucet than I did, so I had to run away with the money." The sentry laughed and opened the town gate. As soon as the masons and blacksmiths came into town, they saw a bunch of nobles behind the town gate, posing as if they were ready to escape, and could not help saying, "What are these guys?" The sentry said with a smile, "They're prepared to run away. There will be a war soon." The mason and the blacksmiths laughed together. "Run away? Where will they go? There is already a sea of blood on Bright Road, and if we had slowed down earlier, we would have all been spattered with blood. You see, our group was followed by a group of people who had escaped from Bright Road. When they heard that Westwind town was good, they decided to come here and have a look." Hearing what they said, Baron Newlyn and the group of fugitive nobles hurriedly looked at the back of the group and was startled. There were really a lot of fugitives behind them. The faces of the nobles have all become a little ugly. The front door is a wolf, and the back door is a tiger. Where is it safe? The mason said with a smile, "Don't run around, nobles, just watch the play here. Father will not let you down. He has never let any of us down. The war is about to begin. Rob is still fishing." He sat on his usual stone stool, cast out a long fishing rod, and watched the surface of the water. At this time, little E came out of the chapel, fully armed, dressed in her blue nun dress, 2 silver-plated firearms hanging from her thighs, covered by her skirt, wooden staff in her hand, and a small bag hanging from her waist. The bag contained several bottles of holy water, potions, mixtures, and other things. Her face had a look ready to go to war. She was not surprised to see Rob fishing but said coldly, "Stop sitting around. Jike just said that the vanguard of the desert kingdom is coming soon, and it's time for you to get up." Rob said with a smile, "Don't panic. It's never too late to catch this fish." Little E glanced at the float on the water's surface and said, "It's shaking badly. Isn't it time to finish now?" Rob said lazily, "Don't feel like it." Little E said coldly, "Then are you catching a ghost?" "Fine." Rob finally moved, "I'll reel it in then. After all, I'm not so lazy." He pulled the fishing rod hard, and with a bang on the water, he unexpectedly caught a strange machine out of water. Little E looked left and right intently but couldn't understand what it was. Rob shrugged and said, "Oh, I can't believe I caught a tail vane of a magic airship." "What?" Little E was a little confused. What did you say you caught? How can such a thing be caught in this canal? Hey! How does this even bite the hook? And why does it float and shake? How on earth does this happen? Only God knows. Ask the designer of Dark Blade, Rob said. You're talking incomprehensible nonsense again. Little E grabbed him. Get up, go to the north gate to fend off the enemy. All right, I'll go. Lillian immediately pushed the wheelchair over. Rob moved from the stone stool to the wheelchair, and then Lillian pushed him towards the north gate. Little E shook her head and followed with a wry smile, followed by the three adventurers, who followed closely behind with a smile. When the group arrived at the edge of the north gate, they saw that there had been a lot of action there. The town wall was covered with tables and small stools, and the townspeople sat on the small benches at these tables with all kinds of snacks and Coca-Cola on the table. The Templar Knights and the Church of Darkness sat at the same table. For example, the four little nuns who sat at the same table stared at each other angrily. Rob said angrily, "Hey, since you hate each other, don't sit at the table." The four nuns said in unison, "We will monitor them to see if they will defect." With that, the four nuns found each other saying the same thing and immediately said, "Bah, you guys defected," and began to spit. Rob had no choice but to shrug. Just then, the mayor of Westwind Town swooshed over and whispered, "Father, I have a favor to ask of you." Rob smiled and said, "Oh? What's the matter? Say it." The mayor of Westwind Town whispered, "I want to ask Father to fight off the enemy a little slower this time. It would be nice for you to clean up the enemy with one strike, but it'll be a waste of the people's effort if it's over so fast." Rob couldn't help laughing. "You profiteer. I see. You want me to play a little longer to attract those fleeing nobles and fugitives from other places to buy seats and snacks so that you can make a lot of money." Westwind Town's mayor laughed. Hee, sure enough, I can't hide it from Father. I learned all these little ways to make money from Father." He whispered, "I'm not making a profit for myself, but for the people of Westwind Town. You see, on the walls of this town, many tables and benches are laid by the old townsmen. They also fried a lot of potato chips and made small cakes. Weren't they just waiting for this opportunity to make a fortune? You are a father who loves the townspeople most and will certainly help them earn a wave of money from nobles and fugitives." Rob scolded with a smile, "These people from other places will become residents of this town sooner or later." Westwind Town's mayor smiled. "Who told them to rent a house now? They haven't bought a house yet, so they haven't been registered. They deserve to be slaughtered by us as fat sheep. When they really settle down and understand the rhythm of Westwind Town, they can join the money-making side." Rob thought about it, and right. The mayor has a point. Those nobles and fugitives are unstable and want to escape at any given moment. They haven't taken root in Westwind Town and don't regard themselves as locals at all. It is only natural that they were cheated by locals for some money. They are to blame for not integrating into Westwind Town's rhythm. Rob said with a smile, "All right, then it's settled. I'll fight this slowly and make it look like a movie to make the audience happy. You tell the townsmen to be diligent, sell more snacks and earn the money of those men." The mayor of Westwind Town rejoiced, "Thank you very much. In short, everything is ready. Only the arrival of the army of the Desert Kingdom is left." A few minutes later. The first ones that appeared in everyone's eyes were several scouts. Interestingly, these scouts rode not war horses but camels, big, strong camels. With headscarves on their heads, light armor on their bodies, machetes hanging around their waists, and 2 axes on their backs, they look like they can fight both in range and close combat. Bishop Elsie appeared out of nowhere and whispered beside Rob, "Father, this thing is the characteristic army of Kurdi of the Desert Kingdom, named Mamluk. It is the nemesis of our knights that ride horses." Rob asked curiously, "Oh? So this is their cavalry?" Bishop Elsie whispered, "A horse is smaller than a camel, and when it comes to war, it will be crushed to death by the camel, and of course, our knight will not be able to do anything afterward. Rob couldn't help laughing and said, I see, but I do like camels. They are hardworking, and they are easy to use for business. Bishop Elsie thought, Father's favorite thing is to do business. Everything revolves around business. He immediately turned his head and told the Templar knight next to him, after the battle is over, everyone immediately rushes out of the town gate to bring back the camels and present them to Father. Everyone. Rob smiled satisfactorily at Bishop Elsie, good job. Bishop Elsie said respectfully, your subordinates will do their best and do their part. The strangers watching from a distance thought to themselves, who is the bishop and who is the priest? The relationship between superiors and subordinates is completely messed up. The Mamluk camel cavalry that came to scout made a circle in the distance outside the town, and some of them went back while the rest watched the town from a distance. The townspeople in the town did not show weakness but glared back at the group. The scouts were a little surprised. After all, throughout the way from Crystal Canyon into West Gran, the people of the small villages and towns they met abandoned the village and fled. It was the first time they had encountered a town with resistance, and they didn't seem to be afraid of them at all. This is so weird. Is it true that there are strong troops in this town? They really can't be blamed for thinking too much but speculate from common sense that there must be a large number of troops, otherwise, the townspeople could not have such attitudes. The scouts whispered, and soon the vanguard group arrived. This is an army of more than 3,000 men, half of whom were from the Mamluk camel cavalry and the other half were infantry, which looked completely different from the swordsmen and knights of the Kingdom of Gran. They were dressed in chainmail, cloaks, and headscarves, and they all looked villainous with machetes hanging over their waist. Rob also saw in the distance several skinny guys in cloth robes dangling around after the battle, with strange head ornaments on their heads, bristles around their necks, and strange voodoo dolls in their hands. Rob couldn't help laughing, yo, aren't those the witch doctors? That's right. Bishop Elsie whispered, there are many witch doctors in the Desert Kingdom who are good at using poison and treating soldiers. They also have a lot of shamans, who are good at using lightning magic and use strange spells to inspire soldiers when fighting, making them bloodthirsty and ferocious. Rob said with a smile, I see. How interesting. The leading general of the vanguard army of the Desert Kingdom was a middle-aged man wearing light armor and 2 machetes around his waist. He was dressed like an ordinary soldier, but his armor's quality looked more luxurious. There were some ornaments on his armor, gold earrings on his ears, several gold rings on his neck, several gold rings on his wrists, and gold rings on his ankles. He's just covered with rings. If you take off all the gold rings on this man and melt them into gold coins, you can get dozens of gold coins. Several scouts approached the general and whispered something to him, and then he looked at Westwind town from a distance and was lost in thought. By this time, the new nobles and fugitives were all extremely nervous. Seeing the invading army of the Desert Kingdom with one's own eyes was even more terrifying than they had heard. As long as the general on the other side waved his hand forward and thousands of Mamluk and machete soldiers rushed forward, what was there to guard this little town of Westwind? With this being the case, why are the townspeople of Westwind town still looking so cheerful and excited? Are they not afraid at all? Baron Newlin has even begun to recite the chant of Swift Wind. If he recites it now, he doesn't have to be in a hurry, so he can soon be able to cast Swift Wind. Rob smiled in his wheelchair and looked at the army opposite him. He won't move if the enemy won't move. He just said in a strange way, the other side didn't even send someone to persuade me to surrender or something? Bishop Elsie whispered, there is no need to persuade us to surrender. He knows he can't because it is common for foreign countries to go to war and slaughter the townspeople after the destruction of the city. No one would surrender but fight to the death or flee. How ferocious. At this time, the general on the other side suddenly waved his hand and issued an order, but he was too far away to be heard. Then a witch doctor jumped on top of a big leather drum, which was bigger than a man, and the witch doctor jumped around on the drum, and his foot became a drumstick. Each drop fell with a note. Dong. The sound was extremely unpleasant and disgusting and caused people to feel nauseous and a little confused. Only the clergy of the Church of Darkness were unmoved. Its demon voice. The other party wants to disturb us with this sound. Bishop Elsie exclaimed, Paladins, use sacred halo. There are several paladins in the Templar Knights. They all activated sacred aura at the same time. The golden light spread from them, shrouding all the townspeople near the town gate. In this holy brilliance, all kinds of negative effects are weakened, and the specific degree of weakening is based on the magic of both sides. Suppose it is a powerful paladin like the Grand Duke Ingsi activating the halo. In that case, almost nothing can affect anyone under the influence of his halo, but the level of these paladins in Westwind town is much lower. Their sacred halo barely counteracts the enemy's drums. However, their move lifted the spirits of the fugitives. There are paladins in Westwind town? There are several, too. But why are they wearing ordinary clothes? Why aren't they wearing armor? These sacred halos also stunned the troops of the Desert Kingdom outside the town, and the general covered with gold rings also felt strange since they had sent troops at the invitation of the Church of Light and Mandra. They heard that this place was all controlled by the Church of Darkness. Why is there a paladin? What the hell? General Jinhuan could not help but let out a roar, and then hundreds of people shouted with him in unison, "We are for Mandra. Why are there paladins against us? Did you betray the light?" "No. We did not betray the light." Bishop Elsie called back to the 300 Templars in unison, "The Church of Light has tampered with the doctrine. It has changed God loves the world to God loves its believers. That is hypocritical, narrow, and shallow, not the truly great love of the God of Light. We are the real divine officers who understand that the God of Light loves everything, and we are the true holy light." When Bishop Elsie said these words, even little E couldn't help shouting, "That's right. We are the true holy light. Father Rob taught us true love." Arrogance. General Jinhuan was furious. "You have joined the trash of the Church of Darkness under the threat of East Gran. You have no proud and noble souls at all." Number 8 immediately laughed nearby. "No, we didn't let these hypocrites under the banner of light join us. Hey! We are pure darkness and will not be mixed with even a little light." General Jinhuan was confused at once and didn't understand what had happened. But forget it, it doesn't matter, he'll just prepare to attack the city. His eyes glanced to the left and right of Westwind town, and immediately he saw that the town was full of cracks and, needless to say, the town walls were very short. The defensive forces were all huddled around the northern town gate, with no intention of guarding the town walls on the left and right sides. Climbing on the nearby hillside to look at the scouts in the center of the town, there were few people in the town, and there was no defense boundary. He soon figured out how to attack the little town. On the front, the infantry group will advance for a feint. If the enemy's defenses are weak, the feint becomes a real attack. General Jinhuan loudly ordered, "Mamluk troops, divide into 2 teams, 1 team to the left, 1 team to the right. Go around the 2 sides to break through into the town and set fire, converge in the middle, and capture the defenders of the other side's north town gate." "Yes, sir. Yes." The subordinates responded, and the Mamluk army immediately split into 2 groups of about 600 men, separated on both sides. In the middle was an infantry group of more than 2,000 men, divided into several waves, ready to push forward. For a small town like Westwind town, General Jinhuan did not intend to give the main army an opportunity to attack but planned to use his own vanguard troops to destroy the town in one stroke. When Rob saw that the enemy was divided into 3, he could not help feeling a little depressed. It's disgusting to split up. If 3 teams come at me at the same time in different areas, I'll have a lot of trouble to deal with. Shouldn't I just charge directly into the enemy's army and beat the guy dressed in gold? The mayor of Westwind town hurriedly said, "You can't do it. That way, the battle will be over in an instant, and the fried potato chips of the townspeople can't be sold." Rob sighed deeply. Yes, we can't let the townspeople who made fried potato chips lose money. He touched his chin and said, how can I fight so I don't instantly finish it? Sure enough, I have to call up the skeletons. Only skeletons can fight and not instantly beat the enemy. The last time the elemental army was too strong, once it was called out, it was finished in the twinkling of an eye. Last time, it was because of the emotions of the townspeople and little E that he did not summon the skeleton soldiers, but now that even the Church of Darkness has been set up in Westwind town, he doesn't need to worry about the townspeople's emotions and little E's. Well, let's have a skeleton army clash with the enemy and excite the audience to chew some potato chips. With a wave of his hand, the clearing outside the town suddenly darkened, and a hand came out of the ground, and then a skeleton soldier broke out with a rusty iron sword in his hand. Then the second, the third, the fifth, the 10th. In the open space of the town, there were a lot of skeletons. In the twinkling of an eye, 2,000 skeletons were ready, just like when the Necromancer 42 led the skeleton army to Westwind town, except that at that time, there were 2 skeleton knights, skeleton magician, skeleton warrior, skeletal horse, skeletal dog, and other creatures. Still, Rob called only one kind of skeleton. The low-rank one looks like a thief. The skeletons also quickly divided into 3 teams, and it seemed that they would meet the enemy's 3 groups simultaneously. As soon as this group of skeletons appeared, the nobles and fugitives who had planned to run away all stopped and were overjoyed. It turns out that there is such a strong army of undead in Westwind town, maybe the town can actually survive this. We might not have to run. Let's take a look. They could not help taking a few steps back from the south gate of the town, and fast-wind magicians like Baron Newland dared to return directly to the edge of the north gate. A townsman leaned over and said, Baron, look how boring the war is. Would you like to have a bag of Lay's potato chips and watch while eating? This will make it more exciting. This one is very cheap. I'll only charge you 20 copper coins a bag. With Baron Newland's status, a copper coin is nothing. And he was too lazy to talk nonsense with the scum. With a flick of his finger, a silver coin fell into the hands of the townsman. Keep the change. As a result, they successfully sold the first bag. Baron. Another townsman on the town wall shouted, you'll get tired if you keep standing. You see, I have grabbed the best position to watch. I have already set up the chair. Isn't it unreasonable to just stand? I'll only charge a silver coin for the chair. Baron Newland thought about it carefully, and yes, he, the Baron, came to see war and didn't even have a chair to sit on. It's only 1 silver coin, so of course, he has to rent this seat. He didn't even say anything and only paid the money. As a result, the seat was successfully rented out. At this time, no one in Westwind town was surprised that Rob could summon skeletons. Even Little E and the 300 Templar Knights did not show the slightest expression. Bishop Elsie even leaned over the town wall and shouted, good call. He, a bishop of the Church of Light, was applauding the skeletons. The 2 light nuns could not help rolling their eyes at Bishop Elsie. They really wanted to complain, but in the end, they were forced to hold it down. After all, he was still their immediate superior in name. But the 2 little dark nuns were laughing. Mr. Rob is indeed a priest of the Church of Darkness, and he can also use necromancy, but where did he get these skeletons? Are their bones buried there in advance? Number 8 shook his head and said, no, there are no skeletons buried. His skeletons are not made of bones but are made out of thin air. Huh? The 2 dark nuns were stunned. How do you do that? I don't know. Number 8 shook his head, I don't understand. At this time, the troops of the Desert Kingdom outside were also looking at the skeleton army that suddenly emerged from the ground. The general covered with gold rings smiled contemptuously at the corners of his mouth. Are you really summoning skeletons? The information given by Mondra was right. There are not many human and demi-human armies in West Gran. At present, they are mainly undead. There is often only one necromancer, a few necromancer apprentices, a few dark priests, and dark nuns in a town. Other than that, they don't have much combat power. They can't block the army of the Desert Kingdom. He waved his hand forward and shouted, "Beat the drums. March, 3 groups, all together, break their undead, send my orders to the front of the Mamluk, be careful not to step on the array. The shamans are preparing their spells." Dong, dong, dong. The witch doctor danced crazily on the big leather drums, and the irregular drumbeat echoed on the battlefield. The 2 groups of Mamluk of the Desert Kingdom began to charge, and the infantry group and the middle began to advance slowly, with machetes unsheathed, shining a silver light. On the other hand, the army of skeletons on their enemy's side looks messy and out of shape, with rusty swords and a loser vibe. The army of the Desert Kingdom shouted in unison, "Kill, kill, kill, kill." Sitting on a chair on the town wall, Baron Newland threw a piece of potato chip into his mouth and said anxiously, "This battle looks unwinnable. Our skeletons feel very weak. The other side, Mamluk, is a powerful army in Fengma continent. How can they win this battle? I better get ready to use swift wind and run." A townsman next to him also threw a piece of potato chips into his mouth, chewing on it and saying in a vague voice, "What are you afraid of? We have father on our side. Attack! Kacha!" The armies on both sides began to advance, and the skeletons ran forward with no organizational discipline in sight while the Mamluk and machete fighters gathered in a neat charge, looking murderous and menacing. Before the 2 armies clashed, a Mamluk cavalry on the camel's back took 2 small axes from his back and swung them forward. The 2 axes flew out in 2 beautiful arcs in mid-air and accurately cut into the throats of the 2 skeletons. The 2 skeletons had their heads snapped at the same time, and the skeleton fell to the ground with a kacha and rolled all over the ground. However, the skeletons would not die because of this, and the 2 headless skeletons quickly bent down to pick up their heads, but at this time, the army charged, and the other skeletons rushed up and, intentionally or unintentionally, kicked their heads. The 2 skeletons hurriedly went after their heads, but they kept getting kicked everywhere. The 2 headless skeletons chased their heads hard. General Jinhuan could not help laughing, ha ha ha. Before he laughed again, he heard the people of Westwind town actually burst out laughing, ha ha. What stupid skeleton soldiers! You're killing me. General Jinhuan, huh? They're still laughing? The townspeople laughed, but Baron Newland couldn't. The potato chips in his mouth were tasteless, and he began to think about escaping again. By this time, the Mamluk on 2 different sides, who rushed the fastest, had already clashed with their enemies. In an instant, Mamluk's army cut into the army of skeletons like a sharp knife, causing the skeletons to turn upside down, with broken bones flying all over the sky. With a flash of the machete, a skeleton soldier lowered its head to look for its head. With another flash of the machete, the skeleton soldier was cut in half, and the 2 halves crawled on the ground, trying to get back together, but the camel immediately stepped on it mercilessly and turned it into a pile of broken bones. In less than 5 minutes, more than 500 skeletons were lost. There were only a few casualties on the Mamluk's side. Rob gently waved the goose feather fan on the town wall and sighed, "Oh, are skeletons really this weak? Their combat power is so low." Next to him, Shualu smiled, "You are not to blame. You only summoned the wrong thing. The last time you fought skeletons, you directly summoned elementals. But this time, you summoned skeletons against the Desert Kingdom. This is a serious mismatch." Little E couldn't help but also say, "That's right. This is wrong. I'm afraid you'll have to summon something else." The mayor of Westwind town jumped out next to him, "Father, it can't go on like this. You see, our army has lost more than 500, in this way, our army will be wiped out soon, and there will be no chance for the fugitives to see this battle, which means that the potato chips and seats will not be sold." Rob tilted his head. "You have a point. It'll end too quickly. I have to slow it down." I can't let it end this fast. He grabbed a wooden stool from the side, rubbed his hands, and turned it into a harp. The two light nuns were startled at the sight of Rob taking out the harp. The last time Rob took out the harp and played a song on both of them, the two nuns almost lost their innocence. Once bitten by a snake, they'll be afraid of it for 10 years. Now they are so vigilant about harps that even without thinking, they'll plug their ears with their fingers simultaneously. The two dark nuns who sat with them could not help laughing. What are you doing? Can't hear you. Two nuns of light shook their heads at them. We asked what you were doing. Why did you guys plug your ears all of a sudden? Can't hear you. The two dark nuns said angrily, Why are you plugging your ears? Light nuns are so rude. Put your fingers down. The two dark nuns went to pull the fingers of the two light nuns out of their ears. The two nuns of light dared not let them do it for fear that they might get affected by something terrible, blocking their ears. The four nuns tussled together. Rob had already begun to play at this time, but he would not bully the little nuns with a charming song this time. He actually played a very oriental song, and he sang, There was a wonderful dance step in the Three Kingdoms period. When the morale of the army is lax, dance this dance. Unspeakable comfort. With the sound, the war outside the town immediately changed subtly, and the army of the Desert Kingdom, which was charging, suddenly froze for some reason. A few seconds later, the front row of Mamluks suddenly began to dance. They were riding on the backs of camels, so their movements are limited. Left, right, hands dancing flower-like movement, machete moving left and right. It was beautiful. The strangest thing was that the camels they were riding on were also dancing, shaking their bottoms left and right, following the beat of the music. The soldiers in the back row were immediately bewildered, and a vice-general could not help roaring, What's going on in front? Why are my hands and feet not working? After saying this, the vice-general joined the dance. With the exception of General Jinhuan, who stood at the back of the battle, and a group of shamans and witch doctors, the whole vanguard of the Desert Kingdom began to perform a strange dance. The townspeople of Westwind town immediately laughed and said, Ha ha ha. Dance, keep dancing. Baron Newlin looked confused. What's happening? Why did the enemy suddenly start dancing? He suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Rob, looked at the harp in his hand, and heard his singing, Put down your weapons and dance together. For a moment, Baron Newlin seemed to understand what was happening. It's a spell of bards, Song of Harmony. Song of Harmony can appease people's hearts, dispel anger, and make people can't help but enter the beat of the music and dance along. However, this spell is not so easy to use. It has very high requirements. The bard must love peace, sunshine, and life very much, and he must sing songs that can infect people's hearts with his voice. However, how can Rob's song with strange lyrics and melody have such an effect? Besides, Song of Harmony depends a lot on its caster. Only those who are weak, mentally weak, and easily affected will be controlled by the Song of Harmony and dance with the music. Those who are strong-willed and mentally strong can hardly be influenced by the Song of Harmony. Looking at the Desert Kingdom army opposite them, they remembered that these soldiers were all born and raised in the desert. From the moment they were born, they struggled with nature, and their willpower was much stronger than those who grew up in lush mountains and rivers. And Mamluk's army is one of the trump cards of the Desert Kingdom, and each knight is carefully selected and has seen blood and war. How can these people be controlled by a Song of Harmony and dance? Not even one of them wasn't dancing. The strangest thing is that even their camels are dancing. What the heck is going on? The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The skeletons, who had just been cut in half, their heads cut off, their arms cut off, or even broken apart, took advantage of this opportunity to reassemble themselves. They combined mechanically, like transformers, and with a kacha, a group of broken bones on the ground soon reassembled into a skeleton soldier. The two poor skeletons searching for their heads finally picked up their heads, put them back on their necks, shook their heads left and right, then opened their mouths and burst into laughter. Another skeleton soldier had just reattached its broken left arm when another skeleton soldier suddenly came up next to it, handed it an arm, and pointed to the left arm it just attached. The former looked down at his just connected left arm and found that it was a right arm. Well, he got it wrong and attached someone else's right arm to his left arm slot. He smiled shyly, took it off, gave it back to the skeleton soldier, and connected it with a left arm. The two skeletons shook hands and hugged each other, and the light of friendship took root in their hearts. General Jinhuan, who was watching the battle, was startled. The witch doctors and shamans next to him were also stunned. General Jinhuan scolded loudly, "Damn it, such a powerful bard. He actually controlled 3,000 soldiers with a song," and the other side skeleton troops took the opportunity to recover and reassemble. "Witch doctors, shamans, what did you guys eat? Why don't you guys quickly dispel this magic, otherwise, our army will get killed while they're dancing." The witch doctor and shaman suddenly woke up and quickly began to cast their spells. Their chants are special, both different, but have the same effect, and before long, a witch doctor took the lead in performing the group dispelling spell and hurriedly cast it on the front Mamluk group. However, after a flash of light, nothing happened. Dispel failed. The witch doctor shouted in panic, "The caster on the other side is much more powerful than me. My dispelling spell is ineffective." The first witch doctor failed to dispel it, and then the second witch doctor failed to dispel it, followed by the third and fourth. Followed by a shaman's dispel being ineffective, and then another. General Jinhuan brought a large group of shamans of witch doctors, just like dry rice, but none of them could dispel successfully. At this time, he realized that the bard on the other side was far more powerful than any other magician on his side. The bard on his opponent's side must have reached some extremely high level. My F***K. General Jinhuan could not help but be in a bit of a hurry. The situation is not good. If this goes on, our army will be wiped out. A witch doctor shouted, "General, plug your ears. As long as you can't hear the song, you will not be affected." "Ah, right." General Jinhuan quickly tore a little cloth from his cloak, crumpled it into balls, stuffed it into his ear, and rushed out after saying, "I'll use them like earplugs." He dashed forward with great speed. Charge! In a flash of red, General Jinhuan reached the rear of his army in an instant. Sure enough, blocking his ears made the bard's song ineffective. He blocked the ears of a soldier in the battle with rapid speed. The soldier was finally able to stop dancing, and he was still confused. General Jinhuan pointed to the cloth in his ear and then pointed to the soldiers who were still dancing next to them. The rescued soldier immediately understood and quickly tore two balls of cloth from his cloak, blocking the ears of a fellow dancer next to him. Afterward, 1 saved 2, 2 saved 4, 4 saved 8, 8 saved 16, and 16 became 32. The army of the Desert Kingdom saved itself, starting from the rear to the front at breakneck speed. However, no matter how fast they save people, they can't save everyone. After all, the skeletons will not watch them save each other without action. A skeleton soldier jumped high and shouted, "Kacha," in mid-air. Its leg kicked a Mamluk knight off the camel. The knight fell to the ground and was still dancing. A few skeletons swarmed up to them, beat them violently, then ran to the Westwind town, brought them into the town gate, and slammed the knight onto the door. A Templar knight went over, put his foot on the knight then looked up at Rob, who was sitting on the town wall, and laughed and said, "Father, you caught reform through labor criminals." Rob nodded and said, "Well, take good care of them. The large-scale spring plowing of our town falls on these reform through labor criminals." At this time, the army of the Desert Kingdom was still desperately trying to save itself, but the Mamluk knights in front were still constantly kicked off the horse by skeletons, beaten violently, and then carried up and thrown onto the town. 500 Mamluks had been captured by the time they saved themselves. The two armies returned to being in a state of confrontation. My F***K. General Jinhuan jumped to his feet in anger. What kind of shit is this? The messenger next to him looked confused. General, what orders did you give? I didn't hear it clearly. General Jinhuan, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Report to the general that there are 700 Mamluk and 2,200 machete warriors in our army. I couldn't hear you. Order the entire army to step back and regroup. General, I can't hear you. The command system of the Desert Kingdom is in chaos. Moreover, despite knowing that their command system was paralyzed, they dared not take the cloth off their ears for fear that they would start dancing again. By this time, the fugitives had already seen some signs. Father Rob of Westwind Town is a little strong. With a small harp and thousands of skeletons, he can play with his opponent in the palm of his hand. Moreover, while in the face of a great enemy, his goal is to catch, reform through labor criminals, and he says that he wants them to engage in spring plowing. This is arrogance. Facing the enemy so arrogantly, of course, he has to have the ability to back up his actions. No wonder the townspeople of Westwind Town were under no pressure at all. They sat on the town wall and watched the play happily. They are even still in the mood to take up seats and eat potato chips. It seems that they have made a fuss. Several nobles put aside their feelings, and some of the fugitives even came back to watch the battle. All this occurred while the townspeople took advantage of the opportunity to sell their positions, chips, and cola. It's nice to be busy. Baron Newland thought carefully and said to his guard, "Call the lady and young master to come and see the play." After a while, his family came, and at this time, one chair wasn't enough. Baron Newland's eyes turned to a small table, and the townspeople who set the table immediately leaned over. "Baron, would you like to rent a table? This only costs 10 silver coins for half an hour. This price is absolutely reasonable." Baron Newland, of course, would not bargain. With a wave of his hand, the money was delivered, and the table and chairs belonged to him. As soon as his family sat around the table, the townspeople who sold cola and potato chips poured in together, and after a while, the table was instantly filled with small snacks. With her pair of white-gloved hands, Baron Newland's wife gently picked up a piece of vanilla cream cake, looked gracefully at the battlefield out of town, and said with a smile, "This place is really good to see the war, much more interesting than watching an opera. The people in the town are enjoying it, but the people outside are suffering. General Jinhuan is very uncomfortable now. The army can't listen to commands with cloth in their ears. How can they fight this battle? However, he has no intention of backing down. Because he knows one of the most basic facts: the greater the magic spent, the wider the range, the greater the number of people affected, and the greater the consumption of magic. The opponent's Song of Harmony covers a very wide range, affecting more than 3,000 people. What level of consumption is being done here? There is no need to be afraid now. The opponent should not be able to sing soon. The guy will put down his harp after his magic has dried up. As soon as he puts down the harp, we can revive the army's morale and go rashly to see if his only 2,000 soldiers can stop my army." As soon as General Jinhuan thought of this, he saw Rob on the town wall put down the harp and stop playing. It turned out that Rob wanted to talk. It was too boring to fight. Moreover, he sang while his opponent's ears were blocked. Isn't that sad? After Rob put the harp aside, General Jinhuan immediately removed the cloth blocking his ears. Of course, he was careful not to throw it away as soon as he took off the cloth, but raised his hands, which were only a few centimeters away from his ear, and maintained a vigilance that he was ready to put back in his ear. The general's movements were instructive to his subordinates, and when he did so, so did his soldiers, all putting their hands to their ears. More than 2,000 people raised their hands to make an ear-blocking action, which looked spectacular. Rob was amused to see them like this, and as soon as he reached out his hand, he took the harp again. The army of the Desert Kingdom outside the town did not need the command of General Jinhuan at all. The whole army moved together and stuffed the cloth back into their ears. Rob put down the harp again. They took them out of their ears. Rob picked up the harp again. The opposite side stuffed the cloth balls back into their ears. Rob put down the harp again. This happened 32 times. More than 3,000 people danced as if they were following Rob's gesture, repeatedly picking up the cloth balls. Ha ha ha. Baron Newlin was the first to laugh. What is this? Ha ha ha. The other fugitive nobles laughed as well. Rob put down the harp and waited for them to remove the ear cloths. Only then did he use the sound of nature skill and turn up the volume to the outside of town and say, I said, idiots from the desert kingdom, I am not singing now. If I pick this harp up and put it down, it can make you dance, haven't you noticed? Desert Kingdom Army. General Jinhuan was furious. You don't have enough magic to sing, do you? Do you think that I don't know the rules of magic just because I'm a warrior? Using that kind of magic takes up a lot of magic points. You may have a calm look now, but you're too tired to stand. That's why you're in a wheelchair. Wow. You saw through it all. You're so wise. General Jinhuan was delighted to hear this. But unexpectedly, Rob immediately replied, would you like to try it? With that, he picked up the harp. Without even thinking about it, General Jinhuan stuffed the cloth ball into his ear again. Rob put down the harp again. General Jinhuan took off the cloth ball again. Over and over again, 32 times. Rob slammed the harp to the ground and stepped on his feet. Forget it. I'll stop playing the harp. It's not fun at all. General Jinhuan, overjoyed, immediately took off the cloth and shouted, attention, army. Get ready to attack. Listen up. He may be pretending not to play the harp. That's why, after I finish, plug your ears and fight. With great speed, he passed on all the orders of the next strategic and tactical arrangements, then picked up the cloth ball again and stuffed it into his ear. Drawing 2 machetes from his waist with both hands, he led the army in a murderous manner, pressing toward the town of Westwind step by step. As he walked around, the gold rings on his wrists and ankles collided, making a crisp sound, adding a touch of mystery and strength to him. The army of the Desert Kingdom has now become a silent army, for everyone's ears are blocked. Rob felt very uncomfortable. I dropped the harp, but their ears are still blocked. They don't want to talk to me, so how can I talk to them? The friendly forces on the town's wall all cast a helpless look at Rob and dared not say anything. Only Little E complained, why are you like this? Can't you fight normally? Geez, that's what you don't understand. If I get serious, you'll call me Hero King after 3 chapters. And that's boring. Rob said. Little E, what 3 chapters? What is this Hero King? Forget it. You don't understand. Rob pointed to General Jinhuan, who was slowly approaching outside, and said with a smile, this man is a general in the Desert Kingdom, and his strength looks very strong. It would be a bit disrespectful to the enemy if I slapped him in the face. Is there anyone in our town who is interested in fighting him? A wonderful fight, on the one hand, shows respect for the enemy. On the other hand, it can also allow the audience to buy and sell more potato chips and invigorate the commercial circulation of the town. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone knows that the respecting the enemy stuff is nonsense, and the most important thing is to act to invigorate the town's economy. Father Rob often said that money not used at home is not money. Money in circulation is real money. What he likes most is that people spend the money immediately after making money, allowing the money to flow constantly in the hands of all the townspeople. It is said that only in this way can the total wealth of Westwind Town be increased. Of course, no one understood this statement. But they still did it anyway. Several eyes were locked on Gorda. After all, they were both warriors, and all wanted to see a fight between warriors. Gorda shrugged. Don't embarrass me. I'm just a small adventurer, a shield warrior, and my opponent is a vanguard general of the Desert Kingdom, a strong warrior. Rob smiled. You obviously haven't seen the shield hero. Shield warriors are the strongest. Mark my words. As long as you play, you will definitely not lose. Huh? Gorda's eyes lit up, hearing Rob's assurance. Since Mr. Rob says I can't lose, I'm a little interested in going out and fighting that guy. Well, it's settled then. As soon as Rob raised his hand, he gave Gorda a blessing of the king and said with a smile, have a good fight and beat that guy. This is Gorda's first time receiving Rob's blessing of the king. This blessing has been given numerous times to Lillian and the group of builders, but those people have a very low ability base. Even with the addition of blessing of the kingdom, it's only at the level at which they can move big stones. However, when Gorda received it, the effect was completely different. In an instant, Gorda's feeling changed from a naive adventurer to a seasoned adventurer with vicissitudes of life, with a sense of heaviness, majesty, and power that seemed to be visible to the naked eye. He waved his arm and felt an inexplicable surge of strength all over his body, and he couldn't help roaring up to the sky. Oh, this is a great feeling. Gorda laughed and said, I feel like I can kill the black dragon now. It's better not to feel that way. Shuelu and Jike said simultaneously, everyone who thought that way, died. Gorda strode out of the town gate. The blessing of the king makes him feel as if he has become a king. Yes, it is the feeling of a heroic king, every step of his is heavy, but his heart feels extremely enthusiastic. As he walked, his steel armor clanked, and the scabbard of his sword flapped gently at the waist. More than 3,000 eyes on the battlefield focused on Gorda. General Jinhuan roared angrily, obviously, that person is the enemy's commander-in-chief. The bard on the town wall is just a cover. But none of his men could hear him because their ears were still plugged in. General Jinhuan let out a roar and rushed at Gorda. Although the Mamluk and the machete soldiers could not hear him, they could see that the general had rushed up, so what were they waiting for? Go! Go! Kill, kill, kill! The army of the Desert Kingdom roared in unison, the most powerful charge. After the roar, 10 shamans roared, Group Bloodlust. Each shaman can use Group Bloodlust to cover a small circle with a radius of about 10 yards, and 10 shamans put Group Bloodlust together, adding at least half of the army to the effect of Bloodlust, which can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. And the witch doctors are ready to treat them. As soon as someone is injured, they will immediately throw heal at him. The overwhelming force frightened people's hearts. On this side, only Gorda and 2,000 thin-looking skeletons made people sweat for them. In fact, Gorda was a little panicked. Although he now looks like the shield hero and seems to be very powerful and domineering, he is only an adventurer at heart, so he is only good at fighting small group battles. He is not good at fighting such a big battle with thousands of troops. He couldn't help but panic when he saw the 3,000 troops opposite, Group Bloodlust, coming. He thought desperately, what am I going to do? I'll first use Obstructing Roar, then Thunderstrike. With my current strength, the Thunderstrike must be very powerful. It should be able to shock everyone around me in a circle. However, this is not a small group battle, with a total of 3,000 men. How many Thunderstrikes do I have to use to get it done? Can I keep my strength? Just then, Rob on the town wall smiled and said, why didn't any of you pay attention to the man who first went forward? Everyone rushed indiscriminately. It's unruly. All you scum soldiers should stay on my side. Don't influence the duel. With that, Rob waved his hand, Group Delay. As soon as the magic was thrown out, the army of more than 3,000 slowed down at the same time, just like the slow motion of a movie, taking each step very slowly. General Jinhuan was the only one who didn't get hit because Rob didn't target him, so General Jinhuan maintained a normal charge speed and left his soldiers behind in an instant. Moreover, with his ears blocked, he could not hear the shouts and footsteps around him and did not notice that no one was following him. After burying his head for a few hundred yards, he found that there seemed to be something wrong, and when he looked around, he found that he had become the commander of the light pole. It would be embarrassing if he wanted to return to run back with his men. If he really does it, the vanguard will lose face. However, he immediately found a gratifying scene. That is, the skeletons of the other side had also been slowed down, and their running movements on their bony legs were so slow that the rotation of each bone joint could be seen clearly. Delayed regardless of ally or foe. General Jinhuan was a little confused. Why? Is it possible that there are third-party forces on the battlefield plotting against our two armies at the same time? At this time, the townspeople on the town wall were looking confused. Shualu could not help hanging on Rob's neck and asked with a smile, "Mr. Rob, you can just slow the enemy. Why are even the skeletons on our side slow?" This question was what everyone was wondering as well. A lot of people turned around to look at him. Rob said with a smile, "This is what you don't understand. When two great heroes fight one-on-one, they must use a spotlight to highlight their heroic temperament, while the small soldiers around them, as the background, of course, have to be weakened. It makes their battle look better. This is a common strategy in movies, and your audiences will understand instantly. We don't know what a movie is, but Father often utters strange words in his mouth, and everyone is used to it. All you have to do is smile." Gorda took a big step toward General Jinhuan. After General Jinhuan found that the soldiers of both sides had been delayed, he wasn't afraid. Both sides are alone. Who is afraid of who? He also took a big step toward Gorda. Clang! General Jinhuan unsheathed his two machetes, both hands murderous. Clang clang! With his shield on his left and sword on his right, Gorda looks majestic. About 100 yards apart, the two roared, "Charge!" Red light trailed behind both of them, and they slammed into each other. Jike and Shualu were worried about this rush. They all know that Gorda is not a very strong warrior. After all, he is just a naive adventurer, which must be far worse than the former general. Even with the blessing of the king given by Rob, it is still unknown how much he can fight. The two couldn't help thinking, "Dude, don't fall for a feint for a second, that would be too humiliating for our adventurer team." At this time, the two soldiers had already collided head-on. General Jinhuan waved forward with two machetes in both hands. Gorda also waved his shield for a shield slam. The two machetes and the shield collided with each other in mid-air. And then, the crowd heard General Jinhuan scream, "Ah," and he was knocked away. Gorda effortlessly resisted General Jinhuan's attack. Furthermore, he managed to sneak in a strike to his chest to knock him away. Fly, 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 the butterfly flies. In the meadow, it's flying high. General Jinhuan was knocked far away and crashed straight into his subordinates, who were running forward in slow motion. These subordinates watched helplessly as the general threw himself at them and hurriedly tried to hide. However, because of the delay spell, their movement was as slow as a frame of ultra-slow animation. General Jinhuan flew over at speed a lot faster than them. One quick and one slow, it'll be a wonder if they can hide. The audience on the town wall gleefully watched the group make trying to avoid him, and then moved frame by frame, slowly, and General Jinhuan crashed towards them like a cannonball. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Great show, it's truly a great show. One more bag of potato chips. Damn it, my spot isn't good. I'd better buy a seat in front of me. It looks so funny. I want another piece of cake. Merchants. Make me a cup of tea. The price is negotiable. There is obviously a very serious, national-level battle going on below, but the walls of Westwind town have become more vegetable markets than it is a war. The fugitives who are new to the place aren't afraid anymore. Those who climbed trees, roofs and ran out of town to climb up the black pine mountains next to the town can see clearly even though they are a little far away from the hillside. General Jinhuan climbed out of the pile of his men he crashed into and woke himself up. Although he was hit far just now, he was buffered by his subordinates when he landed, so he was not hurt much. On the contrary, 2 subordinates under his body were seriously injured. He jumped up and felt that the strips of cloth stuffed in his ears had been knocked off by the fall, but at this time, he also realized that the enemy was not going to sing and cause him to dance anymore, so there was no need to plug his ears anymore. He roared angrily, "Admirable, powerful shield warrior. State your name." Because of that, just now, Gorda's confidence has greatly increased, and now he has come with momentum. "Gorda," he laughed. General Jinhuan was stunned. "I've never heard of a general named Gorda in West Gran. A great warrior like you can't be nameless." Gorda also laughed and said, "What's your name?" General Jinhuan exclaimed, "The general of the vanguard army of the Desert Kingdom, the double machete warrior Matra." Rob shouted on the town wall, "Hey! Fight, don't talk. If the show's boring, the audience will want a refund." General Jinhuan was stunned. "What is that guy talking about?" Gorda laughed, saying, "He told you to hurry up and stop talking nonsense." Matra felt insulted, his eyes fixed and became more ferocious, and he roared up to the sky. This is a warrior's spell, called Battle Roar, which can improve his strength for a short period of time. Gorda also used the same. Matra then leaped forward, and Gorda slammed into the air with his shield. Matra fell sharply in mid-air, and instead of being swayed by Gorda, he fell to the ground before he reached the shield. He avoided the shield and then held the machetes with both hands. At the same time, he waved to them. Gorda pressed the shield down, and General Matra turned around again and jumped to the side of Gorda. The man's movements are very flexible, and his battle style seems much more mobile than the shield warrior. He swung his machetes so fast that he made it clear that he wanted to play with the bulky shield warrior with speed. However, Gorda has the blessing of the king. If he didn't, Matra would have succeeded. But with the blessing of the king, all his abilities improved, including agility. Gorda twirled and easily turned to face General Matra with a sudden wave of his shield. Pang! Once again, Matra was knocked far away. "No, it's impossible. How can you keep up with me?" Matra roared angrily in mid-air, but this time, before he landed, Gorda charged. With a red light trailing behind him, he brushed the ground to catch up with Matra, who was still in the air. Strike, damaging shell, thunderstrike, vengeance. A series of attacks constantly hit the body of Matra. Hearing the continuous sound of heavy objects colliding, Matra was hit again and again in mid-air, and after a while, he fell to the ground with a boom, and the armor on his body was out of shape. He can't move. It's unknown how many injuries he suffered. Golda finished and could not help laughing. I Gorda also have such a strong day, I beat the vanguard general of an army, The audience on the town wall also clapped and applauded. Mr. Gorda is mighty and domineering. What a handsome combo. Who says shield warriors are not strong? Isn't this much better than the double machete warrior? Mr. Gorda, I'll birth you a monkey. Gorda turned and waved to the wall. Just then, one of the audience suddenly shouted, "Oh, Mr. Gorda, watch your back. The enemy witch doctor is being naughty." It turned out that the witch doctors behind the Desert Kingdom took advantage of the moment Gorda turned around and suddenly shot several healing waves together on the body of Matra. Matra, which had been beaten so much that he could not move, jumped up again with a brush. And at the same time, a shaman threw bloodlust at Matra. The figure of Matra seemed to suddenly become taller, and there was a faint red light on his body. He grinned and waved his double machete at Gorda's back. Seeing what was about to happen, Gorda suddenly turned and waved his shield as if he had been on his guard all along. Pang! The double machetes of Matra were blocked by the shield at the same time. Gorda laughed and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Isn't it normal for demons to play dead? The enemies I, Gorda, have fought are way more cunning than a general like you, Matra clenched his teeth and said nothing. His machetes continued to attack ferociously. Originally, his strength was not as good as Gorda with the blessing of the king, but with bloodlust given by the shaman, his strength was greatly enhanced, but he was barely able to catch up with Gorda, and the two passed several moves in the twinkling of an eye. The battle between the two was so wonderful that the audience seemed to be watching a fighting action blockbuster, which was simply a feast for the eyes. There was a lot of cheering on the town wall, and some people even wanted to open some bets. It's time to open the market. Does anyone want to bet on which side to win? Don't be silly. Father Rob is sitting here. Who will buy the enemy's side at all? If only one side's being opened, it cannot be done. Won't it be a bad bet? Fool, there was no gambling in the first place. Huh? Look over there. The groups advancing like snails have finally bumped into each other. It turned out that when Gorda and Matra fought inextricably, the soldiers did not give up their efforts, they were still charging at the enemy in slow motion, and now they finally arrived. A Mamluk threw an axe, and every detail of the action of throwing the axe could be seen clearly, along with the ferocious expression on his face when he threw the axe. After the axe flew out of his hand, slowly flying in mid-air, the special effects, TSK. Violence aesthetics, playtime. Modern audiences would usually say that they are too tired of waiting. But for the audience of this era, this was their first time seeing this kind of thing. Too wonderful, countless people's eyes chased the axe, slowly gliding in mid-air, watching it fly over the mountains, over the plains, over the surging Yellow River. Flying in front of the skeleton army, the first skeleton soldier in the front of the platoon flashed sideways, and the axe brushed his face dangerously, and even the bone powder that appeared on his face could be seen clearly. The axe continued to fly backward. The skeleton soldier behind it was not so lucky. The axe hit its chest with a poof, the three ribs in front of the chest were cut off simultaneously, and the bone residue flew in mid-air ultra-slowly. The skeleton fell to the ground with a scream. It was then that the townspeople shouted, "Wow!" Then the two armies finally collided with each other, and in slow motion, everyone saw the skeletons being hammered upside down by the enemy. And seeing more clearly than before, the skeletons were still no match for the enemy and were pressed to the ground for a violent beating. Baron Newlin could not help shouting, "Father, the other shaman has bloodlust, our skeletons are small and weak, and the other side gave bloodlust to the whole army, which leads us to a dead end. Besides, the general covered with gold rings can fight Gorda with bloodlust, which is not good." Another fugitive nobleman also shouted, "Yes. Father, do you think you can think of something else?" Rob was sitting in a wheelchair, gently shaking the goose feather fan in his left hand and pretending to be playing with his beard in his right hand. Although he didn't grow a beard, his attitude had to be shown. Turning to look at the people next to him, he smiled and said, "Don't panic." "That's right. Why panic? Father can kill them with just a few elementals," one townsman said with a smile. "He's just thinking about whether to summon water or fire." Rob said with a smile, "I will not use elementals this time. I used the move once, do not want to use it the second time." He said with a smile, "Look at their strategy. I can also do it, though. Bloodlust, I can do it too." He waved his fan forward. All the skeletons suddenly shone red, just like the red light on the opponent's army. The shamans on the other side immediately froze. "Huh? It's bloodlust. Why are there shamans in the kingdom of Gran? Yes, that's impossible. Moreover, if you want to add bloodlust to 2,000 skeletons simultaneously, you have to cast it with several shamans. West Gran can't have that many shamans." "Oh, it's that guy on the town wall who seems to have a broken leg and is in a wheelchair. He did it alone. This man was just a bard, but how can he become a shaman now? Oh, my God, does having a broken leg increase the power of magic? Just like how baldness can make you get stronger." While the shamans were surprised and uncertain, the situation on the battlefield had undergone earth-shaking changes. The skeletons were originally beaten on the ground by Mamluk and machete warriors, but with the bloodlust effect, the skeletons suddenly became strong. A skeleton soldier that was about to be cut down by a machete warrior suddenly rose to power. With a rusty sword in its hand, it hit off the machete soldier's machete, kicked him in the chest, and kicked him back for 2 or 3 meters. Another skeleton soldier that had already fallen to the ground and was about to be trampled down by a Mamluk's camel's hoof and turned into a comminuted fracture, but when the hoof was halfway down, bloodlust was cast on him, and the skeleton soldier suddenly became extremely powerful. It held the camel's hoof on its chest with 2 thin skeletal hands and forcefully refused to let it step down, then roared, click, and lifted it hard. The camel was knocked to the ground. The audience on the town wall applauded in unison, "Wow! You are the best! Well done, powerful skeleton soldier! Fight, skeleton brother! With your blood and sweat, cough! Use your unyielding souls to tell the enemy that the lowest soldiers should not be underestimated." The situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant. 2,000 bloodthirsty skeletons suddenly beat more than 2,000 Mamluk and machete soldiers on the ground. The shamans of the desert kingdom were confused. This is not right. Without bloodlust, our soldiers should be stronger. In theory, with bloodlust, our soldiers should still be stronger. Right, but why are the skeletons on the other side stronger than our soldiers with bloodlust? There's something weird. The combat effectiveness of theirs is much better than ours with bloodlust. But it's so much stronger. The difference is too big for it to be normal. Poor little shamans die wondering why each other's bloodlust is so strong and what kind of big shaman can be used. In short, let's just continue taking part and do what we can. Afterward, more than a dozen shamans began to chant at the same time and then pointed forward, and a fork of lightning shot out from the tips of their fingers. This lightning is quite powerful. It looks like a flash of electricity when shooting, but after flying a certain distance, it will split and attack 2 targets at the same time. Although skeletons are not afraid of physical attacks and can be reassembled and resurrected after being broken up, they are afraid of magic. 2 skeletons were struck by lightning at the same time, and there was a flash of lightning when they were struck, and their bodies seemed to glow. They showed their bones, and after it, the 2 skeletons fell down at the same time and could no longer get up. More than a dozen shamans released more than a dozen forks of lightning, and in an instant, dozens of the bravest skeletons in front of the battle got electrocuted. As a result, the offensive of the skeleton army was suspended for a while, and the morale of Mamluk and the machete warriors were immediately boosted. Haha, we still have long-range support. We don't have to be afraid. We can win. There are more than a dozen shamans behind us. The shamans laughed loudly and went on with the next spell. Just then, Rob sitting on the town wall, also waved his fan. "I'll do as you did. Eat my forks of lightning." His fingers shot out a lightning ray as strong as a positive electron siege cannon, and shot at the shamans behind the enemy array. The more than a dozen shamans only looked at it and were scared out of their wits. What kind of lighting is this? Why is it so thick and long? Hide. Oh, it's too late. Everyone get ready. Boom. After a loud boom, they lost contact. The witch doctors standing not far from the shamans felt that something big had happened. They saw black smoke on the shaman's side, and dozens of shamans were all lying on the ground in strange postures, all in a blackened state after the electric shock, which made people cry. The witch doctors wiped the sweat on their foreheads. They want to run. However, the general did not give the order to withdraw, so they had no choice but to fight. The witch doctors raised their hands and cast magic at the injured Mamluks. Healing wave. Healing waves are healing spells that bounce from person to person. They first act on the first target and then bounce to the next target. With each jump, the healing effect attenuates a little bit until it decays to no power at all. Simply put, the more powerful the healing wave, the more times it can bounce. This group of witch doctors is quite confident about their own healing waves. Each of them can make it bounce more than 10 times. That is to say, they can treat 10 soldiers, and if the dozen witch doctors cast them together, they can bounce and treat more than 100 soldiers at the same time. As long as they keep chanting incessantly, they can provide continuous recovery to the army in front of them. Sure enough, this round of healing waves has brought a strong supporting effect to the Mamluk in front of them. Dozens of Mamluk who were beaten by the bloodlust-affected skeletons suddenly felt a healing wave leaping over their bodies, and their wounds instantly healed. They could not help feeling refreshed, waving their machetes in their hands and chopping the skeletons in front of them to the ground. We can still win. We still have witch doctors. Rob laughed. I have healing waves, too. With a wave of his hand, he threw a healing wave at the skeleton soldier. As mentioned earlier, the number of bounces of the healing wave depends on the power of the caster, and Rob, the grinding emperor, is powerful. It has to bounce at least thousands of times if you want it to decay to completely disappear. The 2,000 skeletons present had not yet reached Rob's maximum number of bounces in the healing wave. Of course, it bounced on all of them. For a moment, the whole army of skeletons was bathed in the light of the healing wave. The audience on the town wall cheered loudly, "Ha ha ha, we are invincible with Father." When they finished cheering, suddenly, a skeleton soldier froze, then burst into bone powder, and disappeared without a trace. Then the skeletons on the battlefield froze one after another and turned into bone powder one by one. In a twinkling of an eye, all the skeletons on the battlefield disappeared without a trace. Townspeople. Number 8 and the 2 dark nuns covered their faces and groaned, "Skeletons are undead creatures. Ordinary healing magic does damage to them, not healing effects. The healing wave of Father is so powerful that it overloaded the skeletons." Everyone. Baron Newland jumped up with a brush and was ready to run away again. The goose feather fan in Rob's hand froze in mid-air. "Your Mota," he forgot that skeletons could not be breastfed. "But don't panic. Just get past it by force at this time." Rob brushed the ground and put on a serious face. "I saw that these skeletons were tired after fighting for so long, and they needed to rest, so I'm going to change my group of soldiers to fight." With that, he waved a fan in his hand and, swoosh, on the ground outside the town. A bunch of fat blue people appeared. Oh, no, the exact scientific name should be called Voidwalker. The witch doctor, Mamluk, and machete warriors opposite were all bewildered, with question marks on their foreheads one after another. Are you kidding me? Is there anyone who just throws milk at his soldiers and then changes them to another? Will you go to heaven fighting like this? Rob solemnly added a bloodlust to the Voidwalkers, then fanned the goose feather fan again and said in a forced voice, "Let's turn back time for a few minutes, cough. Let's start over." Healing wave. A healing wave was thrown out of his hand, and he jumped on the Voidwalker. This time he did heal the undead. The Voidwalkers could eat the healing wave. They straightened their chests and rushed toward the enemy. Rob laughed, "Look, my healing wave is so good." Everyone. The townspeople couldn't help shouting at the same time, "Father, the Voidwalkers have just been summoned and haven't been hurt yet. You healed a ghost." As soon as the Voidwalkers went into battle, they had a speed effect on the enemy's perspective. Why is that? The reason is simple: the Mamluk and machete warriors are still fighting in slow motion. Since the skeleton soldiers were also fighting slowly earlier, they could still fight on even grounds. However, the newly summoned Voidwalkers were not given a delay spell by Rob. The fight was impossible. The Voidwalkers moved at normal pace while their side was slow. The Voidwalkers don't even need to fight seriously. They rush to the enemy, move their fists and touch them. One punch, one man. After knocking them down, they drag them back to the town, and one of the Templar Knights reported, "Write it down, this is Reform Through Labor Criminal number 751. Number 752, number 753. The number of Reform Through Labor criminals is growing wildly." With the witch doctor's healing wave and the shaman's bloodlust, Matra was able to maintain a draw with Golda, but when the shamans were defeated by Rob with forks of light, the situation turned dire. Matra was at a disadvantage. It wasn't long before he was hit with another shield bash by Gorda, fell feebly to the ground, and his 2 machetes fell to the ground, so he had to wait for a heal to come so he could continue to fight. However, there was no one to treat him. He looked back and found that the witch doctors could no longer cope with the scene. The whole vanguard army has been defeated. The Void Walkers were taking his soldiers to town one by one, like a flock of defenseless lambs. Damn it! It's just a small town, why is there such a powerful force? Matra knew that he was finished, that he could not even escape, that the other side's warriors would charge, that their strength was above him and that they would not give him a chance to escape. He simply raised his hands and surrendered. I am a noble. You do not have to kill me. You can use me to exchange for ransom from the Desert Kingdom. Don't worry. I didn't intend to kill you in the first place. Gorda laughed and said, wait to carry bricks. Carry bricks? Matra didn't quite understand. Of course, he would fully understand 3 days later when he was driven to the construction site to carry bricks. The war is over. To be honest, many people do not understand this inexplicable war. Especially for the people from other places, the feeling of watching this war is as if they were looking at the clouds and mountains. They did not understand what had happened, but although they did not understand it, they felt that it was fierce. But the fugitive nobles headed by Baron Newland can understand that Father Rob is powerful even though they don't know much of the details. This man sat in a wheelchair and waved his fan several times, but the other side's more than 3,000 people army was defeated. The battle is not only without difficulty but even full of joy. Only when his strength is far above the opponent can he fight such a teasing war, just like cats and mice. In no hurry to kill the mouse, the cat played with it, let it go, caught it back, let it go, caught it back, rocked it left, rocked it right, and played with it until it collapsed, gave up resistance, conceded defeat and was eaten obediently. This is what happened to the vanguard of this desert kingdom. As soon as he finished watching the battle, Baron Newland said to his loyal servant, go and see Mayor White Birch, give him an advance payment of 100 gold coins, and the rest of the money will be paid off slowly over 10 years. I want to buy that real estate. Hey, this place is much safer than Bright Road. The loyal servant flew away at once. At the same time, the loyal servants of several other nobles in the crowd also slipped out of the crowd and headed toward Mayor White Birch. There is also a group of non-local fugitives who were quick to think and began to count their belongings to buy a set of rooms. Rob stretched on the town wall. Oh, I'm so tired. It's such a pain to fight. Little E next to him said coldly, you're tired? Why does it seem that you aren't? Rob said, you see, although I sit here and do not move, I actually use a lot of magic. The loss of magic is so great that now I am too tired to stand up. Really? Xiao Yi's cold face turned into a look of worry. I apologize for what I just said. Now that I think about it, you did use a lot of magic. It'd be strange if you weren't tired. I'll massage your shoulders. Rob was secretly happy. Just now, I used about 5% of my MP. It takes 30 seconds to regain it while sitting still. If I take a sip of water, it will be full in about 5 seconds. I can surprisingly get a girl to massage my shoulders by this misunderstanding. Rob said, although you are clumsy, I don't dislike the kindness of others, so I will reluctantly let you massage it. Little Yi's soft little hand fell on Rob's shoulder and gently kneaded it. The girl was born to be an expert at massaging shoulders, which made Rob so comfortable that he didn't want it to stop. While enjoying the massage, Gorda came back, followed by Matra. Matra did not escape. The risk of escaping was high. His chances of survival as a captive were better. In Fengma continent, also applicable to medieval Europe, ordinary soldiers are often killed in the war, and nobles do not have to fight desperately. They'll surrender decisively after losing the battle, and your country or your family will spend a sum of money to get you back. Wouldn't it be stupid if you had to fight to the death? Gorda smiled at Rob and said, "Look, I've caught the enemy general. There's no problem if I get the ransom money, right?" Rob smiled and said, "Of course. You starred in this film very well and made outstanding contributions. The ransom will be regarded as your reward." Gorda was overjoyed. Next to him, Jike and Jike couldn't help reminding him, "Don't forget, you had the blessing of the king from Mr. Rob. If you didn't, you wouldn't have one." "Oh, that seems to be true." Gorda thought about this question carefully, suddenly turned around, removed all the gold rings from Matra, and slammed it in front of Rob. "All his gold belongings are for Mr. Rob, and the ransom belongs to me. Is this division fine?" Rob looked at the gold rings stripped off the poor Matra and could not help but be happy. "If we do this, won't we look like robbers?" Gorda laughed. "They started the war. They wanted to rob us, so they can't blame us for the same. It makes sense." Rob smiled at Lillian and said, "Put away all the gold rings. If you have anything you like, you can take it. If you don't like it, it will be piled up in the warehouse as part of our material stock." Lillian smiled and nodded, wrapped the gold rings in cloth, and carried them on her back. He didn't know but was startled by the amount of gold he had. This pile of gold rings was very heavy. He's afraid that it weighs about 5 or 6 gene, so he couldn't help but ask, "Is there a lot of gold in the Desert Kingdom?" "Yes." Shualu smiled and said, "Kurti, the Desert Kingdom, is a place rich in gold." Hearing her say this, Rob was secretly happy. Gold is good. Many special items need gold. For example, golden armor is a piece of special equipment that can be made with armorsmithing skills. It has a very strong basic magic resistance and a random enchantment which may be accompanied by more magic resistance. Warriors that wear this thing basically do not have to fear magic. The only drawback of this equipment is that it requires a large amount of gold. After all, it is full-body armor and consumes an astonishing amount of gold. If you use the gold coins of this world to make, he'll have to spend thousands of gold coins. Gold is also needed for all kinds of equipment, necklaces, rings, enchantments, and so on. He couldn't help but think that he needs to set up a caravan to earn the gold of the Desert Kingdom, but now that they were still at war, he had to wait until the war was over and the two sides calmed down to complete the negotiations before he could do business. He hopes the tiring war will end early and lay down their weapons and dance together quickly. Rob said with a smile, "Gorda, the other side will not redeem him any time soon because he only leads the vanguard army. There is another army behind him. The enemy must want to use the main army to break through Westwind town and save their people. They probably won't redeem him until the main army has been beaten back by us." Of course, Gorda understood this and said with a smile, "I understand this as well, but it doesn't matter. Money is money, whether you earn it early or later. I'm very happy now, and I don't need to be rich immediately." Rob gave him a thumbs up. At this time, Bishop Elsie came over and reported to Rob, "Father, we have counted the captured. We have a total of 845 camels and 3,120 soldiers. Westwind town originally had a population of only nearly 1,000, but after several increases, it was only more than 2,000. Now, even if you add the fugitive nobles and refugees from other places driven by the army of the Desert Kingdom, there are only about 5,000 people. With the addition of 3,000 prisoners of war at once, it'll be difficult to manage food. Suppose there are relatively few prisoners of war. In that case, arranging several, reform through labor prisoners, or criminals in various industries will certainly be no problem, and handing them over to the foreman. But 3,000 prisoners of war are too many, and they are all fierce vanguard warriors. One can be equal to 10 ordinary townspeople in terms of their ability to fight. If these people are scattered into various industries and let the foreman manage them, they might go for a collective rebellion and kill all the people of Westwind town in an instant. It will be a pain for Rob to resurrect everyone." Rob nodded. "Well, it's a little too much. How did you get so many prisoners? Bishop Elsie said with tears and laughter, you gave them a delay spell so they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Rob. This is embarrassing. In theory, they should release some of them to ease the pressure, but labor is so precious that Rob can't spit them out. Even if the face is swollen, you have to pretend to be fat and keep the laborers, otherwise, Westwind Town will never be able to take off. Rob glanced at Bishop Elsie, then dragged a long voice, it seems that we have to build a prison and leave these 3,000 prisoners of war in prison for unified management. If we want to manage prisoners of war uniformly, we must set up a special management organization. If we think about it carefully, Westwind Town really needs to set up some serious administrative organizations. We can no longer half-a** everything. As soon as this sentence was spoken, the witty Bishop Elsie seemed to understand something, and with the look in Rob's eyes, he was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward and exclaimed, "That's right. Father, you need a military and police department that can help you maintain law and order and manage prisoners of war and criminals. My Templar Knights are the most capable group in town to do this job. Please leave it to me." Rob was delighted, this man is really quick on the uptake. He smiled and nodded, "All right. I hereby announce that from now on, Westwind Town will officially set up a police department, and you will be the first police chief. Your first job is to turn the 300 Templar Knights into prison guards and manage the more than 3,000 prisoners of war. Take these prisoners of war to build a prison in the back mountain and manage them together." At this point, Rob paused and said, "The sentinels are also in your charge. Now that the town has a large population, it is inevitable that there will be fights, robberies, and so on. You have a lot of power, but you have to do a good job. From now on, you will have a fixed salary, which will be paid by me for the time being. When Westwind Town has a more subdivided administrative organization, it will allocate funds to you from the finances of the town." Bishop Elsie was overjoyed and had been fooling around in Westwind Town for several months, pretending to be a grandson and desperately licking Father Rob's foot. He doesn't have to build roads to make ends meet like he used to do now and can get a formal salary. Although his post is the police department chief, it is actually the first real armed agency in the town of Westwind to be officially recognized by Rob. It is no exaggeration to say that the First Army of Westwind Town is not an exaggeration. It won't be a problem for him to call himself the General of the First Army. If Westwind Dominion is established in the future, he will be no better than being a small bishop in the Church of Light, under one man and above 10,000 people. Being the general of the First Army of Westwind Town is different from the First Army of other places. The First Army of other kingdoms go out to fight tough battles and may die on the battlefield. In Westwind Town, war is the Father's business. He only needs to care for prisoners of war and law and order. It is hard to say that there is any danger. Anyway, even if the prisoners of war revolt and kill them, Father Rob can pull them up with resurrection. They aren't afraid of a chicken. As for faith, he still unswervingly believes in the God of light, which has not changed. Westwind Town allows religious freedom, and the way of religious belief here feels healthier. God loves the world. God doesn't only love believers. It feels more like the doctrine of the God of light who loves all things. Bishop Elsie only wanted to sing a happy song at this moment. And the paladins behind him could not help smiling happily. "We've been poor for a long time. It's hard to earn a living by building roads. And now we can finally become military and police personnel admitted by Father Rob. We'll have a salary to get and finally get to eat good food." Yeah. The Templar Knights cheered collectively. Bishop Elsie went up to Little E and said solemnly, "Sister Isher, I have a very difficult task for you now." Little E said, "What task?" Bishop Elsie said earnestly, "The Templar Knights and I, who are about to become the police of Westwind Town, will work hard to maintain law and order and peace in the town, and there may be no time to spread teachings and take care of believers in the future. Therefore, I would like to give you this glorious and arduous task, and by the way, there are those 2 young nuns who are too young to be police officers, so let them help you and spread the teachings of the God of light to the new believers. Little E said, you want to entrust the church to me, but Father Rob is in the church. I'm just a nun. I can't bear such responsibility. Bishop Elsie looked at Rob respectfully but regretfully and whispered, Sister, do you think Father is a missionary priest? Little E. She perspired, and a second later, she said decisively, No. That's right. Bishop Elsie said solemnly, we in the Church of Light are already alone in West Gran, and Father is an unreliable guy. He hasn't even read the Bible of Light. He can't preach at all. The church in Westwind town can only be supported by you, a nun. Please regard yourself as the bishop of Westwind Chapel and manage the church with all your enthusiasm. Otherwise, the spark of the Church of Light will be extinguished in Westwind town. Hearing this, Little Ye's face could not help but show a solemn look. As Bishop Elsie said, no one can spread the teachings of the God of Light here except her and the 2 little nuns. She has a heavy burden now. I will certainly work hard. Little E said seriously, I will never let the light dim in my hands. Very good. Bishop Elsie turned and left, walking leisurely. Don't call me Bishop Elsie anymore, please call me Chief Elsie. Little E. The temple knights on both sides also hurriedly kept up with Elsie and said with a smile as they walked, Don't call us Templar Knights anymore. Please kindly call us, Brother Police. Little E. Bishop Elsie, Chief Elsie, swaggered up to the more than 3,000 prisoners of war and laughed and said, From now on, all your shit belongs to me. I must remind you that you are only alive by the grace of Father, otherwise, you would have been killed and turned into skeletons. This remark made more than 3,000 prisoners of war all silent and dared not move. The delay spell on them still hasn't been removed. Even if they want to move, they can only do so in slow motion. Chief Elsie laughed and said, Don't think that you can disobey our orders just because we only have a few police officers. I believe you already know very well what kind of people there are in this town. If you don't want to endure hardships, don't fight against us. There are special instruments of torture in this town, called ceiling fans, and believe me, you won't like it. No sooner had he finished saying this than a paladin vomited all over the floor. Chief Elsie glanced at him in disgust. What are you doing? The paladin said awkwardly, Sorry, the last time I had a fight with a dark priest, I was sentenced to the ceiling fan for 30 seconds. Now I want to throw up as soon as I hear the word ceiling fan. Chief Elsie kicked the paladin away and said to the prisoners, See? This town's special instruments of torture, as long as you go up for 30 seconds, you will have to throw up when you hear the word ceiling fan. If you go up there for 1 minute, 2 minutes, the consequences would be unimaginable. The prisoners turned pale and thought to themselves, What on earth is this instrument of torture? At this time, Rob leaned over from the side and said with a smile, From now on, you will work hard, reform through labor well, wash away your sins with your labor, and strive to be useful to society. All right, after this, you first need to go up the mountain to cut trees, move stones, build yourself a prison, and catch those who want to escape and bring them straight to the ceiling fan. If anyone dares attack police officers, just shoot him. I'll only say it once. Just shoot him. With that, he shook his hand and gave the paladin next to him a swift wind, and said with a smile, Run a few steps to show these people. The paladin quickly ran hundreds of meters in an instant, then whizzed and came back in an instant. As soon as the prisoners of war looked at the paladin's speed, they knew that they could not escape from him, so they had to bow their heads obediently. Rob said with a smile, If you work hard and don't make a mess for me, you will have enough to eat and clothes to keep warm. When your reform period is over, I will allow you to become citizens of Westwind town. Attention, civilians, not slaves. Or, we can return you to the desert kingdom. Huh. Hearing this, the prisoners of war couldn't help being surprised. Aren't all prisoners of war slaves? How can they become a civilian after reforming through labor? They can even be returned to their kingdoms. Isn't this weird? If that were possible, who'd run away? Although Fengma continent appears to be a feudal monarchy, slaves are prevalent at the same time. On the other hand, there are three main ways to produce slaves. Poor families sell children and daughters, just like Lillian. The second is the commoners, illegal slaves, demi-humans, and so on, captured by adventurers in uncivilized places. The third kind is the prisoner of war. When a war is fought, there will often be many prisoners of war who will be bought as the winner's own domestic slaves by the rich. Just now, after being defeated and captured, the soldiers of these desert kingdoms lay on the ground thinking, if the main army fails to save them, they may have to be slaves for the rest of their lives. After that battle, they all doubted whether the main army could defeat the monster Rob. So many people thought pessimistically, should I run, be a slave, or die? They had no idea that Rob would say that they could become civilians of Westwind town after reforming through labor and even allowing them to return to their hometown. Isn't that outrageous? They're afraid he's lying to them. The prisoners couldn't help looking at their general. However, Matra's state of mind is much more stable than these soldiers. He is a noble, and he is not afraid. Anyway, the kingdom and his family will pay to redeem him. He can go home anyway. There is no question of being a slave. But seeing the eyes of his subordinates asking for help, he, as the leader, had to come out and say something at this time. Matra coughed, "Father, don't lie to us. The people in the desert kingdom are simple. They are not as deceiving as you people." Rob smiled and said, "I swear by my devotion to the God of light that there is not a word of a lie in what I said." The people of the desert kingdom were immediately overjoyed. No priest dared to swear a false oath towards the God of light. The people of Westwind town nearby. The mayor of Westwind town almost said, "This is too fake." Luckily he shut up quickly. Otherwise, he would have sold his ally. Matra asked his subordinates, "Then, I would like to ask, how long is our reform through labor period?" "Well, that's a good question." Rob couldn't help thinking for a while before he looked up and said, "My Westwind town has not yet drawn up proper laws and regulations, and most of the townspeople still follow the laws of the Kingdom of Gran. The laws of the Kingdom of Gran do not set a corresponding time limit for reform through labor for the seriousness of crimes, and there are only provisions for selling prisoners of war as slaves, so I have nothing to rely on in this respect for the time being. I'll judge it according to my personal judgment." As soon as he said this, the expressions on the faces of both the prisoners of war and the townspeople were extremely wonderful, as if to say, "You are the Lord, and it is up to you to decide in the first place." Is it necessary to emphasize this? Rob ignored their ignorant faces, and he felt that it was important for him to emphasize it because he had his own legal and moral system, which he had learned in his modern life for more than a decade, and was the greatest treasure of his life. It is because his soul comes from a world different from the natives of the world. He must keep justice in his heart and not trample on the law easily. Therefore, when he is able to make laws, he must understand that he has to maintain justice and cannot take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, absolute power will bring absolute corruption and turn him into a tyrant he hated the most. He said solemnly, "Normally, arson is a capital crime. Even if you don't kill, you have to reform through labor for life. But it was because of the war that you started the fire, so the arson is not exactly the same as ordinary arson, and after you broke through Crystal Canyon, you went all the way south, almost without resistance, just a few villages and Stone Canyon, which were mostly empty. Your hands should not have been infected with many sins. In this case, I will give you a light sentence. First, you will be sentenced to 3 years of labor, and if you behave well, your sentence can be reduced. The prisoners of war are all in a daze. They only have to reform through labor for 3 years. Oh my God, this is really a very light punishment, so much more benevolent than being a slave all your life." In an instant, many prisoners of war who wanted to rebel began to weigh whether or not to risk being killed. Rob called Chief Elsie over and whispered in his ear, the first 3 days are when these prisoners of war are most likely to escape and rebel. I will give blessing of the king to your group every day, and you should strictly suppress them. When their state of mind stabilizes, it will be much easier for you to manage. In addition, we should provide them with better food so that their chances of rebellion will be greatly reduced, and it will be good for them to get all the food from me. Chief Elsie nodded, I understand. Rob patted him on the shoulder, all right, come on, I like you. Chief Elsie said, your official will not insult the expectations of my lord. What did you call me? My lord. You used to call me father, but you suddenly changed my name to lord? Rob was furious. Chief Elsie, flattering the horse's leg, quickly changed his words and called back, father. Ah, father can no longer describe your greatness. I'd like to call you Godfather. What do you think? Rob knows that Godfather refers to Godfather, but if understood in Chinglish, it can be understood as Father of God. This title feels good. You scum always put, thank God, in front of me when thanking me. Great, I'm directly upgraded to God's Father. It is many generations higher than Father. That's okay, he said solemnly. Well, I'll be Godfather from now on. Chief Elsie immediately shouted, Godfather. Of course, the 300 knights next to him also hurriedly followed their boss and shouted, Godfather. Seeing this, Westwind town's mayor also hurriedly shouted, Godfather. As a result, the townspeople of nearly 1,000 also shouted together. Everyone has shouted, who dares not? Number 8, the mayor of Stone Canyon and White Birch Town, the patriarch of the cat folk, also shouted, Godfather. Finally, all the people in Westwind town, together with the prisoners of war, had to follow obediently and shout like a tsunami. Rob upgraded from father to Father of God. Chief Elsie took his new police department and took the more than 3,000 prisoners of war to the back of the mountain where the ravine is. According to Rob, prisoner of war concentration camps must be built far away from ordinary residential areas so as not to hurt ordinary residents when they break out of prison. As a result, Chief Elsie took the prisoners of war to a gully farther than the Amethyst mining area, which used to be the settlement of goblin and ogres, but since Westwind town vigorously raised spiders, the goblin and ogres here feel what is called the power of capital, and can only move sadly, away from town. At present, there are only creatures with little intelligence. Therefore, this place has become suitable for human survival. The prisoners of war were forced by the group of ferocious police officers to cut down trees, level the ground, and build themselves a prison. Before the prison was complete, they had no place to live, so they had to clean up the caves where several goblins and ogres used to live as their own temporary accommodations. The 300 guards, with the blessing of the king, were extremely effective. After an ordinary paladin hanged Matra, the prisoners of war no longer dared to have a trace of resistance. Even their own general could not beat the little police. They should just relax and wait for the main force to save them. However, there are always some people in the world who are restless. That night, more than a dozen prisoners of war tried to escape. They tried to climb out of the ravine along the stream there. A famous priest lit up the ravine with holy light and caught them red-handed. Then, with the blessing of the king, the priest, dressed in heavy armor and holding a staff in his hand, rushed over and beat them black and blue. The next morning, Chief Elsie came to Rob's house and borrowed 3 manual ceiling fans. Before, Rob had only one magic container and was reluctant to give it to others, so he specially made 3 ceiling fans that used manpower to shake and rotate. The 3 ceiling fans were taken to the prison, and a dozen prisoners of war who tried to escape were hung up one by one. The paladin, with the blessing of the king, rotated it vigorously, and the ceiling fan followed crazily. No one knew exactly how many rotations occurred. Since then, only a few people have dared to escape. After the prisoners of war accepted their fate and reformed through labor, they found that the food provided to them in this place was really good. The potatoes made them full, and they ate as much as they wanted. It was also surprising that they sprinkled pepper in a stew to remove the strange tastes, and every few days, they were provided with sweet brown bread. It is said that sugar is added to the bread, which will be sold at a sky-high price if it is sold on Bright Road. Such a good thing can be eaten by prisoners of war. The soldiers from these desert kingdoms, who grew up in the desert, have never eaten anything good. After all, they could only be thankful to eat there, and they dare not pay attention to whether it is delicious or not. Unexpectedly, being a prisoner of war here get you food better than in the kingdom. Even sugar can be eaten here. This is crazy. In this way, the state of mind of the prisoners of war was completely stabilized. They calmly reformed through labor. Of course, these are all in the future, so let's turn our attention back to the battle that just occurred. As soon as Chief Elsie took the prisoners of war to the back of the mountain, the group of fugitive nobles gathered around. These nobles were all small nobles, and the one with the highest rank was a baron. And some of the nobles even lost their titles, belonging to fallen families. Among them, the highest status and the richest is the wind magician, Baron Newlin, who belonged to the Wind Knights before. So, of course, Baron Newlin was promoted to be their representative. Before the war, Baron Newlin was still thinking about running away, but as soon as the battle was over, he had already sent a slave to buy a villa in Wangjiang district. He straightened up the brand new silk robe he had just bought from Rob, walked up to Rob like an elegant gentleman, adopted a standard noble etiquette, and said with a smile, "Godfather, that battle was an eye-opener." Rob smiled and said, "What do you think? Weren't you going to run away?" This remark made Baron Newlin blush. "Look at you, father, why did you open that pot? Don't you know that you'll have no friends if you talk like this?" He complained like this in his heart but dared not on the surface. "Of course I'm not going to run," he said with a smile. "I feel that the environment of Westwind town is elegant." "Everywhere is a mine," Rob said. "It's not elegant. Baron Newlin, AI. The climate is pleasant. It just snowed heavily." Rob interrupted him, "Don't talk nonsense. What do you have to say?" Baron Newlin had to say, "In short, I think this is a good place to settle down, and so do the friends behind me. We are going to live here in the future, but we'd like to ask you something." Rob smiled and said, "You ask." Baron Newlin said, "Although we intend to live here, we do not want to lose our noble status and status in the Kingdom of Gran." "I see." Rob laughed as soon as he heard this. The group had seen that Westwind town did not belong to West Gran but was an independent dominion. They were afraid that settling here would make them lose the nationality of the Kingdom of Gran. After all, the Kingdom of Gran is a big kingdom. No matter how comfortable it is, Westwind town is only a small dominion. You can't lose a watermelon and pick up a sesame seed. They don't say it clearly, but they actually want dual nationality. This is the difference between ordinary civilians and nobles. In any case, the civilians have nothing, moving from one place to another, as long as they have one head, one mouth, 2 ears, and 2 legs. However, there are too many things that the nobles cannot take away. Rob said with a smile, "Approved. I can agree to your request and allow you to maintain your identity and status from the Kingdom of Gran, and as long as you buy a house in Westwind town, I will also give you citizenship in Westwind town." Hee. I'm so talkative. As long as it can pull my Westwind town's GDP, the policies here can be more flexible. No one understood what GDP was, but Baron Newlin was overjoyed when he understood Rob's promise of dual nationality, and there was nothing for him to doubt anymore. "Wait." Rob said with a smile, "I said yes, but Her Majesty the Queen of West Gran did not necessarily promise you the same, so you have to ask for her opinion." Rob took out the crystal ball for communications. Baron Newlin recognized what it was at a glance and could not help but freeze slightly. "How can you have this crystal ball in your hand?" As soon as he asked Robert and said that sentence, his face changed greatly. "Do you have a crystal ball that can directly contact Her Majesty, the Queen of West Gran?" My God! How is that possible? Cake. I mean, Her Majesty and I often have diplomatic talks, so of course, we need this. Without saying a word, Rob put the crystal ball on the table in front of him and stroked it 3 times. The crystal ball emitted a glittering light and began to call. However, Her Majesty's side didn't answer for a while. She seems to be very busy. Rob looked up at the sky. It was already evening. At this time, the Queen should have just finished a day of government affairs and harassed Rob while he was bathing. Why didn't she answer the phone today? He waited patiently for another minute until he was about to hang up when the light on the crystal ball suddenly flashed, and then Her Majesty's face appeared in the ball. This face was not as noble and beautiful as usual, and a touch of black and gray on her face affected her flawless appearance. Moreover, she was not wearing a white dress but wearing a black cloak. Her person exudes a gloomy smell, which is the breath that psychic magicians have when they fight. Rob immediately saw through the ball that the Queen was not talking to him in the palace but on the city wall, and behind her was a dense number of people, an army attacking the city, and she was leading an army to defend the city. The tracks left by magic can be seen everywhere behind her, bows and arrows flying all over the sky, soldiers hacking each other by the city walls, sacred halos of paladins, and necromancer plagues advancing and retreating. The defensive array that had already been drawn on the ground was constantly shining, and the siege magic cannon of the other side was bombarding the defensive formation repeatedly, breaking the magic light all over the sky. A large group of Dragonhawk Knights flew up, trying to attack the city from the air. But there is also a large area of Manticore Knights flying in the city to fight against the Dragonhawk Knights head-on. However, this is not the most eye-catching part. What is really exciting is a skeleton dragon flying in the sky, fighting with an archangel with white wings, the greatest power of the light camp and the dark camp. Such a battle scene is beyond imagination. There is no chance to see it in this small border town. When Baron Newlin and others saw the skeleton dragon and the archangel, they couldn't help turning green and whispered, "Oh, my God! Bright Road is fighting so fiercely. That's Her Majesty's skeleton dragon. Opposite is the archangel summoned by the Templar Knights. Oh my God! We would have faced a battle when we went to Bright Road." Rob glanced at the exciting picture but yawned and didn't watch anymore. This was far worse than the battles he had fought in Dark Blade. However, the number of people in the game was less than that in reality. After all, the server's capacity is limited, unlike tens of thousands of miscellaneous fish in reality. But the player's own strength is great. If put into this world, any player can be regarded as an epic boss, and the player's summoner's class is high, all kinds of creatures, such as the skeleton dragon, archangel, and so on, but more than one, and in groups. Only a skeleton dragon put together with an archangel is here. This kind of war is too childish for Rob. He just glanced at the Queen's face and smiled and said, "Is the war raging? Then don't answer the phone. Hang up the phone and go to war, and we'll talk when you're done." "It doesn't matter." The Queen gasped and smiled on her side, "I just played a big spell. I need a rest. I have a few minutes of rest. Number 1 is currently in command." "All right." Rob said with a smile, "I'm used to your usual appearance, but your gloomy appearance in this combat posture is quite fresh. Come on, let me have a better look." When the Queen heard him say this, she thought that her condition seemed wrong and bad, and she didn't want him to see her gloomy appearance. She hastened to pull off her black cloak, revealing her snow-white dress inside, and the expression on her face suddenly changed from the shady side of a psychic to the noble, gentle, elegant Queen style. Rob smiled and said, "Don't hide it. I've already seen it. Is there any point in wearing a black cloak now?" The Queen blinked and looked innocent. "What did you say? I don't understand at all." "What a woman." Rob saw at a glance that the shoulder of the Queen's white dress was black, with a big hole, revealing her snow-white shoulder. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you hurt your shoulder?" The Queen said, I ate a fireball, but a priest has cured me. Don't worry. Rob sighed, is the war that bad that even the Queen was hurt? Her Majesty laughed and said, Mandra isn't safe either. He ate one of my bone spears. Rob. All right, if you have something to say, do it quickly. Her Majesty said, I have to go and throw a few more spells at Mandra. Rob shrugged. Well, the vanguard of the East Route Army of the Desert Kingdom has just come to Westwind Town. The Queen said, oh? What's the result? They've all been arrested, Rob said. They'll start to do hard work tomorrow. Queen, as expected, I'm not surprised. Rob said with a smile, the main reason I called you is to talk to you about a serious problem. A group of nobles and fugitives have been driven from north to south by the army of the Desert Kingdom. Now they are all in my Westwind town. They want to live comfortably with me, and they no longer want to be affected by the flames of war, but they also love their motherland, the Kingdom of Gran, so they want to have dual nationality. My side has already agreed, and it depends on whether you agree or not. Oh? Is that so? Without even thinking about it for a second, the Queen said earnestly, dual nationality? You gotta be kidding me. Kingdom of Gran is sacred and inviolable. Westwind Town has been, is, and will be the territory of the Kingdom of Gran since ancient times. Westwind Town can only exist as a dominion, but it can never become an independent kingdom, or will fight to the death. The matter of dual nationality does not need to be discussed at all. It is impossible. When Her Majesty said these words, her eyes and expression were serious. She seemed to be unshakable. Although she likes Rob as a calling buddy, likes to chat with him, talk about good food, and even complain to him, there is no possibility of giving in to the land issue, which has nothing to do with personal acquaintanceship. Rob could not help clapping, Your Majesty, you are really an admirable woman. This is a heartfelt compliment, not a grotesque smirk. Rob also loves his motherland. Although those who commit crimes against us will be punished far away, the territory of the motherland is sacred and inviolable. He pointed to the fugitives and said, Your Majesty, do you mean that I have to drive them out of Westwind Town and let them go back to Bright Road immediately to tremble under the smoke of war? No. I didn't mean that. Her Majesty suddenly straightened her posture and, with the dignity of the ruler of a country, said to all the people here, Westwind Town is also the territory of the Kingdom of Gran, but now it is in a state of dominion. There has never been a law that forbids residents from moving between cities and towns in the kingdom. It is reasonable and completely legal for you to move to Westwind Town to avoid the war. But I need you to remember that you are the people of the Kingdom of Gran, not the people of the Westwind, and if anyone tries to split the kingdom, I will do my best to fight him to the end. 16 years ago, my parents fought the Black Dragon to death and died bravely in order to defend the capital, and I was always ready to follow their spirit and will. Death doesn't scare me. Even if the opponent is stronger than the Black Dragon, it cannot shake my determination to defend my homeland. Baron Newlin and all the fugitives knelt down on one knee to the crystal ball. Long live, Her Majesty. Long live the Kingdom of Gran. Her Majesty gave Rob a hard look. What's up? What else do you have to say? Rob shrugged, nothing. I think it was great. There was nothing wrong with it. Even I was moved. Her Majesty said earnestly, then do you know what I meant? Rob smiled and said, I see. On the surface, you are telling them, but in fact, you are telling me not to build a kingdom, or you will jump up and hit me on the knee. The Queen said angrily, I'm not that short. Rob smiled and said, well, I can't see your height from the crystal ball. Queen, don't tell jokes when talking about national affairs. I'm very serious now. I see, said Rob. Be serious. Let me tell you, I've been working on a new dessert recently. I'm about to make a new variety. Would you like to eat it? The Queen was overjoyed. I want. Get me one later. Didn't you say to be serious? I'm seriously discussing about dessert with you now. Be serious, don't laugh. What does this dessert look like? What is it made of? What does it smell like? Don't keep people in suspense and make it clear all at once. What a woman. Rob hung up the phone hard. The scene was eerily quiet for dozens of seconds. Everyone was bewildered by the serious way the Queen spoke of dessert. Rob clapped his hands and said, "All right, don't be dazed, do what you have to do. Your Queen has allowed you to settle in Westwind town. Now there are no problems." In an instant, the first to third phases of the Wangjiang district were sold out, and the houses built in the project's fourth phase were also being bought. Even the fifth phase of the project, which is under construction, has been booked. White Birch Mayor was almost squeezed out and couldn't make it. Baron Newlin, who had already sent loyal servants to get his place, shook his head at the house robbers with ease and said, "It's so inelegant, not gentlemanly at all. The population of Westwind town has more than doubled all of a sudden. Moreover, many refugees are coming one after another. As the main army of the Desert Kingdom approaches, the residents of remote villages that have yet to evacuate from the vanguard can no longer hide because the scale of the main army is too large. Like a huge sieve sweeping across the north, where else can they hide?" One after another, hundreds of refugees came to Westwind town and settled down. In a short period of time, the population has reached 6,000. Including the more than 3,000 prisoners of war, the population even faintly reached 10,000. So, poor Rob can't be lazy again. Lazy as he is not lazy enough to sit around and watch others starve to death without moving. So, in the warm winter sun, a large group of reform-through labor prisoners came to Rob's fields to help remove the snow from the ground and dig a small hole for him. Rob took a bag of potatoes, put them into the holes, and watered them. The reform-through labor prisoners looked at Rob and thought to themselves, "This bastard is digging up the snow in winter to grow potatoes. I'm afraid he's gone completely crazy." However, these reform-through labor prisoners were hit in the face the next day because they were led here by the police officers and had to dig out tens of thousands of jeans of potatoes from the ground with their own hands to the point that they dared not get up after kneeling for a long time. Rob busily farmed daily. Plant potatoes for one day, cotton for another day, potatoes for another day, beetroots for another day, potatoes for another day, and soybeans for another day. Repeatedly. Because the population surge not only increased the demand for food but also increased the demand for cloth, followed by an increase in the demand for pepper and sugar, and the demand for consumer goods as a whole has increased fivefold. This winter, with the exception of Rob, no one can make these things. So Rob had to play happy farm every day. Watching him work hard in the fields, the townspeople could not help but be moved, for they knew very well what a lazy man Rob was, and he did it all in order to keep the townspeople alive. Such a person really deserves to be called Godfather. Just after noon, the warm winter sun fell on Rob. "Lillian, come and squeeze my leg." Rob slumped on the stone stool and let out a feeble cry. "Here I go." Lillian answered in the chapel and ran out quickly, her black and white maid skirt fluttering and her golden ponytail fluttering behind her. It's a beautiful picture, but it's a pity that Lillian doesn't have the klutz attribute. It would be even cuter if she fell in the snow, got up, and continued to run, but she didn't. When she got to Rob, she sat on another stone stool next to him, picked up Rob's feet, put them on her knee, then squeezed the muscles on both sides of Rob's calves and whispered, "Is this it? It feels good to put your feet on a girl's lap, and of course, even better is the touch that comes from the touch of those little hands." Rob can't help but close her eyes and enjoy it with all her heart. While pressing, Lillian whispered, "Master, the second batch of little spiders has been successfully cultivated recently, and the factory is already recruiting female workers. The price of silk stockings has also dropped a little. Those nobles who have just moved to Westwind town have all bought a lot of silk stockings. Our stockings are so cheap that now everyone will wear a pair of silk stockings in their trousers. How come you developed it yourself but refused to wear it yourself? Rob almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood and hurriedly said, "No, it's for women." Lillian said with a smile, "Master is full of nonsense. It's obvious that both men and women can wear it." Rob hummed, "If I say it's for women, it's for women. I am a dictator with no feelings. I have the final say." Lillian smiled softly. Master was a dictator, yes, but not emotionally. She could not help murmuring, "Lillian loves her master best." Said Rob. "What are you talking about? I didn't hear you clearly." Lillian looked up and smiled like a flower. "I said the master was a good man." Rob groaned, "Wow, face-to-face good person card. Such words make my face ache." At this time, the chapel door opened again, and little E came out dressed in her blue nun outfit. As soon as she came out, she saw that Rob acted like a big landlord, capitalist, and noble toward her little maid. She could not help saying angrily, "What? Are you asking Lillian to pinch your feet again? How delicate are you?" "I've planted a lot," Rob said. "I'm exhausted." Little E squinted, "I admit that you are exercising more these days than before, but you just planted the fields in the first half of the morning, which is much easier than the work of ordinary people, so you shouldn't look tired to death." Rob shrugged. Little E didn't bother to pay attention to him. He turned to the chapel and shouted, "Carry out the baskets. It's time for us to go out and give potatoes." Two light nuns emerged from the chapel and laboriously dragged out 2 large baskets of potatoes. "Give?" When Rob heard the word, he shook his head and said, "You want to give it away?" "No way. The potatoes I grow must be sold, not given away." Little E frowned, "Why can't we give it away? It has always been a fine tradition for us, the Church of Light, to deliver food to people who are too poor to live. However, this act of giving away food for free will harm the refugees." Rob said solemnly, "You can sell it at a very low price, but you can't give it away. Once it becomes a habit for them to get free relief food, they will become useless. I don't want to waste manpower in Westwind town. I only want useful people who get rich with their own hands." Little E put on a cold face, "But how can the refugees have the money to buy it? In the middle of winter, there is no way to open up a wasteland and cultivate the land. The refugees have spent all their savings on buying a house. If we charge them for potatoes, they will starve to death. If you don't work to save yourself before death, it is better to starve to death. The most important thing is not to provide them with food, but to provide them with jobs," Rob said with a smile. "But how can there be any job opportunities in this world of ice and snow?" Little E sighed, "There are only a few kinds of work in the town, which are taken by the original townspeople. The new refugees have not yet found a way to survive." Rob smiled and said, "Don't you think that I'm desperately growing cotton, soybeans, and beetroot? Sell them in large quantities to the mayors. In this way, several town mayors' sugar, soybean, and sewing factories will have raw materials to start production. Now that they can no longer catch goblin and ogres as workers, so they have to hire new refugees as workers. These refugees can quickly seize this opportunity to settle down." Little E was stunned, "Our town alone can't digest so many people." Rob said, "Didn't we have more than 800 camels? Use them. Don't we have nobles? Sell the camels to them, wholesale sugar, soybean oil, soy sauce, and cotton cloth to the nobles at a low price, let them form a caravan and pull all the goods out." Little E. This touched Little E's intellectual blind spot. She froze for a moment and sighed long, "I'm not as good at fooling people as you are. I can't do this. You'd better play by yourself. Just play by yourself. I'll just be your nun." Rob watched Little E take the 2 little nuns out of the door and sell potatoes at a low price. He waved to the dark church next door and shouted, "Number 8, call your little nuns." After a while, 2 little dark nuns also took 2 baskets of potatoes and went to the town to sell them at a low price. Rob knows that as long as these potatoes are sold at a low price, they will be sold in an instant, because what Westwind town lacks most now is crops, which can only be produced from itself, so several nuns will soon fall into a circle of selling. This state will soon attract the attention of the elegant little nobles. As long as he sits here, someone will come to the door after a while. Sure enough, 2 hours later, the first elegant noble came to the door. Rob looked intently, and it was Baron Llewellyn who came. With a nephew in his 20s and 2 servants, he came up to him with a smile. He politely saluted Rob. "Good afternoon, godfather." A gentleman is a gentleman, and whenever one meets a person, the first thing that should be said is always a polite hello. Rob smiled and said, "Hello, Baron Llewellyn." Baron Llewellyn asked his 2 servants to wait outside the chapel yard, brought only his nephew, and introduced him with a smile. "This is my nephew, a probationary knight." With that, he made a straight face to his nephew and said, "Why don't you say hello to godfather?" The nephew hastened to salute Rob. As a matter of fact, the nephew was probably more than 20 years old and looked several years older than Rob, but he did not know how many years younger than Rob, and he saluted so pitifully that he dared not catch his breath. Rob smiled and said, "Mr. Baron, it's freezing this winter. Did you take your nephew out shopping?" Baron Llewellyn smiled and said, "For a living." Rob said with a smile, "You have a family and a career. How are you afraid you will not be able to make a living?" Baron Llewellyn flashed an awkward smile. "Life used to be very easy. I had my own castle and manor. I still miss it, but after coming to Westwind town, I finally felt the pressure of life. I don't have any property here, so I don't have any income. I had to pay a mortgage of 5 gold coins a month when I bought a house. There are more than 100 people in my family to feed. Do you think I can manage?" Rob said, "Thinking about it that way, that does seem hard. So, I figured I had to do something, too." Baron Llewellyn smiled and said, "You see, your little nuns have been running around selling potatoes over and over again. They are probably so tired that they break their feet and won't be able to sell all of it. You grow tens of thousands of gean of potatoes here every 2 days. You can't rely on them every time." Rob smiled and said, "You want to take over the potato business?" Baron Llewellyn nodded. Rob shook his head without even thinking about it. "No, food is related to the people's livelihood. If there is a problem with people's livelihood, it will shake the survival of Westwind town. I can't hand over the potato business to someone else. Lest this thing is used as a tool to make money, and the food becomes increasingly expensive, it will cause people's livelihood to suffer. You should understand that the price of my potato is much lower than the market price. To put it bluntly, I am delivering food to the townspeople. How can I let people make money in the middle?" Baron Llewellyn thought about it carefully. "That's true. Then, can I manage some other business?" Rob immediately realized that this guy was also a very shrewd man. He deliberately talked about potatoes first, knowing it was impossible to get them, and then asked for a separate business after Rob refused. In this case, ordinary people would be too embarrassed to refuse again out of kindness. Rob said with a smile, "Baron Llewellyn is a smart man, and I like doing business with smart people. Let me get this straight. What kind of business are you interested in?" Llewellyn immediately said, "I want a beetroot-related business." Rob shook his head and said, "Beetroot is the exclusive business of the mayor of Stone Canyon. It is my gift to the residents of Stone Canyon. It is their capital to make a living." Llewellyn said with a smile, "Godfather, you are a very great man, but you lack good subordinates and people who can really contribute to you. With all due respect, the vision of the mayors is still too small. Although they can read and think, they are only small mayors and are not smart enough. Their abilities can't keep up with your great thoughts." Rob was amused. "Oh. Continue." Baron Llewellyn continued, "Godfather used to be lazy. No offense. Cough. In short, the scale of beetroot production before wasn't large, so Stone Canyon could still bear it. But with the growth of the population, Godfather has worked hard these days. Take, for example, a few days ago. You planted tens of thousands of genes of beetroot. At that time, I saw a look of embarrassment on the face of the mayor of Stone Canyon. At that time, he reluctantly took the beetroot, but he waved to the newly planted beetroot on the hillside and said earnestly, "Tomorrow, another batch of beetroot will be harvested." At that time, Stone Canyon won't hold up. He will complain that his small factory won't be able to take that many beetroot. He'll tell you that the beetroot won't be able to get sold and will beg you to stop planting temporarily or reduce the scale. There was a fox-like smile on Rob's face. "Yo, are you so sure?" Baron Newland smiled and said, "Yes. In fact, I have been investigating the beetroot industry in Westwind town in recent days. I found that although Stone Canyon's mayor wanted a beetroot factory, he was reluctant to spend money to hire a lot of workers. Goblin and ogres can no longer be caught, so he can only hire townspeople, but the mayor thinks that the salary needed to hire townspeople is too high and is unwilling to expand the production scale. If you are smart, you should have understood that this guy is only capable of doing small things, and he won't be able to do great business in his lifetime. With all due respect, it is not only the mayor of Stone Canyon but also the mayor of White Birch Town and the mayor of Westwind Town, so you need real capitalists who are more willing to invest a lot of money to do great things. I learned this word from you, and I think it's quite interesting." Rob smiled. "You looked carefully. Your observation is also very accurate. Well, just say why you are here." Rob was happy. He was just talking to Little E about this problem and didn't expect Baron Newland to come to him to talk about it right away. Sure enough, never underestimate the wisdom of the ancients, although they do not understand science and commerce. But as long as things are within the scope of their understanding, their minds will not be any slower than modern people. Baron Nolan pointed to his nephew standing next to him and smiled and said, "I'm going to pay for a real, decent beetroot factory, which will be run and managed by my nephew, as long as you can provide my factory with a stable supply of beetroot. I'm sure we'll do better than the mayor of Stone Canyon." Rob smiled and said, "Aren't you worried there are too many beetroot to sell?" Baron Newland smiled and said, "Not at all. Because I also intend to buy 200 camels from you to set up several caravans to transport the beetroot to all parts of the kingdom to sell. You know, I am a noble. Although my fief is far from the border, I have the background of being part of the Wind Knights, and I have many friends from the noble circle. And it won't be long before I can establish a sales channel directly to nobles all over the country." At this point, Baron Newland said solemnly, "Compared with my channels, the traveling merchant who used to buy from you is nothing, as he can only do business in small villages and towns. Gugu and Gigi only serve the royal family. There's Pobo who doesn't like ordinary goods. Your production scale will be difficult to digest if you don't set up a new channel." Clap, 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 Rob applauded him. This guy was really smart. And what he said is basically right. The town mayors are too small to be big capitalists. In the past, Westwind Town had a small population and production scale, and they could keep up with Rob. Now the population of Westwind Town is moving towards 10,000 people. The mayors, who are only used to taking care of hundreds of people, are really unable to keep up with Rob. Rob said with a smile, "Well, when I harvest this batch of beetroot tomorrow, bring your nephew and see what the mayor of Stone Canyon says. You can take the business if he says he can't do it." Baron Newland was delighted. The mayor of Stone Canyon was bound to be unable to digest the quantity of beetroot tomorrow. "But aren't you worried about war?" Rob suddenly asked. "The battle on Bright Road is unresolved. If the war escalates, aren't you afraid of something going wrong with your business?" Lord Newland spread his hand. "I only say this to Godfather. In fact, what does war have to do with me? Whether Her Majesty wins or Mondra wins, I am a baron of the Kingdom of Gran, and it will remain unchanged. My business can be done as usual." In my opinion, there is no difference between the two gods, the name of the god I need to say when I pray every day, whether it is the God of light or the God of darkness. Isn't it the same with Godfather? You have shown your perspective of God by allowing the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness to stand side by side. Ha ha ha. You are a very interesting person. Rob laughed. Sure enough, magicians and priests are completely different. Baron Nuoluen bid farewell to Rob and returned to his villa in Wangjiang district, only to find several little nobles waiting in the villa. It turned out that these little nobles were waiting for Baron Nuoluen. They were also interested in these businesses in Westwind town but could not find the time to cut in. Baron Nuoluen smiled at the little nobles and said, "It's done. Tomorrow I'll take over the beetroot business from Godfather's field. You'll see. This is good news for the young nobles." Another nobleman cannot help but say, "So I can go to pick up the soybean oil business?" I feel that soybean oil is still very useful, not just for potato chips. Godfather will also develop a lot of food that depends on soybean oil, which can be sold as much as a blockbuster. Another little nobleman said with a smile, "In that case, I'll take soy sauce." He, soy sauce is a good thing. Another nobleman said, "My focus is different from yours. I think the water wheel is a little interesting. I intend to organize craftsmen who can make water wheels by Godfather, introduce them to various places, and build water wheels. I will act as an intermediary. I will definitely make a fortune." The nobles are indeed very discerning. When they see the things that Rob made, they first thought, "We have it here, but not anywhere else, and, you can make a lot of money if you sell it elsewhere." So they directly thought about how to get them to other places, even how to do it together in many cities. They have the capital and connections to do such a thing. Westwind town used to be under the hands of a few mayors, once the Westwind Big Four, now can only become the tears of the times. The town's development will bring more high-quality talents, which Rob has long expected. After Baron Nuoluen left, the little chapel calmed down again. Little E is taking two little nuns out to sell potatoes and won't be back soon. The chapel is silent. Rob slumped on his stone stool and remained lazy. Hua, the kitten girl, ran from the side, smiled, and said to him, "Godfather, I made a lot of money today." "Oh?" Rob was happy. "You make money, too?" Hua said with a smile, "Fish has become more expensive recently. The townspeople are willing to pay twice as much for fish. I sold 5 big fish this morning and made a lot of money." She opened her purse and showed Rob that there was a large pile of copper coins in it. Rob said with a smile, "The population has become larger, and I only sell potatoes. Who can stand eating potatoes all the time? So, of course, they need some meat to improve their taste, but I don't provide meat, so the price of fish will have to go up naturally. It is estimated that pork and beef prices have also increased crazily in recent days." The kitten girl looked like she didn't understand. Rob said with a smile, Hua, you guys have only been catching wild fish. I'm afraid it won't work like this. Meow. The fish in the canal grow very slowly after all. We have to consider raising fish artificially so that we can continuously get big, fat, and good fish of good quality. Meow, meow, meow. Hua looked confused. Well, forget it. Just fish with your hands. I'll talk to someone serious about fish farming. Rob smiled and said to Lillian, who had been gently massaging his feet, if you are thirsty, go and get a glass of Coca-Cola. Lillian said pitifully, Master, the Coca-Cola has run out. Nanny? Rob was surprised, how did it run out? Lillian said, Master, our Coca-Cola was made during the summer. It is now the end of January 1345, and you have been drinking it for half a year. You have also been selling it to the traveling merchant for over half a year. How could we still have more of it? Rob. This is very unpleasant. Rob, in modern times, used to have Coca-Cola no matter what. When did this thing become seasonal in this world? After the beetroot harvest tomorrow morning, we will plant fruit trees in the fields, all of them. Rob said to Lillian, remind me, all of them. No, that's not enough. Inform Chief Elsie immediately and transfer me the 3,000 reform through labor prisoners. I'm going to open up more fields. It was evening and time for Rob to take a bath again. Although it was winter and there was still snow on the ground, Rob still liked to take a bath in the yard. Instead of using the bathtub, he dug a small pool on the ground and let Lillian pour warm water into the pool every evening. He'll then jump into the pool and soak in it. Since the pool dissipated heat faster than the bathtub, the pool couldn't keep warm by constantly boiling water, so Rob had to use fire magic to keep the water warm. He called it an open-air hot spring. This act of making fake hot springs with boiled water is insane. The nobles headed by Baron Newland severely despise it. But afterward, the nobles also dug a pool in their yards. The little crystal ball shined by the hot spring pool, and the queen's beautiful, flawless face appeared in the crystal ball, but Her Majesty's spirit looked quite tired. Rob said to the crystal ball, exhausted? Is the battle at Bright Road that difficult? Yes. The queen's first words were unexpectedly a little husky, but she immediately coughed and adjusted her voice. The war is really tense, but it is not a big problem. Our army can completely defend Bright Road. The troops at Fongjing Cave have also successfully withstood the West Army of the Desert Kingdom. There will be no problem if your Westwind town is not breached by the East Army of the Desert Kingdom. Rob smiled and said, do you think I can handle it? The queen said, who knows? Maybe 1 second you are laughing with me, and the next you are killed by a female assassin from the Desert Kingdom. Rob said with tears and laughter, why did you add female when you said assassin? A flash of inexplicable emotion flashed across the queen's face. I think it's easier for a female assassin to kill you, not a man. Rob, you are prejudiced. I am clean. I never approach women. I only like to play with men. The queen smiled and did not continue speaking. Rob shrugged, forget it, I admit, I like to play with girls, but what's wrong with that? The attraction to the opposite sex is normal. It is the truth of how the world works. I tell you, this is the right way for human beings to reproduce. The queen unexpectedly did not retort this time but smiled and said, that's right, it's not a problem for a man to be good to women. The real problem is when he dares to do it and dares not say it. All right, cut the crap. What I'm curious about is that you seem to be working a lot these days and are not as lazy as you used to be. Huh? Am I? I think I'm still quite lazy myself, Rob said. Lazy my *s, the queen said, I have received a report that you have recently changed from being lazy to farming every day. A large number of fields on the hillside have been used to grow food desperately for thousands of new people. Some cash crops such as beetroot, cotton, and soybeans are also grown at intervals. I almost don't know how you are doing this. Rob spread his hand, this is called good things stay, while bad news leave. Nonsense. The queen said, this is obviously good news that has spread thousands of miles. Rob said, have you reversed the good and the bad? I tell you, only the rich are qualified to be lazy, and the poor can only take the road of hard work, and my name for diligence has spread thousands of miles, has it not spread my name of poverty? Queen, apologize to all the hard-working people in the world. This insane guy doesn't make sense. The queen almost left on the spot. If Rob wasn't in the crystal ball but in front of her, she would have slapped a bone spearhead at Rob. Alright, I'll stop joking and start getting serious. Rob said with a smile, the reason why I have been a little diligent recently is that I have found a new way to play. Oh, what new way to play? It is to make a city-state. Dark Blade is an MMORPG, which does not have a city-state construction system, so Rob is not tired of it. Now he seems to be in a simulated city series sort of city-state construction games. Here, He is not only the operator of the game but also an NPC in the game, playing very happily. The only annoying thing is that city-state construction in the real world is slow. The Queen knows nothing about video games and can only interpret his words as he regards building a city-state as a game. She can't help but sigh, I really don't understand what kind of person you are. It's like. She dragged a long note here, and after a long time, she whispered, like a god who likes mischief, passing the boring time in the world. Then you think too highly of me. I'm not a god. Rob smiled and said, I am God's father. Queen, I tell you business, yet you tell me jokes, forget it, today's diplomatic relations talks. Because of my anger, I almost forgot to mention that tomorrow, Gugu and Gigi will set out to buy a large number of iron and copper ingots from Westwind town. I hope you will be ready in advance so they can be loaded as soon as they arrive. We need to save some time and transport the iron and copper ingots back to Bright Road as soon as possible. Oh. Rob understood, you want to make weapons in large quantities? The Queen nodded solemnly, the situation is tight. I need to provide better equipment for the soldiers. Rob had seen the skeletons led by necromancers 32 and 42, all with rubbish equipment and rusty swords, just like the skeletons Rob summoned. But the skeletons he summoned disappear after battle, so there is no need to equip them. Her Majesty's skeletons are different. They are real undead monsters, not summoned creatures. It is not good for these skeletons to be dressed in rags. If they are well equipped, their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Rob smiled, you've only bought iron and copper ingots so far. It will take a few days to turn them into weapons. Won't it be too late by then? Do you need some help? Seeing the cheap smile on Rob's face, the Queen immediately became vigilant. Do you want to earn my money again? You think bullying a little girl with no father or mother is easy? It's not cheating you out of your money. Rob said, I'm only doing business. How did it become cheating you out of your money? The Queen said, it's not like I haven't seen you rub out a robe by hand, one by one. If you use this method to rub out weapons for my soldiers, how can I afford it? Do you think I have the money to provide master-grade swords to thousands of skeletons? Rob thought about this question carefully, you have a point. Indeed, skeletons have no human rights, and it is impossible to equip them with the best weapons. I'll tell you what. I'll provide you with iron swords of ordinary quality. The Queen frowned and said, what does ordinary quality mean? You mean, you'll let the blacksmiths in Westwind town turn iron ingots into iron swords and sell them to me? Rob smiled and said, no, I'll make them myself. They'll be ordinary, cheap wholesale weapons. The so-called ordinary quality in Rob's mouth is actually the training weapon in the game. Almost all life skills have items for practice, such as the low-grade, white equipment, or iron sword. Almost every player who practices the production profession has made countless pieces of this kind of thing, and their proficiency depends on it. Of course, this could not be explained to the Queen, so Rob had to say that he'll make a simple weapon. After hearing this, the Queen was a little moved. Will you rub it out with your own hands? If you do, the quality will be guaranteed. But what I want to arm is an army that demands thousands and thousands of swords, as well as shields and armor. It is a huge project. You're lazy. Ha! How could you say I'm lazy? Rob said with a smile, I just want to tell you that now that I am ready to play city-state construction a little more seriously. I am about to restore the nature of the Grinding Emperor. If you are free tomorrow night, give me a call. I'll show you what the Grinding Emperor really is. Well, I'll try to squeeze in some time to call you tomorrow night. Don't call me while I'm bathing. I insist. What a damned woman. When the Queen's phone hung up, Rob smiled at Lillian and said, go and tell the mayor and ask him to help inform the miners that I will buy all the iron ingots they have tomorrow afternoon. The miners in Westwind town are actually quite sad. Although Rob has found them a new silver mine, only a few exist. The miners' main job is to mine iron ore and copper, which are worthless in Westwind town. Their lives are miserable. Now Rob can finally help them turn the iron ore they have dug out for a long time into money. The next morning, in the fields of Rob, a significant number of beetroot was ready to be harvested. Baron Newland came to the field early with his nephew and the several little nobles who came to watch. They all had the "everything is under my control" smile on their faces. The mayor of Uanchar also brought a group of workers over, and when he saw the vast expanse of beets in the field, Mayor Birch's face immediately showed a touch of embarrassment. The mayor of Stone Canyon also brought a group of workers over, and when he saw the vast expanse of beets in the field, Mayor White Birch's face immediately showed a touch of embarrassment. This is too much. This is just too much. As the Baron said, the mayor dared not recruit more workers for the beetroot. When he saw the beets, he felt more overwhelmed rather than delighted. The police department drove over a group of reform-through labor prisoners. They dug the beets out of the ground one by one, piled them on the edge of the field, and a large pile was made in the twinkling of an eye. These reform-through labor prisoners were very careful when plowing for fear of damaging the beets a little. It turns out that they grew up in the desert and relied on the gift of the oasis to get some food. People in the desert kingdom have an extremely pious attitude toward food and dare not take them lightly at all. Mayor Stone Canyon carefully approached Rob and whispered, "Godfather, did you grow too many beets? After all, this thing is not grain, it can only be used to make sugar, and sugar is just a kind of spice. It doesn't have much use, and our little Westwind town can't finish them all. Even if we consider the traveling merchant, it's not enough." As soon as he said this, Baron Newland, next to him, showed a calm smile on his face. Rob, who had already guessed the result, smiled and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Mayor Stone Canyon said, "I think it's enough. Godfather should rest more and be lazy, just like you did before." Ha ha ha. Baron Newland's nephew couldn't help laughing. After getting an affirmative look from Baron Newland, he took a big step forward and said respectfully, "Godfather, since the mayor of Stone Canyon thinks there are too many beets, why don't you sell all the beets planted this time to us in the Chengwang family?" Remember, Baron Newland's full name is Newland Chengwang. Rob pretended to hear this for the first time and turned around. "Oh. Are you willing to take over the business?" The nephew laughed, "Yes. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a pity for these beets to rot in the field?" Rob quietly looked at the expression of Mayor Stone Canyon. There was no unhappy look on his face when he was intercepted and robbed of his business. On the contrary, there was a kind of, "Finally, someone's going to pick up these beets," a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this man is inconsiderate and discerning. He doesn't even understand why a monopoly can bring him a huge advantage. He wasn't even angry when a competitor arrived but instead relieved. Alas! Rob turned to Newland's nephew and said with a smile, "Well, if you like, I'll these beets to your family, and you can find a way to hire the townspeople and turn them into sugar. I don't care about the rest. I'll just sell these beets to you." Baron Newland was overjoyed and hurriedly winked at his nephew. His nephew waved his hand, and a large group of Chengwang slaves ran over, and several carriages brushed forward. They desperately carried the beets piled on the edge of the field to the carriages. It was all in the twinkling of an eye. No sooner had Baron Newland pulled away the beets did Rob take out a large bag of seeds, including apples, oranges, and grapes. There was no more Coca-Cola, so he had to plant a new batch of fruit quickly, and of course, he had to work quickly while the beets were out and the fields were empty. After sowing, he picked up a small kettle and poured it in the holes one at a time. There were already so many fields in his name at this time because the manpower of thousands of reform-through labor prisoners was so great that a large area of land could be reclaimed in the twinkling of an eye. Rob has become the biggest landowner in Westwind town, and even if he gave himself swift wind, it would take him more than an hour to plant and water it all. As he himself said, recently, he began to feel the joy of building a city-state and has slowly shifted from a state of laziness to the grinding emperor. This feeling of watching a town grow bigger and develop slowly under his own management gives him a great sense of achievement. No wonder many players like to play Sim City. After the painstaking farming, it was already noon. Rob returned to his long-lost stone stool, and Lillian smiled and placed a large plate with a silver lid in front of him. Her movements were so elegant that she was no longer like the little girl who came down from the countryside more than half a year ago, but with the confidence and grace of the head maid of a noble family. Rob smiled and said, "What will we have for lunch today?" Lillian gently lifted the lid of the plate and said with a smile, "It's the fried chicken you mentioned the other day. I studied it for several days and finally made it. We already have soybean oil at home and fried potato chips." Rob began to think of some of the junk food that he often ate in modern times, and when it comes to junk food, of course, fried chicken is indispensable. So, several days ago, he suggested to Lillian that he wanted fried chicken. Lillian did what he asked and tried to study it. And today, she can finally serve it. Rob picked up the fried chicken and tried to take a small bite. It was great. Although it was different from the taste of the fried chicken in his memory, it was so moving that he couldn't help saying happily, "Not bad, very good." Lillian smiled happily. When her master was happy, she was happy. Just then, a miner probed his head at the entrance of the churchyard. "Godfather, according to the mayor, you need a lot of iron ingots, so we brought them to you." Lillian turned her head after brushing the floor and said ferociously, "Don't you see that master is eating dinner?" Unfortunately, Lillian's fierce expression is not frightening but makes the miner happy instead. "You can talk about such things at dinner," Rob said with a smile. Western nobles should speak gentlemanly and be noble and educated and not speak during dinner. But Easterner nobles talking while eating was the mainstream way of thinking. Rob waved to the miner, smiled, and said, "Are there many?" The miner nodded awkwardly, "A lot." Rob asked gently, "At what price do you usually sell them?" The miner whispered, "An iron ingot is 1 silver coin, which is the standard purchase price for merchants from big cities." "Oh. How much will it sell if made into an iron sword?" The miner said, "It takes 2 iron ingots to make an iron sword. The price of the shoddy iron sword we make can be worth about 3 silver coins, while the iron swords made by those powerful blacksmiths in big cities can sell for about 10 silver coins." Rob understood now why the miners and blacksmiths in Westwind town were so poor. What was the use of this money? You can only sell them for 3 silver coins if you turn them into an iron sword. Only the addition of 1 more silver coin will be gained, which will be used to compensate for the time and energy used to hammer the ingot and fuel the stove. Miners and blacksmiths don't make money. It can't be so cheap. Rob smiled, "My Westwind town's miners and blacksmiths cannot be so depressing. Otherwise, before long, no one will be willing to mine. Sell me your iron ingots at 3 times the market price, 3 silver coins per ingot." 3 silver coins for 1 ingot? The miner was startled. "How can I make Godfather spend so much money against my conscience?" It doesn't matter. I want to buy it at this price myself." Rob smiled and said, "Bring all your iron ingots and put them before me. Lillian, count how many ingots there are and pay him." The miner was moved. Afterward, the miner and the miners behind him came to hand in the iron ingots. There are no other words to describe Godfather's purchase of iron ingots at triple the price, except for doing them good deeds. He's letting all the miners in Westwind town feel the real caress of their father. It's getting late. After a while, Rob's yard was full of iron ingots with a pile as high as a hill. The purchase price of 3 silver coins per ingot rewrote the values of the townspeople. Each miner took out all the iron ingots at the bottom of their boxes. Rob did not know how many iron ingots he had received, but there must be at least 50,000 ingots. After dinner, Lillian came to report with a sad face that more than 1,500 gold coins had been spent on this crazy charity, and a large sum of their money was gone. Lillian, as a housekeeper, felt very distressed. This little girl just can't change her poor mindset. What are 1,500 gold coins? Rob doesn't even regard this money as money. He warmed his hot spring pool with magic, then took off his clothes and jumped into the pool, and soaked comfortably. He knew that it would not be long before the ghost woman who liked to call to peek at his upper body while he was in the bath would show up. Sure enough, the crystal ball began to shine. Rob stroked the crystal ball 3 times, then put it on the edge of the pool, and then the queen's beautiful face slowly appeared in the crystal ball. She didn't bother to mention why Rob was taking a bath. After the phone got through, she glanced at Rob without any hint of embarrassment. She didn't even mention the bath. "You asked me to call tonight to see you," she said bluntly. "I'm here now. Now, tell me what the grinding emperor is." "All right." Rob pointed to the mountains of iron ingots piled up beside the hot spring pool and said with a smile, "See? These are iron ingots, and now I'm going to turn them into high-quality swords and sell them to you." With that, Rob rubbed his hands, and the 2 iron ingots became an iron sword, which was not a very high-quality iron sword, but a practice sword for practicing low-level forging skills, a very low-end green equipment with only a +5 attack power. It sucks. Interestingly though, this +5 attack power looks bad to Rob, but not to the queen. Rob puts the sword very close to the front of the crystal ball macro, which is one of the important shooting techniques when taking pictures with a digital camera. With macro, you can see some small details that are difficult to see. Sure enough, the queen saw that the blade of this sword was much sharper than that of an ordinary sword, and it could be said to be a sharp sword, much better than the iron sword made by her own royal craftsman. Rob said with a smile, "I don't know how expensive an iron sword of this quality sells for, but how about 10 silver coins, which is the standard price of an ordinary iron sword forged by craftsmen in big cities?" The queen was overjoyed. 10 silver coins? I'll take it. But her expression remained the same. "If you can guarantee that the thousands of iron swords you are about to offer me are of this quality, then 10 silver coins are reasonable, and I have no objection. I just want to know what you're going to do to turn this hill of iron ingots into swords." Rob smiled and said, "Then you have to open your eyes and watch clearly. The ball broadcasts the production process. It's your loss if you miss a frame." Hearing what he said, the queen was interested, sat up straight, put on a serious face, and carefully looked at the crystal ball. Rob, still in the pool, his upper body slightly above the water, thought silently in his head, "Select material, iron ingot. Create, iron sword. Mass production, please set the number of swords to be made, max." After setting it up, Rob thought to himself, "Initiate production." During the whole process, Rob sat motionless, just using his head, and then the 2 iron ingots around him automatically merged together and became an iron sword with a bang. Her Majesty. Then, 2 seconds later, 2 more iron ingots snapped and turned into an iron sword. Her Majesty. 2 seconds later. Her Majesty, degree. What the heck? Why aren't you using your hands to rub them out? The queen said angrily, "You can make a sword even without moving? What kind of forging is this?" Rob said with a smile, "In mass production, the character can't move, and if you move, the production will be interrupted. That's why I'm still now. Keeping still is the best action to take." "Oh, it's okay to talk, so I can still talk to you." "Queen, I don't understand what you're talking about." Rob said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. In short, I will stay still in the hot spring and use mass production simultaneously. If you are patient, just keep watching. If you are impatient, you can do something else. Just come back later and take a look at the progress." Queen. There is no reason to tell such a deranged man that the queen is so busy that she doesn't have time to look at this scene. It wasn't completely still. 2 iron ingots merged together at the edge of the pool every 3 seconds into an iron sword, adding a little dynamic effect to the completely still picture. Inexplicable. The queen pushed the crystal ball aside and didn't bother to pay any more attention to it. Then she picked up a stack of documents, flipped through them carefully, looked at her finances and military affairs, and approved 2 war reports sent from Fongjing Cave. She then turned around and saw that Rob still sat motionless in the pool. However, the ground beside the hot spring pool was already covered with iron swords. The queen shook her head in tears and laughter, then continued looking at documents, and after a long time, she looked up again and saw that Rob was still there. The iron ingots around him still merged into an iron sword every 3 seconds. Queen. Forget it. Ignore him. The queen took a piece of cloth, covered the crystal ball, took a bath, changed clothes, changed into a white nightdress, and then came to the table to lift the cloth covering the crystal ball. Rob moved. He was finally done taking a bath. He's in his room and sleeping on the bed. On the other hand, the crystal ball is deliberately placed on the window, through which you can see the ground outside the window and the innards of his room. The iron ingots are no longer fused into iron swords but are merging into iron armor, and dozens of iron armor have been piled on the ground. And it's growing at a uniform rate of 5 seconds. It turned out that while the queen had gone to take a bath, Rob temporarily interrupted mass production, went out of the hot spring pool, put on pajamas, lay on his bed, and then changed the product into iron armor. He left it there and fell asleep. What is the grinding emperor? This is the grinding emperor. His work won't stop even when he's sleeping. Queen. Seeing that the guy was still making armor while asleep, the queen didn't know what to say, so she could only sigh, "What a damn man." She reached out to hang up the phone, but when she saw that the other person had slept without turning off the crystal ball on purpose so that she could look at his sleeping face, she could not help feeling a little strange in her heart that she couldn't end the call. Forget it. She didn't hang up. She put it on her nightstand, climbed into bed, pulled over the quilt to cover herself up, and whispered to the crystal ball, "Good night." Good night, but she couldn't sleep. She couldn't help looking at the crystal ball every few minutes. And seeing Rob sleeping in the ball. For some reason, she always felt as if the man was sleeping next to her. 30 miles north of Westwind town. This place used to be an empty canyon, and only an official road ran through the canyon, which connects Westwind town Stone Canyon and goes all the way to the north to the border of the Crystal Canyon. Now, there is a huge army in the center, marching south in silence. This is the Eastern Army of the invading army of the Desert Kingdom, with a force of tens of thousands of men. Soldiers from the Desert Kingdom are cold and do not like to talk nonsense. This is a good habit they have formed in the desert. If he is stupid enough to open his mouth and talk in the desert, he may be blown by the wind. Under harsh natural conditions, everyone in the Desert Kingdom has a strong heart and an unyielding will. The commander-in-chief of the East Road Army is now riding a tall camel, walking in the center of the army. Beside him walked his deputy general, a brave desert soldier, and his advisor, a cunning and wise shaman. While playing with a piece of natural crystal ore in his hand, the shaman told the general, "General, Crystal Canyon and Stone Canyon are rich in this kind of crystal. It feels really good and can be used to make all kinds of interesting props, necklaces, rings, and staffs. After the war, we might as well seize these 2 places and not return them to Mandra." The commander-in-chief replied in a low voice, "That's not easy. Our agreement with Mandra and the Church of Light is to help them defeat the Church of Darkness, and then Mandra will give us a small area of the northern mountains. He did not promise to cede the Crystal Canyon and Stone Canyon to us, and if we want to seize these 2, it is possible that we'll attract an attack from Mandra, and even the Church of Light will become our enemy." The shaman laughed, "Why bother about them?" The commander-in-chief chuckled and said, "Of course, isn't it stupid to fight such a war just for a little land in the mountains? After the Crystal Canyon was taken, we deliberately pushed slowly south, trying to let Mandra and Elizabeth play on Bright Road for a while longer, letting both sides consume a little more strength, the fiercer, the better, so that after the war, if our army occupied the Crystal Canyon and did not give it back to the victorious side, they might not have the strength to take it back from us. The shaman nodded. The deputy general nearby said, "General, we are afraid that the Church of Light will participate in the arbitration. If the Church of Light arbitrates that our kingdom should return the Crystal Canyon to the Kingdom of Gran, and we defer, they may incite Norma, the Kingdom of Knights, to send troops to our kingdom." The commander-in-chief sneered, "Let them come. Although the Kingdom of Knights is strong, they have no guts to send troops into our desert. I'd like to see if their proud knights can still show off in the desert." As soon as his words came out, several people could not help laughing. After laughing for a long time, the deputy general pulled them back to reality. "General, Westwind town, which we are going to attack in front of us, is not weak. The vanguard army lost the battle in Westwind town a few days ago, and their entire army was wiped out, even Matra was taken. Our main force must also be careful not to overturn the boat in the sewer." Although all the soldiers of the Desert Kingdom were wiped out and Rob captured all the soldiers in the Battle of Westwind town, there were still several scouts on the distant hills that did not join the battle. After watching the whole battle from beginning to end, the scouts rushed north and reported all the battle details to the commander-in-chief. Of course, what they reported differed slightly from the real truth. For example, they reported that Rob was strong but could not report how strong Rob was. Rob was a great magician with a broken leg and held several classes. The commander-in-chief glanced at the deputy general and asked seriously, "What do you think of Westwind town?" The deputy general said, "After the vanguard army was completely destroyed, your subordinate sent scouts to watch Westwind town day and night, drew a detailed map, and also sent spies into the town to inquire. Fortunately, this town does not exclude any outsiders. Our spies easily blended in and spent only 50 copper coins to buy potato chips and got a lot of useful information from the people there. They spent 10 silver coins to buy steamed fish to eat and asked for a lot of information from the store. They spent another 30 silver coins to buy a slice of cake to eat, got a lot of information from his stall, and then disguised as a fugitive noble. 50 silver coins were spent renting a villa in Westwind town for one night, socializing with the nobles in Westwind town, and getting a lot of information." The commander-in-chief said, "Wait a minute, there's something wrong with this report. Why are you spending more and more money?" The deputy general said, "There is nothing wrong with using funds to obtain intelligence. Espionage costs a lot of money." The commander-in-chief continued to think, "Right, there is nothing wrong with it. How will informants talk to you if you don't spend money? Of course, you need money to deceive people for information, but it's always strange. There are only a few serious troops in the tow. Only one person guards the core of the town, the guy on the wheelchair. He has multiple classes and can use all kinds of magic. His name is Rob. He is a priest of the Church of Light in Westwind town, but he allowed the Church of Darkness to build a chapel in the town. He's a freak. According to him, this is freedom of religion and belief. Well, in a word, this man is very strong, and he has held up the defense of the whole Westwind town on his own. If we kill him, our army will only need an instant to capture Westwind town. Is that so?" The commander-in-chief thought about this problem carefully and said with a smile, "There is a good saying in the Rabbit Kingdom that we siege openly since the other side only relies on one person to defend the town. It would be better to send an assassination team to kill this man so that we can get the greatest result at the least cost. We're not in a hurry to help Mandra finish this war anyway, are we? As for Matra, he should at least pay a certain price for his defeat, so let him be a prisoner of war for a while longer. The general is wise." The deputy general nodded. "Good. Let's camp 30 miles north of Westwind town and send an assassination team into Westwind town disguised as refugees, waiting for a chance to assassinate that guy named Rob." Under the wise decision of the commander-in-chief, the army of the Desert Kingdom found a river 30 miles north of Westwind town and set up a large camp by the river, while an elite assassination team of 15 left the camp and came towards Westwind town. Last night, for Her Majesty to see the forging of the equipment outside the window through the crystal ball, Rob only closed the window without closing the curtains. The sun filled the room with golden light in the morning, so Rob was blinded by the sun and had to get out of bed. After looking at the crystal ball in the window, he found that the call had been hung up, probably turned off after the Queen got up. That woman was too busy to talk to Rob during the day. Looking through the window, he can see the large area of fruit trees planted on the hillside yesterday morning, and now they have grown luxuriantly, and many of them are hung with green fruit. In a few hours, these fruits will all be ripe. Rob was secretly happy since when these fruits are picked, there would be Coca-Cola to drink again. He felt like it was hell when he didn't get to drink yesterday. Sure enough, human beings could not live without Coca-Cola. He got dressed and left the house. Lillian had already boiled the water. When she saw him up, she immediately handed him a piece of hot cotton cloth. He wiped his face and then washed his mouth. There is no toothpaste, and he doesn't know how to make it. Rob doesn't know how to make toothpaste, and the skills he inherited from the game can't make toothpaste. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, no girl in the world will dislike his toothbrush because he is already one of the most hygienic people in the world. After brushing his teeth, Rob spurted fire magic with his magic container to heat his stone stool to keep it warm. He sat down on it. The stool's surroundings were also warmed up. The kitten girl Hua Hua ran out of nowhere, stretched herself behind his stone stool, sprawled beautifully on the ground, and covered her face with her long black and white tail. Going to nap again? Rob could not laugh or cry. When I get up, you come to my stool to sleep. What the heck? Because it's warm here, meow. Well, the cat girl likes to work at night, so during the day, she takes advantage of the warm edge of the lazy priest's stone stool to sleep. After getting acquainted with Rob, the cat girl also learned that Rob liked to be clean, so she added a piece of cloth to the ground before lying down. Sleeping on the cloth. She is becoming more and more like the pet cats of modern times, simply insane. The most insane thing was that she only let him touch her ears and head, not anywhere else. He really wanted to pick it up and rub it violently in my arms. Ah, that furry tail. Lillian brought Rob a cake without cream and a cup of hot milk. Interestingly, Rob knows cream, but he doesn't like cream. He only sells cream to others to make money. He only eats cakes without cream. No one understands why he does this. Only he knows that eating too much cream will make you fat. If you add cola and potato chips, you'll turn into a fat house with a big belly in minutes. If he does so, this handsome blondie he finally got will be destroyed, so he still needs to pay attention to abstinence. Anyway, cream is only for fooling women and children. Men don't think cream is so delicious. Rob knew that the cat women didn't like cake but liked milk very much. He slowly put the milk close to Hua Hua's mouth. She didn't open her eyes. She just stuck out her little tongue and licked it before brushing the cup away with a swoosh. Lillian had to pour Rob another glass of hot milk again. At this time, Chief Elsie came. He was very punctual. Just when Rob had finished washing and was already enjoying his breakfast slowly. He would not come too early to disturb Rob's rest nor too late to disturb Rob's fishing. He only knows that Rob likes to talk about things at meals, which is such an ungentlemanly habit. But it doesn't matter, Chief Elsie will lick his feet hard whether he is a gentleman or not. Ignoring the mountain of iron swords and armor in the churchyard, he smiled at Rob and said, "Godfather got up so early with a healthy and sunny life." Chief Elsie is the only person in this town who dares to praise Rob as a person with a healthy and sunny life. No one but him has such thick skin. "Godfather, I've come to talk to you about the prisoners of war." Chief Elsie took out a piece of parchment, flipped through it, and reported, "There are quite a lot of prisoners of war at first. Some people try to escape every day, but they are all caught back and put on ceiling fans. As the food we provided to the prisoners of war was provided several days in a row, and after providing them a dose of sweet soybean milk, the number of escapees decreased significantly, and there was not a single one in the last 3 days." Rob nodded. "Carrot on a stick, the effect is good." Chief Elsie said, "All right, my report is over." Such a little thing, yet he needed to give a report. Rob knew that this guy was just giving him a facial scan. He's afraid that he won't be able to appear in front of Rob much because of managing the prison. Otherwise, he might stray from the center of power of Westwind town. Rob scolded, "Organize the prisoners of war immediately. The fruit trees on my hillside will be harvested in a few hours. Let the prisoners of war come and pick the fruits, wash them clean and squeeze the juice for me. In addition, after picking the fruit, they have to pull up all the fruit trees and vacate the field. I have to grow potatoes." Chief Elsie glanced at the lush fruit trees on the hillside and whispered, "Pull them all out? What a waste. If ordinary people plant these fruit trees, it will take several years for them to mature. Some townspeople will be willing to take them back and plant them in their own yard." "Ha!" Rob chuckled and said, "Come on, come closer and listen to me. I'll allow you to abuse your power for personal gain and earn a little money." Upon hearing this, Chief Elsie immediately put on a straight face and said solemnly, "How can I use my power for personal gain to earn a small treasury? It doesn't make any sense. I will only work for Godfather conscientiously, realistically, and selflessly." "All right, it's all right. This is the opportunity one will give you to abuse your power for personal gain," Rob said with a smile. Chief Elsie was not moved at all. He was afraid that Rob was testing him, so he stood upright with no expression on his face. Rob lowered his volume and said with a smile, "These mature fruit trees will indeed make a fortune, but if you give them to the townspeople, the scattered seeds of you and me will be meaningless and cannot form a large-scale effect at all. When it comes to next year's harvest, that is, sure, each household will have several fruits to eat, but that will not invigorate the economy, so the best destination is to give it to the nobles for them to run a big orchard." Hearing this, Chief Elsie seemed to understand something. Rob continued, "There are a lot of nobles in Westwind town now. There are 7 or 8 nobles headed by Baron Newlyn. Once my fruit trees are about to be given to them, won't they fight for them?" Chief Elsie whispered, "You'll let me decide who to give it to?" "Bingo. I like talking to smart people." Rob said with a smile, "Anyway, you are in charge of the prisoner of war camp, you are also responsible for harvesting fruit and squeezing juice, and you are also responsible for digging the fruit trees. At that time, someone will certainly ask you what to do with these fruit trees, and you can tell them. I have handed over to you the responsibility to throw them away. If you want to throw them in the ravine behind the mountain, just throw them in the ravine. Throw it into the home of which noble you want to throw it into. In this way, although it is only a batch of fruit trees, it is a considerable asset, and the nobles must be willing to spend money." He was still a little afraid that Rob was testing him and said with a serious face, "I dare not accept such money. I will do justice and examine the qualifications of those nobles. I will give it to the one who can run a big orchard." Rob smiled, "I still understand the truth that there is no fish when the water is clean. Bribes can be accepted but cannot be too much. Accepting bribes shouldn't affect practical work, and you shouldn't accept bribes from incompetents. Do you understand what I mean?" Chief Elsie understood that Rob simply meant that he could be allowed to make some money out of it, but it had to be done well. When it is done well, it is allowed by Rob, but if it is not done well, the money will be banned. Rob said with a smile, "All right, go ahead, take bribes reasonably, and improve your life. Look at the holes in your clothes. Our public servants can't be so shabby." Chief Elsie said with great delight, "Your lower official understands that this matter will be handled properly for you." A few hours later, the fruits on the hillside were ripe, with large clusters of yellow oranges, red apples, and purple grapes hanging. Chief Elsie immediately showed up with 3,000 prisoners of war and ordered them to pick the fruits. Just then, a line of refugees appeared on the road in front of the chapel. There were 15 male and female refugees with dark skin and weather-beaten skin, while the women were masked with gauze. She just looked good. They were all dressed in rags and carrying large parcels on their backs, which were probably filled with a few belongings. They just came from the north, and after the guard at the gate of the town gave them a general account of the religious precautions of Westwind town, he let them into the town without any difficulty. The refugees were a little surprised at how easily they could enter a mid-war town, but they soon picked themselves up, wandered around the town, and then naturally strolled near the chapel. As soon as they came over, they saw that all kinds of fruits were being harvested on the hillside. A middle-aged man led by the leader whispered, "What the heck is this? Why can apples, oranges, and grapes be harvested on the same day? Is there something wrong with the season here?" Beside him, a masked woman whispered, "This is really amazing. The world outside the desert is really rich. Fruit can be grown during winter. We in the desert kingdom can't do this at all. We can only do it in summer." "Ah, forget it, you can't grow it even in summer." Others. "Cut the crap and lock on the target first." The leading middle-aged man whispered, "Look, under the tree over there, on the stone stool, that man should be our target, Rob, the controller of Westwind town." The party of more than a dozen people looked at Rob. Rob was holding a long fishing rod that reached into the nearby stream, fishing leisurely. "This crap is our goal?" The masked woman was a little dissatisfied. "I can beat 10 guys like him. Just looking at the appearance, I can beat 20. Then I can beat 30. The masked woman said angrily, "Don't think that since I spoke first, you can add randomly to the numbers." Everyone stopped talking, and a few seconds later, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and whispered, "Don't talk big. This man is not as simple as it seems. According to the information sent back by scouts and spies, this man knows songs of bards, the magic of shamans, the magic of witch doctors, spells of necromancers, and was able to summon void walkers." The more than a dozen people nodded together. As an assassin, the most important thing to do is to be cautious and never misjudge the target's strength, otherwise, not only can you not kill the opponent, but you die doing so. The masked woman whispered, "Captain, what do you think we should do?" The leading man looked at the large area of prisoners of war harvesting fruit trees on the hillside and then looked at the 300 prison guards holding the prisoners of war, along with many nobles and townspeople watching the hustle and bustle. Among them, Baron Newlin looks the most magnificent, wearing a master-grade silk robe, holding a staff inlaid with gems, acting pretentiously, and looking like a powerful magician. The middle-aged man whispered, "We can't do it now, otherwise, even if we can kill Rob, we will be besieged by these people. Look at that noble magician, who looks powerful. If this group of people surrounds us, we'll get killed. We have to wait until the dead of night when there is no one else around, kill Rob quietly, and then withdraw quietly. Remember, our task is to kill Rob. The rescue of prisoners of war has nothing to do with us. Understood? Spread out and take a good look at all the topography and buildings nearby. Study the place before our assassination, and find an evacuation route. Kill with one blow, and evacuate calmly." The people next to him nodded together, "Yes, sir." They were about to disperse when suddenly Rob, who was fishing, turned his head, waved to them from afar, and smiled, "Welcome to Westwind town." Rob has a good habit of greeting everyone with a smile, no matter how high his position is. He did not want to become a decadent ruler, nor did he want to become a god above all. He did not want to look down on the poor just because he had money, nor did he want to trample on the weak just because he was strong. He wants to live like a man. Therefore, no matter who comes to Westwind town, whether fat sheep or lean sheep, as long as he sees the person, he will straighten up his posture, show a kind smile, and give a warm welcome. Usually, when Rob welcomes outsiders like this, it makes people feel the spring breeze and saved face. However, when the 15 assassins heard Rob's greeting, they were startled. Several of them had beads of sweat in their cloaks, and the masked woman's eyes became sharp. They cannot be blamed for making a fuss, for the lord of a town, the ruler above all, suddenly greeted the refugees, which seems to them to be too unusual. According to reason, this kind of lord should have a nose on the top of his head, and for ordinary refugees, he would not even bother to look at them. Even a kind of lord would call a few hands to comfort the refugees. How can you wave to the refugees in person and welcome them? Generally speaking, there is only one possibility in this situation. With a sharp eye and insight, the Lord saw through their group's identity as assassins at a glance, deliberately throwing puns, and sarcastically said to them, "Welcome to your death." Everyone's nerves collapsed, and several of them pierced their hands into ragged clothes, grasped their firearms or daggers, and waited for the leader's order to fight Rob desperately. Of course, they also know that if this situation is made final, it will probably be their end, unless the thousands of prisoners of war on the hillside also help their group. However, looking at the prisoners of war being escorted to work obediently, and even their general, Matra, picking oranges like idiots, they knew they could not help at all. The assassins were dripping with sweat. Only the leading middle-aged man remained calm and whispered quickly, "Don't do anything. I'm not sure he sees right through us. Don't mess with yourselves." After drinking and stopping the misbehavior of his men, the middle-aged man bent over Rob and saluted, "Hello, my father." Rob smiled and said, "Where did you come from?" The middle-aged man pretended to be respectful and said, "We are the residents of Crystal Canyon, driven away by the army of the Desert Kingdom." "Oh, that must have been tiring." Rob said, "Looking at your dark skin, you must have been baked by the sun a lot." Rob is actually carrying out authentic, Chinese greetings. Anyway, he is just talking nonsense, such boring polite words as, "Have you eaten, have you gone to work, and, you are so tall." But this remark moved the hearts of middle-aged men. All the people of the desert nation were tanned by the sun. This is indeed a detail that can easily expose them. Is it what aroused Rob's suspicion? Doesn't matter, though. He already has something to counter it. He said respectfully, "We live in the high mountains near Crystal Canyon, where the sun is very powerful. Oh, the ultraviolet rays in the mountains are really strong, and it only takes a few days for you to get a tan." "That must have been tiring," said Rob. "Ultraviolet rays?" When the assassins heard it, they had no idea what it meant and became more vigilant. This is not some kind of do-it code, is it? They looked warily at the group of prison guards around them and found that they had not been told of the word ultraviolet either. It was slightly relieving that they didn't rush to kill them. Rob continued to talk Chinese nonsense. "How do you usually live? What kind of work do you do?" There was a worry in the hearts of the assassins. The man's problems increased one after another, and his suspicion escalated. The leading middle-aged man said solemnly, "We hunt in the mountains for a living and often fight with wild beasts." "Oh, that's really hard. No wonder you all have great mental temperament and look very vigorous and flexible, with extraordinary skills." Rob came to authentic Chinese-style business praise. In fact, it was just to see that they are in good shape, just like how your next-door neighbor's aunt praised your child's intelligence, not so seriously. But when this sentence fell on the ears of the assassins, their hearts tightened, and they thought, "Oh no. This person probably can see from our body shape and pace that we are all practitioners, which is why he has such doubts." A tense atmosphere surrounded the middle of the 15 assassins. Their hands holding the dagger in their cloaks trembled slightly. They trembled so hard that their fingertips became a little white, and all of them were sweating, but fortunately, they were covered by their cloaks, so no one knew how nervous they were. The leading middle-aged man pretended to bow his head respectfully to avoid his nervous expression being seen by Rob and said, "Thank you for father's praise. If we hadn't picked up our skills, we would have been eaten by monsters." Rob said with a smile, "Very good, capable, confident. I like such people. Capable people are most welcome in this Westwind town. Take a look around, see more of the town, and stay if you like. Pay attention. People like you who have the ability to fight do not have conflicts with ordinary townspeople. It is wrong to hurt ordinary people. If you hurt the townspeople, I will be very angry. Of course, I am not asking you to endure losses. If you have any problems, just come to me. When the assassins heard this, they almost blew up on the spot. Isn't that clearly him saying, just come at me, don't do such roundabout things like fighting others? He's confident. The assassins perspired even harder. The leading middle-aged man is a little slightly trembling. He said with difficulty, I respect your orders. At this moment, Rob suddenly exclaimed, oh, hold on. I've caught something. He turned around, jerked the fishing rod, and water splashing sounded. Unexpectedly, he picked up a huge treasure chest from the water. Before he opened it, he just looked at the cover of the treasure chest and thought it looked great. The lid of the box is decorated with sparkling gems. The assassins suddenly looked confused. What the heck? Why can there be such a big treasure chest in the water? Oh, is it possible that it was tied to the fishing hook beforehand, and now it was just pulled up on purpose to show us? What does he want us to see? The assassins looked cautiously at the big box, trying to see what Rob was going to show them. At this time, Lillian cheered, Master, you have caught a treasure chest, wow! Look at the cover of this chest. There are a lot of precious stones. You don't have to open it to know that there must be a lot of valuable things in it. Oh! A gem chest? Rob is happy. This is really a good thing. The treasure chests in the Dark Blade are divided into many levels. The highest is the gem treasure chest, followed by dark gold treasure chest, blue treasure chest, red treasure chest, and green treasure chest. The higher the level the chest, the better. Generally, all kinds of artifacts, top skill books, and experience books can be found in this type of treasure chest. It must be something good. Lillian bounced over, took the chest off the hook, put it on the table in front of Rob, and said with a smile, Master, can I open it and have a look? Of course. Rob smiled and said, if there are any beautiful necklaces or rings in it, I'll give them to you. Lillian smiled and said, I don't want them. I only need the amethyst necklace from Master. As she spoke, she lifted the lid of the treasure chest. By this time, the big chest had attracted many people around. Baron Newlin, Chief Elsie, Gorda, and Jike on the hillside, Shuelu and Little E in the chapel, number 8, and so on, were actually looking at this strange box, wondering what was in it. The 15 assassins were also very nervous. They suspected that Rob was giving them a hint, so they carefully looked at it. When Lillian's little hand opened the treasure chest lid, the chest suddenly grew 2 long legs, stretched out 2 more long hands, and opened its lid, revealing a row of green, white teeth and snapping at Lillian. Damn! This treasure chest is strange. Everyone screamed at the same time, Gem Treasure Chest Monster. This Gem Treasure Chest Monster is the highest level treasure chest monster on Fengma continent. Its combat power is fierce and incomparably powerful. Like the double-headed ogre, this chest monster can fight many enemies. It not only has a strong physical attack ability but also knows how to use magic. It's unknown how many adventurers have died under the long legs of this treasure chest. On the other hand, Lillian is just an ordinary little maid who can only be said to be on the brink of death when she opened the gem chest at such a close range. In the blink of an eye, the scary mouth of the treasure chest had reached Lillian's little face. As long as it closed its mouth, it could bite Lillian's head off. 15 assassins could not help being startled by this picture, thinking to themselves, I am afraid that I will not be able to react to such a sudden attack as well. I can only be bitten to death with one bite. But at this moment, Rob suddenly moved, jumped up from his stone stool, and stood in front of Lillian in an instant. He moved so fast that no one could see it clearly. The treasure chest monster bit Rob on the shoulder. However, it was of no use. Only the words, HP 320, appeared in his head, but his total HP was as much as 999999, so it was not a big problem. The treasure chest monster can't pose any real threat to Rob, even if Rob is not wearing any equipment. With a kick and a bang, the treasure chest monster was kicked far away. This hit didn't kill it. Although it looks very similar to this world's gem treasure chest monster, it is actually a monster in the game Dark Blade. It was brought to this world by Rob, so dodging abilities are way higher than the gem treasure chest monsters of this world. After a heavy fall, the treasure chest monster HP 15,000, but it has a total HP of 30,000. His hit only dropped its HP by half. There is still 15,000 left. It is still early for it to die. It jumped up with a brush, swung its long legs, and began to attack indiscriminately. And its target happened to be the 15 assassins. With a hung, the big mouth of the treasure chest bit at the middle-aged assassin. Startled, the assassin slid back and narrowly avoided the bite, putting him in a cold sweat. Two nearby assassins pulled out their daggers simultaneously, left and right, and poof, they inserted them into the left and right sides of the treasure chest. HP 200. Miss. It ate a hit but avoided the other with its agility. Its HP still had 14,800. Its long legs swept both sides and hit them twice, and the two assassins were kicked out simultaneously, flying several meters away. However, three more assassins jumped immediately behind, and their daggers stabbed the treasure chest simultaneously. HP 190. Miss. HP 240. The treasure chest monster had 14,370 HP left. It felt no pressure. With a long wave of its hands and touch, the three assassins flew out together. Wind blade. Suddenly Baron Newelin roared on the hillside. Two fierce blades shot out of the staff in his hand, slid across the distant space, and hit the treasure chest monster. HP 520. Resisted. These two blades finally gave the assassins a little respite, and the remaining 10 assassins dispersed together. They were startled by the powerful monster and felt a deep fear in their hearts. The several people had an unparalleled feeling that they were dead. By this time, however, Rob had temporarily calmed the frightened Lillian, and he jumped over with a brush and grabbed the treasure chest monster's arm. The treasure chest monster turned around and tried to kick Rob's feet, but he dodged. Time for the brawler's combo. Straight punch. He hit the treasure chest monster, and it hovered in the air. Then, collapsing fist, double palm, broken fist, Luocha strike, Kongming fist, double dragon feet. Finally, built up his strength again, finishing move, God extermination. There was a loud bang. The treasure chest monster took so much monster that it took a while to register the damage, but when he finished his combo, the damage settled in, HP 9999999, the maximum damage limit of a combo set by the game Dark Blade. The treasure chest turned into fragments flying all over the sky in mid-air and then into countless light particle effects, disappearing without a trace. Rob looked down at the 5 assassins injured by the treasure chest monster and said again, "Oh, I'm sorry, were you badly hurt? Let me take a look." The 5 assassins lay on the ground, all knocked down by the treasure chest monster earlier, and there were 10 left standing, but with a look of fear on their faces. They had not yet recovered from the frightening state of being attacked by the treasure chest monster. This monster is so powerful that they should only see it at the cost of their lives. Although they only fought it for a short moment, they already felt the unparalleled power of the treasure chest monster. It was not an ordinary treasure chest monster at all. As far as they know, although the gem treasure chest monster is also very powerful, it can't be so powerful. Of course, this is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that such a powerful monster was beaten to ash by Rob with his set of empty-handed attacks. The 10 assassins' chests were heaving violently and gasping for breath. Rob squatted down and looked at the 5 assassins who fell to the ground. Unsurprisingly, all of them were seriously injured. If they were not treated until some more time passed, they would be dead. Rob sighed, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have fished this thing out of the river. Don't worry. I'll be responsible." He waved his hand, "Group heal." A golden light flashed by, and the 5 assassins on the ground sat up at once, then rolled and crawled away for several meters. Rob said, "Huh? Don't be afraid of me. Although I indeed caught the monster from the river, I am not with that monster, and I sincerely apologize to you." The 15 assassins looked at him in sweat and dared not move even a little bit. Rob knew these assassins had many complicated ideas in their hearts. He reached out and grabbed 10 gold coins from the warehouse. He gave 2 to each of the 5 injured assassins and said, "This is spiritual consolation, compensation for the injuries caused by your inexplicable involvement in the battle. If you think there is anything else you need, tell me. It can also be mentioned that I, as a person, will try my best to solve the mistakes I have made." The leading middle-aged assassin said, "No, these are enough." He then winked, and the 5 injured assassins hurriedly accepted the money that Rob had handed over. The leading middle-aged assassin said, "We just want to find a place to have a rest for now." Rob said, "Of course, have a good rest. Remember, if you have any questions, just come to me." The assassins left hurriedly. Rob hurried back to the yard to comfort Lillian. Lillian was just an ordinary little girl who grew up in a small village. She had never been out of the village much in her life. She had never taken risks nor taken part in adventurers. But today, she was suddenly attacked by a hot and ferocious treasure chest monster. She was so scared that she was still pale, and tears were snapping down her face. "Lillian, are you still afraid?" Rob tried to comfort her. "Woo," Lillian whimpered pitifully, "that box, it tried to bite me." "It's all right." Rob patted her on the shoulder. "I shot that stupid box into the sky, and it won't come again. That box, it tried to bite me." That's all Lillian can say. Rob was a little distressed to see her like this, and regardless of the messy rules, he hugged Lillian, sat on the stone stool, put her on his lap, and put his hands around the girl's shoulders. The girl did not resist, not to mention that she liked the master. Even if she did not like it, as a slave, she dared not do anything against her master. The master could fight, hug, and make her 18 if he wanted to. She allowed Rob to put his arms around her. The people next nearby did not find it strange. A few seconds later, she buried her head in Rob's chest like a cat and huddled up. Rob shook his head and said softly, "It's all right. I'll check the strange things I catch later before giving it to you to play. Then, you have to check it carefully." "I will. You mustn't take such a fierce monster again. Don't worry. It won't happen again." He put his hand on Lillian's shoulder. After a while, Lillian finally calmed down. She crawled out of Rob's arms, her nose red. She covered her face with her hands sheepishly. "I was such a coward. I made Master lose face." "You didn't make me lose face," Rob said with a smile. "Girls have to be timid to be cute. Women who are bold enough to go into haunted houses and beat up the staff are not cute at all. I don't want to play with them." The crowd could not help but feel dumb when they saw that Rob's little maid had been spoiled to such an extent. This is not master and maid. This is a little noble and his own lover. Hugging, patting on the shoulder, comforting. Are you kidding me? The nearby Shualu looked a little sour and said, "What? If I do the same, I will immediately be warned that I am not being responsible. I was warned not to hug or kiss, do not touch, do not marry, and do not pull him to take adventures, yet Lillian is treated so well?" Gorda shrugged beside her and said with a smile, "Because even if Lillian married him, she wouldn't take him on an adventure, but you. Not to mention married, as long as he kisses you, you will immediately act coquettish and pull him to help you fight the Black Dragon and experience the thrill of fighting the Black Dragon, right?" Jike nodded in agreement. "Am I that bad?" "You think too badly of me," said Shualu. "No matter how good I think Mr. Rob is, I won't pull him into trouble with the Black Dragon. It's too risky." Gorda said, "Where are you going to take him then?" Shualu smiled, we'll explore the Devil King's city or something that is realistically possible. I heard that the great Devil Kingdom in the Jinghong Mountains is a kingdom made up of demons. The Devil King's city is sinister, and countless horrible and evil things are going on. Going there for adventure must be full of excitement. Oh, my soul for adventure is ready to move again. Haven't the three of us been in Westwind town for too long? Shouldn't we head out for other work? Gorda shrugged. That's why no man wants you. Jike nodded. Listening, is that even human speech? Rob scolded angrily on the stone stool, you are kind-hearted, but you just want to pull me around, I'll tell you. Even if I die and jump from a tall building, I will not go to Devil King's city. Not going. I will never go. All the fruit on the hillside was picked, and the fruit trees under Chief Elsie were carried away by rich and powerful nobles who went to their own fruit orchards. Then Rob went to plant another batch of potatoes in the field as fast as he could. That evening, when Rob once again soaked in his hot spring pool, snow slowly fell from the sky. The snow is not heavy. It seemed like a dream, how poetic. Rob enjoyed watching snow while soaking in hot springs, which gave him a very different kind of enjoyment. However, as soon as the snowflakes fell, Little E and the two young nuns rushed out of the chapel, and the three pointed to the large number of iron swords and armor piled in the yard. Rob saw Little E expressionlessly telling the two little nuns, quick, go to the townspeople to ask for some tarps and cover these iron swords and armor. They will rust if they are hit by snow. The two little nuns nodded and ran out quickly. The two dark nuns also appeared, hurrying out of their chapel, shouting, we'll also ask the townspeople for tarpaulins. The two light nuns cried, bah, we don't want the help of the dark villains. The dark nuns said, we are not trying to help you. This is the equipment purchased by Her Majesty, who the Church of Darkness supports. We don't need the false fishy help of light villains. The light nuns said, we are helping Godfather, not your queen. While quarreling, the four little nuns ran to the nearest town house and knocked on the door to borrow a tarp. Rob stretched his hands and feet in the water and said with a smile, how sad it is for such a beautiful snow to be regarded as an enemy. Little E turned to face Rob but caught a glimpse of his upper body out of the water and immediately became embarrassed. She was really afraid to look at the young man's body. She could not talk calmly to a half-naked man like Her Majesty the Queen. Little E quickly turned her head away again and turned her back to Rob, and said, Gugu and Gigi are going to take these weapons. If they rust at this time, we will not be able to afford the price. It will make you suffer a great loss, yet you're still considering protecting the snow. Rob said with a smile, it doesn't matter. In fact, these weapons can't be sold for much money. I don't earn as much as I do when I rub out a few necklaces or robes. I sold these things just to increase the income of the miners in Westwind town. It doesn't matter to me as long as I can calmly get in and out. Little E knew he was telling the truth, so she had nothing to retort. She sighed faintly. Although the man was not a real priest, he did better for the town's people than real priests. Had it not been for the title of priest of the God of Light on his head, the people of Westwind town would already convert to the Church of Darkness next door. Thanks to him sitting here, the Church of Light can compete with the Church of Darkness. Little E could not help sitting down by the pool. Although her eyes did not look at Rob's body, her face was still facing Rob to maintain proper talking etiquette. You have such a great ability to make a town look good. Is there anything you can do to help me make the Church of Light become more influential? No. Rob rejected her without hesitation, I refuse to help you. Why? Little E said, you helped everyone in this town. You helped carpenters with jobs today, miners with jobs tomorrow, women with jobs the day after tomorrow, and masons with jobs the day after that. Why aren't you willing to help me? Do you dislike me so much? Rob said with a smile, I won't tell you why. I'll help everyone, but I won't help you. Little E. The cold expression on her face slowly melted into a very aggrieved look. Forget it. I'll tell you something. Rob raised his hands, and a letter written in sheepskin flew over. This is a letter from Pobo, a big merchant, from Norma, the kingdom of knights in the north. It turns out that Pobo has recently led his caravan through the desert kingdom and went to do business in Norma in the north. He bought a lot of necklaces and rings from Rob, but he didn't want to sell them to either West Gran or East Gran. Because the two sides were fighting, once he provided one of them with quality arms, he would be resented by the other. So the clever Pobo put his business directly to Norma, which is the safest, and this letter records some news about the kingdom of Norma. Rob threw the letter to Little E. You see, the Church of Light in Norma is making trouble again. The headquarters of the Church of Light is in Norma, the kingdom of knights, and its strongest combat power is there, and Little E knows this. She unfolded the letter and read it slowly, and after reading only a few lines, her face changed greatly. It turned out that not long ago when the Black Dragon attacked the Leifong Pagoda of Big Tang, killed the master who guarded the tower and also killed thousands of rabbit soldiers, which is not a big deal. After all, there are so many people in the Rabbit Men Kingdom, so losing thousands isn't a big problem. However, when the Black Dragon knocked down the pagoda, it caused a large number of demons and ghosts suppressed under the tower to fly out and make trouble everywhere. The strength of these demons and monsters is big, running amok, causing Big Tang great havoc and chaos. As a result, the Church of Light took advantage of this opportunity to send an army named the Crusade, to launch an eastern expedition, trying to take advantage of the chaos within the Big Tang to redraw the border. Of course, the Church of Light is not so arrogant as to think that a single army can subvert a kingdom as Big Tang, so they are targeting the small kingdoms between Norma and Big Tang, which rely on their political balance to maintain their independence. Now that the Big Tang was too busy to take care of itself, the Church of Light took this opportunity to sweep these small kingdoms out with a large army, burning all the heretics in these small countries and forcing them to convert to the Church of Light. Judging from Pobo's letters, the cruelty and bloodshed caused by this crusade are so cruel that it is almost impossible to imagine what those citizens of those small kingdoms are experiencing under the ravages of the large army. However, those crazy followers of the light, as if turning a blind eye to the stench of blood and murder on their hands, crazily praised the Crusaders, praised God, praised everything. Little Yi's face completely changed. Rob said, "See? This war has fully exposed the deceptive and false nature of the Church of Light. It is impossible for me to help you improve the Church of Light unless..." "Unless what?" Little E asked hurriedly. "They provide real love and care." Rob smiled and pointed to Little E, "Just like you." Hearing Rob's words, Little Yi's whole body could not help shaking slightly, and her cold expression could not help melting a little. She felt very happy to be recognized by Rob. Because in her mind, Rob is a great person, possibly even a hero. He is great enough to be written into a miraculous being. So, of course, she felt very happy to be recognized by a hero. However, afterward, she still had something to say. Little E said with a cold face, "Since you recognize that I have true love, why won't you help me?" "Because you still have the identity of a nun of the Church of Light." Rob said with a smile, "If I help you now, all the good deeds I have done, the good results I have achieved, and the Church of Light will steal the believers I have brought. Those believers who are infected by the world's great love will resolutely join the Church of Light and be coaxed into doing bad things." Little E. Rob smiled and said, "If you want me to help you, you have to be no longer a part of the Church of Light." Without thinking about it, Little E said firmly, "My faith in the God of Light can never be shaken, not even after death. I didn't ask you to turn your back on the God of Light." Rob smiled and said, "It's just that I want you to turn your back on the Church of Light. Don't you think the Church doesn't really believe in the God of Light at all? Doesn't your myth and legend say that the God of Light loves all things? The Church of Light does not love all things, do they? They burn and plunder in a foreign country and slaughter others wantonly in the name of God. You saw what Pobo said in his letter, the Crusaders slaughtered more than 10,000 people in one city. Do you think that the God of light will slaughter ordinary people in this way? Little Yi's cold sweat fell slowly along her beautiful face. A gust of wind swept by and lifted her hood without her even noticing it, and for the first time, Rob saw her hair, long blonde hair, combed straight, falling like a waterfall in the back of her head. A small snowflake fell on her head, glued to the tip of her hair, adding a touch of pure beauty. After a while, she said with difficulty, "What on earth are you trying to say?" Rob smiled and said, "How about establishing Protestantism?" Protestantism? Yes. Rob said. Reject the old Church of Light, establish a new Church of Light, sprinkle true benevolence to the world, love all things, tolerate all things, do not rule out differences, those who are willing to believe in you, those who do not want to believe in you, then gently wait, change the Bible of Light, write a new Bible of Light, erase all those selfish teachings, leaving only the real light. If you establish such a religion, I will help you. If not, I will refuse. This statement can be called rebellious, but it frightened little E and confused her. She is but a little nun, hearing such violent news. For a moment, she felt as if a giant hammer had hit her head, her sense of direction had disappeared. She couldn't help whispering, "This. No. I have to think about it." "Think about it then. I won't force you." Rob said with a smile, "In fact, it makes no difference to me whether or not you establish Protestantism, because when people's vision improves, you will find that religion will become more and more marginalized, and one day, a church or something will be just a tourist attraction that most people visit when they have nothing to do after dinner." Little E went back to her room, confused. After thinking for a while, she couldn't sit still. She put on a thick cloak, went to the back hill of the town at night, came to the prison, and found Chief Elsie. She told Chief Elsie about Rob's idea. "Bishop, do you think Godfather is right? Is it really possible to establish Protestantism or something? If I just turn against religion like this, am I really in the right?" Chief Elsie said solemnly, "Please call me Chief, don't call me Bishop. In addition, you just talked about the establishment of Protestantism. I think that if you take Westwind Town as your holy place, even if you accidentally fail, Godfather will keep you safe. If you succeed, you can become the female pope of Protestantism, with great power of the life and death of others in your hand, and even influence the national policies of those small kingdoms through the power of believers. You should do it. Rather, you should go all out for it. How many such opportunities can you have in your life? Catch it and try your best to climb up the ladder. As for the Bible of Light and so on, we can change it as much as we want. If you don't want to do it, you can recommend me to Godfather. I'll give you the position of police department chief, and I'll get the new Church of Light, he he he." Little E, "All right, excuse me, goodbye." While Little E was racking her brains, Rob still soaked in his hot spring pool and watched the four nuns spit on each other while covering the tarpaulin over the hill of iron swords and armor. The white snow fell on the tarp, and it wasn't long before two white hills appeared in the churchyard. The kitten girl flower came out of nowhere and drew two eyes, nose, and mouth on the hills with a smile, so the two hills turned into two huge snowman heads that quietly looked at Rob in the hot spring pool. Rob shouted, "Hey, is this a man or a woman you're drawing?" The kitten girl said, "A man. F***K. I'm not used to being watched by men while in a bath." Rob jumped out of the hot spring pool, dried himself twice, and darted back to his room. Behind him came the cheerful laughter of the kitten girl and the four little nuns. At the same time, in a rental house in Wangjiang district, the 15 assassins were whispering about their plan to assassinate Rob. The leading middle-aged assassin whispered, after the battle that took place during the day, "I believe everyone knows very well how strong Rob is." The 14 other assassins bowed their heads and could not speak. After a long time, the masked female assassin looked up and said, "Captain, if we attack such a guy head-on, we'll die." The middle-aged assassin nodded, "That's right. Our target was stronger than we expected. We thought he was just a magician. After all, he never got up from his wheelchair in the last battle and looked like a crippled man with a broken leg. But today, he showed a brawler's ability, far better than that of an ordinary brawler. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you enjoyed it, please remember to like, subscribe, and share to support the channel.